Fae of the East. Court of Crown and Compass Book 4. By E. Hall. Copyright 2020 E. Hall. All rights reserved. Chapter 1. Elsana. I turn away and roll my eyes, busying myself with the task of cleaning up after my cousins as they get ready for the Thunder Tournament. Elsie, you missed a spot, Nasrin sing-songs. I return to the mirror and touch up the pink rouge on her round cheeks. She narrows her lavender eyes at me. You never do things right the first time. If the situation were different, I'd retort with, why is this my job again? The crown is off-center. Just a little to the left. Sadira puckers her thin lips with disapproval. I adjust the band of woven flowers on her head and force a smile. Clearing my throat, I say, you both look lovely. I'm not full fae. I can lie. They make me work, sweat, and run down my patience by rubbing in the fact that I didn't receive an invitation to be a spectator at the tournament. Even if the murkast were allowed, there's no way my cousins would participate. They're too, well, girly. Don't get me wrong, I love a gown and curls as much as the next person, but to be more specific, Nasrin and Sadira are too lazy, self-absorbed, and obnoxious to perform the tests of skill, cunning, and strength at Skelling Hall. And that's saying something, since the Fae are second-class citizens in the Eastlands, forced to work to support the elven kingdom. This makes most of us strong and resilient, but somehow my cousins ended up sassy and sluggish. Must be the unseelie in them. Every year, the elven lords like to remind us of our status by allowing some Fae, or murkast as they call us, to attend the tournament. Mostly so they can flex their muscles in a show of might. Father, Nasrin calls to my Uncle Drod as if she expects a response. Don't I look beautiful? She twirls into the front room of our humble cottage. Like every day, he's in the chair by the window, waiting and watching as if my aunt will suddenly appear down the lane, her cheeks rosy and her smile wide with excitement at her return home. She went missing on my birthday. He's hardly moved in the time since. Naturally, my cousins blame me. Sadira dashes into the room, barges in front of her sister and says, "This dusty pink looks gorgeous on me, don't you think?" He's unresponsive. I never knew my twin, and wonder if all Fae pairs are as competitive and annoying as these two. They start toward the door to make the long walk to the castle. Both turn and give me a persnickety little wave. Too bad you can't join us, Elsie, Sadira says. We'll be sure to tell you all about it, especially about King Asher, Nasrin adds. I'm sure you will, I mutter. As horrible as the king is, he's equally handsome, which is to say extremely handsome because he's extremely horrible, not that I care. I release a long-held exhale as they scuttle down the lane and out of sight. Before going to my room, I freshen the cup of water next to my uncle, lay a knit blanket over his lap, and squeeze his shoulder. My cousins were always horrid, but my aunt and uncle were my saving grace. Thinking about it now, I wonder if Nasrin and Sadira hate me because their parents treated me like their daughter, even though I'm not. The thought stops me in my tracks, but so does the creak of my bedroom window. I slowly push open the door, sighting my bow and quiver hanging on the hook on the wall. My hand slaps against my chest and I take a deep breath as Hattie falls tail over tea kettle onto the floor. We both laugh as I help my best friend up. They're gone. You could have used the front door, I whisper, even though I don't need to. This is more fun. Hattie lifts and lowers her eyebrows, then one arches. Wait. You're not dressed. Don't tell me you were helping the terrible two instead of preparing for the best night of your life. I sigh. I'm not sure we should go through with it. Hattie trips over the woven rug and catches herself on the edge of the bed. I hope it's not because I'm the clumsiest elf in all of Alvheim. No, of course not. I know you can lie since you're not full Fae, but don't you dare. I'm clumsy, terrible with an arrow, and can't brew a potion to save my life. Thankfully, I have you, otherwise I'd be dead. Our friendship and any form of relationship are forbidden between elves and fae. But when we were both still knee-high to a meadow skipper, I found Hattie elbow-deep in a container of poison berries and had to save her life. Growing up, the Terrible Two were granted admission to the Fae School because of their full Fae status. Meanwhile, Aunt Ella had to bring me to work with her at Skelling Hall. Little does anyone know that I learned the Fae art of glamour magic when I was very young and studied beside the king to be disguised as an elf. Or the king at present. And the Terrible Two have nothing on the madman he's become, which is why we've hatched a plan to get me in front of him. Hattie shoves a uniform at me, takes my bow and arrow from the wall, and then brandishes the invitations. Just like the rest of the elves when they come of age, they gave me an open spot in the tournament. And by me, I mean you. Now come on, we've been planning this forever. She narrows her eyes and presses her lips together, trying to look fierce. We both burst into laughter. Inside, I know why she's doing this, apart from the fact that she knows that little old me, a lowly fae, can win the tournament. If I can get an audience with the king, I stand a chance of finding my aunt. It's a long shot, but I'd do anything to get her back. Elves are warriors and many of them are trackers, but no one is as skilled as King Asher, meaning he can find Aunt Ella. There's also no one I should avoid more. Then I'll do what Aunt Ella asked me to do. After I put on the fitted leather pants and top, Hattie surveys my glamoured appearance. I look just like her. I've glamoured her to look, well, less like herself to avoid raising suspicion. The ears are perfect. Maybe a touch more silver to your hair. She smooths the long locks back. I smirk. Elves have tipped ears, and the ones with the purest blood have almost silver hair. Hattie always wishes she had a little more of that hue in hers. I don't want to draw too much attention, I say. Hattie cocks an eyebrow. Oh, but you do. She has a point. I aim to win the tournament, and my aim has always been true. We step into the night. The moon spills milky light and the stars sparkle brightly. It's usually comforting because it's the same sky under which my mother once lived and my aunt, who I hope is still alive, but something feels off. Like the winds are shifting. The snowflake necklace feels especially cold against my neck, like the way ice can burn the skin. I shiver. It was a gift from my mother, and I've never taken it off. Do you see something? Hattie asks, referring to my special ability, the one that only she and the king know about. No, I reply. Just a grim night. Aren't they all? Elves aren't particularly family-oriented, but Hattie lost her father to the mines when her mother was still pregnant. Elves typically live especially long lives, but years later, her mother drowned. This is another thing that brought us closer, we're both orphans. In the case of Hattie's mother, I think it was partly the clumsiness they shared as well as heartbreak. I felt pieces of her shattered heart drifting away in the water when we found her. My second sight isn't so much actual vision, though I have seen scenes of what could be. It's more often a sensation. The best way I can explain it is I feel intentions. And right now I sense of the winds of war brisk against my skin. Then again, I'm sneaking into Skelling Hall on the eve of the Thunder Tournament. We skulk past the murkast dwellings, the poor fae who've been oppressed during my lifetime. It wasn't always like this. The current king's father took a grim turn and laid siege to the court of bronze and blade. Then his sons took over, ruling with yet grimmer power. They closed the Eastlands off from the rest of the realm. And the ruling elves grew in wealth, renown and power as demonstrated by the splendor of Skelling Hall. Lanterns flicker, leading up the long winding path to the fortified sandstone building. By day it's golden, but in the dim light it's chestnut, almost bloody looking. Elven metal and crystals mined from the earth form fanciful flourishes, winding like vines around the exterior, along with actual vines also blooming with bold flowers. Elven guards stand with seeker spears along the footpath and drawbridge. I take a deep breath and press my shoulders back, feeling the fighter in me coming forth. My magic surges under my skin, but I reinforce my glamour because there's no way they'd let a fae pass through their esteemed gates, reserved solely for elven gentry and warriors. Hattie poses as my attendant, and a thin sheen of sweat pierces her brow. Even if she were skilled in the tasks of the tournament, our roles could never be reversed. The murkast are forbidden access to Skelling Hall. Even though my cousins crowed for weeks about their invitations, they'll be watching from the distant stands along the farthest reaches of the amphitheater. The corners of my lips lift because, with any luck, they'll be watching me. I can't deny that even if they don't realize who I really am under the glamour, the fact that I'm skilled enough to compete against the greatest elven warriors brings me a deep level of satisfaction. Hattie's jaw drops a measure at the sight of the rainbow tapestry woven around a larger-than-life portrait of the king. I won't lie, the sight of him with his strong jaw, piercing gray eyes, and proud brow is both awe and fear-inspiring. But it's nothing to the man who stands regally only a measure away. He wears the bronze cloak of the king, and the elven metal sword that's a mercurial shade of silver hangs at his waist. That's all I let myself see as he scans the room, ever the tracker. Before his eyes land on me, I turn to Hattie. She staggers back. With quick reflexes, I catch her before she careens into another warrior, who looks like not only would she rip someone's throat out, but likely she has. There's no way King Asher would recognize me, but my heart hammers in my chest. I shuffle us forward, past the gigantic statues of former elven kings cast in stone and asleep on their thrones. There's a legend that they can be woken up by the current king if threatened by war. I wonder if they'd want to leave the Sea of Dreams and return to battle. As it is, this is the one time a year the king opens the castle gates to the people. I can't get distracted, intimidated, or fall off my game. I have to find my aunt, and maybe that will bring me closer to getting answers to the questions I've finally gotten courageous enough to ask. Skelling Hall was like my second home for many years. I was supposed to shadow Aunt Ella in her work and someday take her place. Instead, I'd sneak off and pose as an elf, following their lessons, learning their history, and training as a warrior. There's no way she didn't realize what I was doing, but never asked me where I was or what I was doing. It's like she wanted me to learn their ways. I regret not helping her more. The night she disappeared, she told me I had to save us from the king. Then she was gone. Lost in thoughts of that horrible memory, lightning crackles in my veins as I look up to see King Asher gazing at me from his handsome masculine face and with those charming, cunning gray eyes. But in his expression, I see thunder as if, like me, he knows what's coming. Chapter 2. Asher. The Elnord rumbles through me and rocks me to my core. I shuffle back, quickly getting my footing. It's as if it shakes the ground beneath me, but everyone else carries on like nothing happened. Hopefully, they didn't notice. However, I know the warrior elf with lightning in her gaze saw the moment I staggered. I can't let the crown slip, not that it could. I can't let anyone see my weakness or my secret. The Elnord, thunder noise echoes in my mind as guests and competitors chatter. As elven lords discuss matters of state. As life carries on as if my entire being wasn't just shaken. I've only heard it twice before. The first time was when I decided to become king. The second I prefer not to think about. The thunder noise is a rare call to the king and portends war, danger, lives to be lost, a decision to be made, and in the rarest cases, love to be found. War is definitely on its way, bringing danger, death, and destruction. I grit my teeth, tensing against the ongoing battle inside of me, the curse of the crown I wear. With each passing day, my mind weakens against its power, drawing my thoughts and actions deeper into the darkness of the burden I bear. I believe the only reason I've been able to retain what little good is left in me is because I willingly sacrificed myself to the Gaith magic. Though I'm hardly good. As horns call and drums hammer, now is not the time to think about the past. I'm the king and must tend to the matters of my kingdom. An elven lord wearing a cloak with the orange and white plaid pattern of his territory engages me in a debate with several others about the skirkin. Your Majesty, I'm Edger, son of Ansel, he introduces himself. There's an enclave along the Alvheim border by the sea, who we suspect endorses the intermingling of magicals. Suspicion is hardly proof, another elven lord fires back. It's better we keep the peace than. Edgar interrupts. But that's just it. You're being too soft, Tobias. I'm quite sure they're harmless anyway. Too weak to be much trouble. The elf named Tobias sniffs. The two bicker about the Fae, the murkast. The Skirkin movement began after the Wicked War, when Count Bortimel tried to snuff out the Fae. My father had always been in support of him, even though at the time, relations between the Fae court and the elven halls were amicable. The full Fae thought it was the fault of those who intermingled with other magical beings, giving birth to different kinds of magicals, breaking the rules of the realm. There were hybrids, some beasts, and others with mixed powers. The concern came from the fact that they were unknown, unclassifiable. The Skirkin blamed these new magicals for the downfall of their people to Count Bortimel. They wanted to keep bloodlines pure, as if that would stop people like him, my father, and like me from scourging the realm of Fae. The thunder noise vibrates in my ears, making it hard to focus. If I'd been the first in line to the throne instead of my brother, would things be different? Would I have succumbed to the pressure of the Count? If I hadn't won the crown in a contest against my brother, would I still be standing here listening to this nonsense? The grim half of me simpers, knowing that questioning it is pointless. I made my decision. There's no going back now. Don't you think? Edgar asks. He claps me on the shoulder heartily as though seeking my agreement. I jerk away. The grim side of me is quick to react. Watch yourself, Edgar, son of Ansel. Warrior thunder, which is different than the thunder noise, rumbles. He staggers back. With a scowl, I whisk away, but the warrior thunder only serves to highlight the thunder noise. I pass platters piled with drumsticks, tureens of mash and gravy, fish on the bone with shimmering scales, eggs crowned with liquid yolks, and heaps of rare meat shining with juice. However, my appetite is lost to the howl inside. The storm. The drumming thunder. As I stalk through the hall, the laughter and chatter fade into the memory of the second time I heard the Elnord. Elves age differently than Fae and other magical beings. We remain in each stage of maturity far longer than anyone else. Our childhoods are long as well as our teen years, early adulthood, and so on. I'm the youngest king that's ever served the Eastlands, but also the least likely. While my older brother was intelligent and kind, skilled in the elven ways but also compassionate, truthful, and good, I was rough and tumble, always getting into trouble and hardly paying attention to my lessons. Our father, the king, favored Sig, the eldest. As the little brother, I looked up to Sig, always trailing him, copying him, and trying to be like him, until he fell in love. I lost him then. I didn't understand. So I threw myself into training as a warrior, because that's all I'd ever be. I learned I had an outstanding ability to troop and track, and took to the far reaches of the Eastlands. When I returned, our father had fallen, and my brother had found his heart match. I had to drive him away. Then I found mine, and it was just as forbidden. Somewhere under the thunder noise, I hear the silver tinkle of her laughter, but I refuse to let myself believe my heart match is here. There's no way she'd be allowed entry into Skelling Hall. I won't let her near me. I give myself over to the grim side for now and prepare to greet my guests. I approach my throne raised on the stage. Everyone gathers in the grand outdoor theater. The contestants stand at the foot of the platform outfitted in shining elven metal and sparkling gems as the drums boom and the horns blare. The gentry have front row seats. The citizenry amasses behind them. Lastly, the lowly murkast skim the skirts of the amphitheater, invited only to remind them of our power. I lift my arms and herald the welcome. Thank you for joining us on the eve of the 892nd Annual Thunder Tournament. As many of you know, the 3 tasks will occur over the next 3 days. The first is skill in the use of bright words, the second is in wild crafting a potion, and the third is in forging elven metal and destroying an enemy. Everyone cheers and the drumming resounds. Some of you may wonder how the tournament came to be. The crowd falls quiet, as intent as ever to hear the retelling of this story. The first king of Skelling Hall went on a wander one afternoon. A wander is solitary and different from trooping as we do now, so he wasn't in the company of his guards and warriors. Over a rise and in the distance, he saw a beautiful woman. He heard, I tell this story each year and yet this time falter for the first time. He heard Elnord, the thunder noise. Instead of retreating and consulting his advisors in case war was near, he pursued the woman, believing she was his heart match. Even though most of those in attendance know this story, they're silent, enwrapped. My own heart does just the opposite, it pounds against my ribs. The king wandered into the mist, only to discover he'd been falsely led as the woman's voice came to him. She challenged him to 3 tasks in the use of bright words, wildcrafting, and battle. The contestants lean closer as if they'll glean a useful tip or trick to use in the coming days. The woman, with hair the color of flax in the sunshine, eyes that shimmered like stars, and skin as milky as the moon, left him with a bale of hay. If he could bring her the hay, he could have her hand. I raised my eyebrows because I never failed to admire her cunning. Then she disappeared over the rise. With the hay in hand, he hurried over the hill. At the base, he was confronted with a raging river. Using bright words, he summoned a boat big enough to bring him and the hay to safer shores. However, during the crossing, the hay got wet, and he swallowed a lot of water. He trudged on, and the hay got heavier. Soon, he fell ill from the water and had to make a potion to restore his health. Recovered and still carrying the hay, it grew heavier. But the promise of marrying his true love compelled him forward until he encountered a horde of beasts. Because he was on a wander and had no weapons, he had to forge one, taking a detour to the mines. At last, with the heavy hay in hand, he slayed each and every beast. I clapped my hands together, startling everyone because the story does not have a happy ending. When he finally met the woman, they'd both grown old and the hay was little more than a rotten heap. He was too weary to marry, nor did he trust the woman. That is why only kings rule Skelling Hall. That is why we test our mettle now. That is why we troop as one. In memory of our first king, we train to become the strongest warriors in the realm. The crowd roars and chants. Now, I will introduce each of our contestants this year, and we'll have a show of skill from them. I gesture, inviting the legacy and new tournament players to impress me. Even while I was telling the story and amidst the fervor from the crowd, the Elnord is still in my ears. I recognize many of the contestants. The strongest move on to warrior status and troop, serve as guards around the mines, and protect the elven secrets. The others come back year after year, hopeful they'll be assigned an esteemed role among my guard. And still more enter brand new, hopeful, foolish, or with enough gall to think they can win. It's seldom that female elves choose to enter the tournament, but one steps boldly into the ring now. I announce, Hadiana, daughter of Jura, archer. The elven way is to designate daughters after the mother and sons after the father. For the tournament, we also name a particular defensive skill, and the one they will be demonstrating since ultimately this event is to find new warriors. I do a double take. There she is again. The girl with lightning in her eyes who saw me stagger. Theirs is no escaping her dead-eyed glare. She glances back at her attendant, who gives her a slim nod. If there was a measure of uncertainty or hesitancy in her, it's gone now. Instead, there is grit, determination, a blaze of ferocity. The silver, bronze, and black flags of Skelling Hall blow in the wind. Actual thunder rumbles in the distance, and it rises inside of me too. She draws an arrow from her quiver, knocks it against the string, and pulls back. She aims the staggered bales of hay placed for her demonstration. They're at a distance, and each is farther than the last. There are 3 targets for her to hit. She makes the first, the second, and third. Rarely have I seen someone with such a keen eye and so true an aim. Then she draws the last arrow from her quiver. Her gaze flicks to mine and lifts to the crown. They drop to my lips. The corners of her mouth lift. She fits the arrow, nocks it, and then draws back. She trains the point of the shining elven metal on me. The crowd gasps. My hand drops to the hilt of my sword. Yes, I could block an arrow with my blade, but I falter and go still, steadying myself against the Elnord. The thunder noise pounds in my ears, inside my bones, reverberates in my veins. It moves through me like a storm. The guards surge forward. But I gesture to hold them off as the contestant turns her arrow toward the sky and the flags blowing in the breeze. She takes aim and the arrow whizzes through the night, piercing the center ring of the Skelling Hall flag. I'm a king. I have a constant target on my back. But I can't help feeling that instead, that arrow was meant for my heart. Chapter 3. Elsana. I lower the bow and stare at the flags blowing in the wind, as if by some strange stroke of magic, I can rewind and hit the target that the arrow was meant for. However, when I had the arrow trained on the king, our eyes met. In them, I saw the depths of his sorrow and the flames of his anger. There was something else, tenderness and the truth of his heart that I'd seen once before and will never forget. But I'm afraid he has, and that's what turned him into a monster. I'd told Hattie that I merely wanted an audience with the king, to gain the opportunity to speak with him and ask about Aunt Ella. However, after what she'd told me that I must save us from the king, which I took to mean to kill him, I changed the plan. Forget him. I'll find her myself. Yet I failed at my task. I'm no different than the first king and his bale of hay. At that last moment, I couldn't do it. I couldn't pierce his heart with the arrow tipped in elven metal. It has always struck me as an unusual twist of irony that the same element that gives elves a long life is the one that can end them if it pierces their heart. My aunt's final order and the fact that Asher is the epitome of hate as he performs countless acts of cruelty against the Fae were both valid reasons to commit the crime. It wasn't weakness or fear of the dungeon, or whatever else it is the elves do with murkast they want to punish, that prevented me from following through. No, the past and my frail heart stopped me. I wait among the other contestants for the last few to demonstrate their skill and valor. A male elf with hair down to his waist wrestles a torch snake, somehow controlling its flaming breath. Someone from the stands suddenly rushes onto the field in the large outdoor theater. He waves his arms and hollers madly, begging the king to listen to his pleas. He's Fae, and he carries a pale, limp figure onto the field, reminding me once more of the king laden with the bale of hay. Only it's another Fae in his arms. The man cries about how his son lost his shadow. Rended during the night by a demon led by a figure with a white face and green scars. He's panicked and carrying on, but there's no mistaking the boy, limp, lost. He's probably only a few years younger than me. Son, show the king, the father says. The boy's wings appear, drooping instead of crystalline and shining. Then they disappear, not because he concealed them, but as if they never were. A shiver works through me, lifting the hairs on the back of my neck. Shadow Fae. I never wanted to believe the prophecy. I've done a good job of forgetting it. The Fae on the field lost his light. The crowd is silent in shock, whether at the sight of the father's daring or the boy's shadowed appearance. All eyes are on the king. He's unusually pale, but still imposing. He stands on the platform with his cloak fluttering in the wind, his square jaw and his chin lifted in defiance, disbelief. Had grim magic not been outlawed and mages outcast, I'd blame them. But I see through your unseelie Fae trickery. For interrupting our event, both of you are cast to the gasstrokes, Asher orders. With that, the guards haul the father and son away to the sound of the older man's pleas. King Asher settles back onto his throne, leaning imperiously to one side with his fingers loosely clasped. The callous, careless expression he wears suggests their lives mean nothing. The crown glints in the torchlight. He surveys the crowd and then the contestants. His eyes are thunderous, cunning, demanding. They land on me and his eyebrow crooks slightly as though issuing a dare for anyone else to step out of line. I curse myself for not taking the shot. It'll only mean more lives lost. As the show of skill resumes, I pace along the sidelines. I had the opportunity to eliminate the king. I wouldn't have missed either. My archery skills rival his own. Why? Because we trained together. He taught me everything I know. Not me posing as Hattie, but me posing as Lita, daughter of Aina. Uncle Drod and Aunt Ella accidentally revealed my mother's name. I have only ever been able to guess at my twin's name, but for years have wondered what it would have been like to grow up with a sister, my other half. Instead, I had Nasrin and Sadira teasing me, tormenting me, and making me feel like the lowliest of the murkast. Of course, my pride prevented me from telling my aunt and uncle how awful they were. According to the terrible two, I was lucky they took me in, fed me, and kept me from the gasstrokes. I've never wanted to believe that they only cared for me out of pity. No, Aunt Ella was kind, loving. That can't be faked. However, even as a full fae, she could avoid the truth. Not lie, but not give the entire story either. I have pieces, like torn pages of a book about my mother and past, that I've put together over the years. Snippets of stories whispered late at night, snatches from my visions, and the prophecy itself. From the beginning, I knew that for some reason, they hid the truth of my past. Instead of having an actual sister, I invented her in my mind, Lita, and trained as a warrior, so that should we ever have the chance to reunite, nothing will get in my way. My attention fixes on the king and his crown. The stone flickers as though it contains something elemental. Like it has power and influence all its own. The king uses bright words to do grim work, shunning the father and son to the gasstrokes where they will succumb to the desires of the ghosts that haunt the shores. I find Hattie in the crowd. Her eyes are wide. We've always been different, and that's never stood in the way of our friendship. Where elves have pointed ears, the fae have smooth. Where fae use magic that emanates from inside their being, elves use bright words, verbal spells to manipulate their surroundings, inflict pain, and do other work. And where fae have a choice whether to dwell in the light or shadow, it's clear that it isn't the same for elves. Not Hattie, of course, but Asher. He's cruel, vile. Her expression of shock turns into one of apology. I look away. I know it isn't her fault, but all the same, I want to blame someone other than myself for not letting loose the arrow and ending Asher's tyranny. As if he didn't just sentence two fae to death on the gasstrokes, he invites the contestants and gentry to Skelling Hall. The rest of the elves and fae alike will celebrate well into the night before returning tomorrow evening for the first event of the tournament. The fae will dance until dawn like in the courts of old, and the elves will feast and tell tiresome stories about how great they are. Hattie rushes toward me and we're swept into the crowd and toward the royal castle. She gives me a quick hug. For a second, I thought you were going to fire your arrow at the king. After seeing him send those two to the gasstrokes, I'm cursing myself doubly for not taking that shot. I mutter low enough so that no one hears me. Hattie stops mid-stride. Confusion wrinkles her eyes and brow. I thought you wanted an audience with him. I do, but you couldn't kill him or anyone, Elsie. A ripple of truth makes me scrunch my shoulders toward my ears because despite how much I hate Asher, she's not exactly wrong. Whisked into the feast following the events in the amphitheater, my stomach growls at the sight of so much food. Meanwhile, the murkast are left to eat their scraps if they're lucky. On principle, I don't want to devour the rich sweet cakes dotted with glistening berries, the blueberry bites, or the tartelettes topped with shiny seeds. Thanks to my time in Skelling Hall, I'm familiar with the flavors of ambrosia beaded with sugar, and have helped myself to their vats of chocolate mousse. For a long time, I wasn't sure why my aunt and uncle left the Northlands. I foolishly thought maybe it was because the food is better here. Then I learned of the prophecy and felt the future, bringing my understanding of it deeper. I heard that in other lands, magicals were originally encouraged to live in the regular world and integrate. Then vampires like Count Bortimel made it their duty to destroy fae. His reign ended and it seemed safe, but my aunt and uncle have lived in fear. Were they driven here because they were harassed and forced to hide, or was it something else? As I glance around at the elves, carrying on as if the past isn't going to impact the future and like none of it matters, I'm suddenly nauseous, flushed, and have to get out of there. I hurry outside and race past the orchards by the pond. I don't stop until I reach the gasstrokes by the sea. The ghost rocks. I've never seen the strangely luminescent figures that haunt these jagged cliffs on the edge of the Eastlands, but feel their danger the closer I get. I'm running blind, consumed by anger at the king for his cruelty and at myself for my stupidity. I only stop when I reach the edge where the cliff meets open space, and the water matches the dark sky above with jagged rocks glistening like stars. Someone shouts my name over the roar of the wind. Elsie, Elsie. Hattie's sweet voice stops me. Loose stones tumble down and disappear into the murk. I wouldn't have leapt, but wouldn't have given a second thought to summoning my wings and, well, no knows what would happen because the king warned Eastlanders from trying to leave our borders. The portals are closed and we've lived in isolation for years. Hattie reaches me and grips my shoulders. The sharpness in her eyes is like a scolding because I should know better than to come to the gasstrokes where even the strongest people are lured over the edge and into the water. We return along the broad expanse of grass. What's going on? Hattie asks in a gentle voice. I've never told anyone about Asher and me. I clear my throat. Aunt Ella asked me to save us from the king. I pause and take a deep breath. Remember how I took lessons and trained among the elven elite? During archery, Asher took notice of me. I didn't realize his identity as royalty. This was before he was king. We had a flirty rivalry going on and became friends. I foolishly thought I was special. You are special. Any guy, fae or elf would be silly not to see that, Hattie says, ever the best friend. I was disguised as an elf. We spent more and more time together. One day turned into evening, and then another and another. One afternoon, he had some whispering wine and revealed who he was. Said that he didn't want things to change between us. I revealed myself as fae. The first and only word out of his mouth was no. I ended things. You felt betrayed, but you were concealing your identity too. I nod because she's right. I've thought about it all enough times to know that. Still, I'm frustrated and can't deny the mixed emotions that come over me when in his presence. There's a draw, a force pulling me toward him like someone over the cliff at the gasstrokes. My mind shouts no, no, no. He's the cruelest king the Eastlands has ever known. And yet, my stomach growls again. But I'm not hungry. Maybe when your aunt said to save us from the king, she didn't mean for you to kill him. We'll figure it out. For now, we should go back in, Hattie says. I nod because she probably wants to eat, and there's no sense lingering out here and risking the ghost's lure. Instead of going to the ballroom, Hattie pulls me into a dressing room. I made this for you. A gown hangs on a hook by a large mirror. My green eyes widen in the reflection at a gown with delicate lace on the sleeves, beaded embroidery on the bodice, and flowing layers in the skirt that reminds me of a bed of autumn leaves. It's bronze and black, the colors of Skelling Hall. Now I see why Hattie wanted me to add more silver to my hair. It's amazing. You are so talented. Thank you, Hattie, I whisper. This will get you the attention of the king, for sure. She puffs up like a proud mother hen. I'm not so sure I want his attention, I mumble. Remember why you're here. What about Aunt Ella? I dip my head at the reminder. Point taken. This isn't about me. It's about my aunt, my family, and our future. Thank you, I say as I start to change. Hattie smiles. All part of being your attendant. And this too. She tugs on the dress. You may be able to pull off that convincing glamour, to trick the elves into thinking you're one of them, but this is the real deal. After looking in the mirror to make sure I bear an identical likeness to Hattie, well, Hattie when she's not glamored to look like some random elf. We step into the corridor. The wide wooden door stands open to the field and amphitheater. Nasrin and Sadira stand on the side, dressed in their best and made up with thanks to me. Nasrin twirls a piece of her curly hair, and Sadira tugs on her lank hair as though debating whether to step over the threshold. It's forbidden. Meanwhile, King Asher strides toward us from the other side with his retinue in tow. Chapter 4. Asher. For a moment during the show of skill, I was certain the female elf named Hattie was going to strike me down with her arrow. The concerning thing was, I would have let her. Better to be free of this burden. Let the crown fall. Let it smash. I don't care. But anger inside flared at the threat. The grim curse reared like a beast starved for the taste of blood in its throat. The father and his shadow-faced son didn't deserve to die, but the curse compelled me to sentence them to the gasstrokes as I've done to so many others. I get these little glimpses of clarity over what I've done and hate myself for it. The ghosts that haunt the cliffs show no mercy when tempting the poorest of souls over the edge. The crown shows me no mercy either. As I bluster back to Skelling Hall, that rageful beast inside of me is not yet sated. Much like the cursed ghosts, it wants more death and destruction. A pair of murkast linger by the doorway, and I have a mind to cast them into oblivion too. They don't even have the sense to bow their heads or curtsy. They're pale like they've seen a ghost. There's no denying that fey boy was in shadow, which is worrisome because there are only a few ways that can happen. Reason 1 is impossible because our borders are closed. Reason 2 is unlikely because why would that kid give in to shadow? Reason 3 is the grimmest magic imaginable, and there's no one that powerful in the Eastlands. Well, other than me, and I certainly have no interest in that dirty business. The Fae work in the mines and plenty of slags are sent away, but the door is exit only. Once Fae leave, they don't return. Grim shadow rending happens elsewhere. My father made sure to keep his hands clean of that. I stop abruptly when the two Fae by the door block my passage. One points and the other stammers. Inside Skelling Hall, two elves stand shoulder to shoulder as though frozen. They're at a distance. One is a tournament contestant attendant in uniform. The other wears a shimmering gown. Her pale hair hangs in loose curls. She's the archer who almost struck me down. My heart squeezes. The other looks like Hattie, daughter of Jura. I blink. She flickers, likely the two Fae messing around with their vile magic. The Fae by the door, who is not stunned stupid, plants a hand on her hip. How are there two Hatties? The other murkast waves her hands and says, "This is an outrage." I shove past them, not inclined to endure their nonsense. Guards, remove these features from the premises. I stride into my castle and toward the elf who seemed inclined to pierce me with her arrow. The Fae sisters fuss and protest. My patience thin, I turn and bark, or perhaps you'd like to go to the gasstrokes too. They fall silent. I continue my approach, but Hattie's assistant is gone. I blink a few times, dismissing their foolishness. There's nothing remarkable about the elf, except for the set of her jaw. In it I see defiance. I reach for her hand and squeeze as elves do when they meet. A blaze shoots through me at the contact. The thunder noise growls. She trembles slightly. As I continue to grip her fingers, she steadies and meets my eyes with fierce determination. Her gaze holds them for a long moment before drifting to the scar by my eye that nearly blinded me. "Pleasure to meet you, Hattie, daughter of Jura." "Is it a pleasure?" she asks instead of the customary response. My lip curls. Why wouldn't it be? "It doesn't seem like you take great stock in pleasure, Your Highness." Barely concealed bitterness laces her voice. "Ah, but you're mistaken. I'm a king. I have many pleasures." She bites hard on her lip as though to stop herself from saying more, but the flash of her eyes suggests she disapproves of my sending the Fae father and son to the gasstrokes. Maybe Edgar and Tobias were right about there being some Fae sympathizers in Alvheim. It makes no difference. They'll all soon be mere shadow and memory. You're a contestant in the Thunder tournament and a skilled archer at that. Rarely have I seen someone with aim like yours. You're right. I never miss. The lightning in her eyes turns steely. The thunder that hasn't left my ears intensifies, giving me pause. Is she actually a threat? I take her hand again, tightening my grip. We're here to celebrate. Come join me. I'd rather. Just then, there's a commotion from behind. The two Fae who were in the doorway argue with an elf wearing an attendant uniform. Guards, take care of that problem or I will, I grind out. Hattie, daughter of Jura, looks over her shoulder, and the corners of her lips lift and then fall ever so slightly as though she's torn about which side to take. The Fae at the perceived injustice of not letting their common kind enter the esteemed hall, or the elf who probably is putting them in their place. I scoff. Let's go celebrate. With a glance over her shoulder, she joins me. We enter the ballroom, and after greeting everyone, the elf and I are separated. I do a few routine rounds of small talk before locating Hattie, daughter of Jura. Her back is to me as she nears a door. That jolt runs through me again. Is it because for a moment she dared to hold my life in her hands? Is it because of her obvious conflict between her duty as an elf and dislike for me? As usual, there are banquet tables of delicious food and drink lining the perimeter of the room. I fill a cup with whispering wine for her, and take a goblet of cider for myself. Ah, we meet again, I say. She startles and spins toward me. Her gown rustles. She smooths it and then collects herself. Were you leaving already? I ask. She shifts as though she wants to say something but remains silent. I tilt my head. Perhaps she's interested, intimidated, smitten with the king. Plenty of female elves have expressed interest, but I promised myself to be a warrior and king, leaving no room for pursuits with women. Her expression darkens. If Hattie, daughter of Jura, were attracted to me, it wouldn't make sense for her barely concealed hatred to be simmering so steadily below the surface. I hold out the cup of whispering wine. For you, my lady, I say, making a bow. She smirks and grabs the goblet of cider from my other hand, downing it in one gulp. My smirk matches hers. Whispering wine is known for causing secrets to spill. Cider lends itself to bold courage. Exactly, she says as she wipes her mouth and passes the goblet back to me. Why do you need courage? I ask. You seemed sure of yourself during the demonstration of skill. I could have done better. Her voice is vaguely familiar. Is that so? Perhaps we should meet up and go to the archer's range. She cocks her head and a flicker of recognition crosses her features like we already have. It's been a long time since I trained among the people, but maybe we were in classes together. Have we met? I ask. She blinks slowly and I can't help but be drawn to her eyes. The thunder doesn't help, clouding my ability to think and probably my vision too. Have we met? She repeats. I want to dwell on the strange answer, but a member of the gentry marches toward me, wearing a look of resolute desire to discuss policy. With the Elnord in my ears, I can hardly think straight. I'd rather enjoy your company. At that, I shove the whispering wine into the approaching elf's hand and whisk Hattie, daughter of Jura, onto the dance floor. Immediately, it's a mistake. Not because my partner doesn't know how to dance, but because all eyes are on us. I rarely make lively. I sense ripples of shock, jealousy, and confusion from the crowd. I cast my strong gaze on them, which does the trick of returning them to their business. Tell me about where you come from, I ask, needing a distraction. The boundaries of Alvheim. Far enough that I can't see Skelling Hall. I click my tongue. I sense disapproval. Something like that. She looks intently over my shoulder as we dance. At the door, maybe? You have my attention. Care to explain why? I ask. Her gaze snaps back to mine. If I do, you'll use your bright words to send me to the gasstrokes. The comment is spiked with spite. My grip around her hand tightens. If I did that, we'd both go over the edge. Would that be so bad? She asks. My chest dips. It would mean I'd be free of this curse. Maybe she does want to assassinate me. Perhaps that's what the Elnord is trying to say. These used to also be Fey lands. The elves took over. Made the Fey criminals and servants, punished them for who they were. Fey have been going missing, King. They can't help that they're inferior. The beast is back. As they say in Terra, survival of the fittest. Her eyes narrow. What do you know of Terra? My thoughts land on Sig, my brother. I'm the king. I know enough. She laughs lightly, reminding me vaguely of the tinkle of silver bells. Is that where the missing Fae are sent? She asks. My chuckle is deep, dark. If only they were so lucky. No, Hattie, daughter of Jura. Then where are they? I spin her away and then back into my arms. She bristles. What does it matter? Cruelty twists my voice. She studies the scar slicing the corner of my eye. What made you this way? She whispers. Love. But I don't say that. Loyalty. Protection. Service. You're loyal to cruelty. You protect no one. Your service has brought about the demise of countless people. I mock scoff. Ouch. So honest. So heartbreaking. If I knew that cider was going to give you the courage to tell me how you really feel, I wouldn't have let you drink it. Nothing you can do will ever stop me. She growls, but then I realize it's her stomach. Are you hungry? She shoots me a deadly look. We swirl along the dance floor to a table piled with dewdrops, sugar plums, and cinnamon wafers. I want nothing from you, she says. I tighten my grip around her waist. Nothing? Are you sure? The truth. Her feet go still. We stand there, toe to toe, eye to eye. Hand in hand. There is something so strongly familiar about her now, not her appearance. Rather, her movements. Graceful yet strong. Elegant yet purposeful. Her scent, honey blossoms. The pointed tips of my ears heat. The crown feels especially heavy as I search her eyes for recognition. It's as if we've stood in this exact position before. Her grip in my hand tightens, sending a bolt through me that rivals the sound of the Elnord. Her words, the truth, return. I shake my head slowly. She couldn't handle it, nor will I ever tell. I release my hand from her waist and scoop up a handful of roasted nuts encrusted with spices, popping a few into my mouth. Her mouth seems to water. I open my hand, offering some to her. Her expression flickers. I blink as though my eyes are playing tricks on me. For a moment her eyes were green instead of gray. The thunder pounds in my ears. She stares at my palm as though tempted. A memory surfaces. Two young elves sneaking off from their lessons and to the kitchens. Stealing the warm roasted nuts. Finding themselves at the pond under the fruit trees in the orchard. The sun streaming through the branches. Dappled light sprinkled over her freckles. Our hands twined. A kiss shared. A truth revealed. A secret told. I shove it away. However, there's no denying the flash of recognition between us, like she saw past the hard shell surrounding me into the softness inside. You were different once, Asher, she says, and then rushes away. My heart thunders. I lose sight of her in the crowd, but I'll never forget the sound of her voice, her laugh, and those green eyes. Hattie, daughter of Jura, isn't who she claims to be. She isn't even an elf. I let her go once. I'll do it again. She's wrong about me. I am loyal, protective, and perform acts of service even if it means going to war with myself. I leave the festivities early and retire to my quarters. I pace for a full hour, conflicted. The curse in me wants to eliminate the Fae. Destroy her and all of them. She's murkast. The lowliest. But I try to hang on to what little remains of my true elven ways. I can barely cast bright words. Only grim. Only cursed. I want to take off the crown, but I cannot. Nor can I let her go. I can't stop thinking about her. Memories and our encounter at the tournament and in the hall consume me. A low bird call sings through the night. The only thing that tethers me to there being any good remaining inside is the fact that the phoenix still visits me. If I were pure evil, she'd have deserted me by now. Siggy's gerfalcon did. I haven't seen it since my brother left, but there's no way it went to Terra too. All elves are paired with a creature at birth. Some are unfortunate enough to get a grub. Others pair with a majestic beast. Most never meet their animal, it's more symbolic. But the lucky few are visited by their companimal and form a bond. My mother's phoenix perches by the window just out of the reach of the softly pattering rain. A storm is on the way. Resting my hands against the stone, I hang my head. She trills like she's trying to tell me something. I know I'm hopeless. She makes a little chirping sound of disagreement, then gazes toward the glittering lights of Alvheim's gilded and timber buildings and the murkast villages beyond. She said she lived on the borders, out of view of the castle. I feel strangely empty even though I built up this kingdom. The thunder noise sounds, and for a moment, I worry it'll startle the majestic bird, then remember that I'm the only one who can hear it. At first light, I'll rally the troops. I'll find her. Whether to destroy her and her people or to find out why the Elnord sounds inside remains to be seen. Chapter 5. Elsana. I sneak back into my room, hoping Nasrin and Sadira found some fun at the festivities, drink enough cider they forget they saw two Hatties, and come home to find me snug in my bed. Of course they wake me up, but I'll take what sleep I can. However, my mind spins. My thigh aches where I got caught on the jagged edge of a fence and jabbed it, reminding me of how I fled Skelling Hall into the rain. It tore the gown Hattie gave me, which sits in a drenched heap in the back of my closet. I owe her, especially for creating a diversion and arguing with Nasrin and Sadira. The terrible two hate Hattie, which is a surprise since we had to think fast when they caught us picking flowers in the woods about a year ago. We made it look like I was trying to steal Hattie's basket of blooms. There's no way an elf and fae in their right mind would be friends. To allay suspicion, we started fighting. The twins were amused. We were not. I'd have thought they'd take Hattie's side since they despise me, but I'm not entirely sure our trick was successful, since they've questioned me countless times about the whole thing. This reminds me of Asher. I wasn't wrong. He's changed a lot. Up close, there's a hardness in his eyes that didn't used to be there along with the scar. It shouldn't surprise me. Whoever painted his portrait left the scar out. I'd think he'd be proud of it. A show of his strength and power. However, his slow grin was the same, but there was an edge to it that made me remember that he isn't the boy that I met during lessons. That I snuck around with. That led me to the pond by the orchard, hidden in the trees. Who kissed me in a way that made me forget I wasn't an elf. I revealed myself that day. He did too. I'm Fae. He was the Alvheim prince, not yet king at the time. We are impossible. Yet that moment with him on that sunny summer day was perfect. It was possible. It was true. As we were dancing in Skelling Hall earlier, I think he momentarily remembered the softness inside that has long since hardened to malice. I think it scares him. He scares me. There's sly cunning that isn't about sneaking around the castle kitchens or skipping classes. It's destructive, evil, almost like a curse. I regret not taking my shot at him. I should have done it. My heart wouldn't let me. Hattie was right. I'm not a murderer. But what happened to her glamour? Did the terrible two recognize me? What made them think they had a shot at entering Skelling Hall? My mind turns these questions over, but with each one it returns to Asher. The way his hand felt around mine. The way my heart thundered. The way he gazed at me. Is there a chance some of the real him remains? I have to hope so, because this is far from over, even though I should have ended it with my arrow. The next morning, the honey-scented air tricks me into thinking everything is fine. The rain stopped. I take a deep breath and stretch. I dreamt of dancing with Asher beside the pond in the orchard. I snort as the previous evening's events return. The house is silent. Hopefully, Nasrin and Sadira were out so late they'll sleep much of the day. They typically leave their chores to me, so today should be no different. The sun, with its peculiar blotch like a smudge of ash, lifts over the trees. In the distance, drumming signals elves are trooping. It's not unusual, but fear pricks me, sending a zing through my stomach. I'm probably hungry. The marching gets slightly louder. They're moving in this direction. Could they be looking for me? I listen for the accompaniment of horns. Elves troop for a variety of reasons, but mostly as a show of their might. It's the first day of the tournament. There's a good chance it's to herald the event typically done with music, dancing, and hunting. That prickle of fear winds its way through me like thorny vines. Could they be hunting for me? I tell myself it's in preparation for the 3 trophies of the tournament, a symbolic bid for the throne, even though the king always wins. The runners-up are the strongest among them, and become guards and warriors. I listen as the elven archers march, the clink and clank of blades, armor, and weapons in the distance. I imagine them coming here to plunder, to raid, to take the Fae and send us to the Gastroke's Terra, or wherever Aunt Ella went. The fear inside of me heightens further, and I get up, hurriedly getting dressed when a scream practically shakes the house. There's no mistaking Sadira's shouts. She probably woke up to find a slithering spider on her pillow. Serves her right. Nasrin joins her, practically hysterical. If the trooping elves were coming this way, that's sure to draw them faster. If they were smart, they'd stay away because the terrible two are so named for good reason. I hurry to the front room to find them actually upset and standing over Drod's chair by the window. Nasrin spots me first. Tears stream down her face. What did you do? I hold up my hands. I didn't do anything. Sadira blocks my view of her father. Her shoulders shake. I know it was you, she hisses. You were up to something last night. This is no different. Nasrin rounds on me. I have no idea what you're talking about. Where did you get the gown? Where is it? Sadira asks, but before she lets me answer, she shoves by me toward my room at the back of the house. It's then that I see that my uncle is no longer breathing. He stares vacantly, fixedly ahead. I swallow back the lump in my throat, but my eyes mist over. I rush toward him, desperate to wake him up or wake myself up from this nightmare. Nasrin shoves me back. I fall into the bookshelf, sending a few books scattering to the floor. She stalks toward me. We saw 2 Hatties last night. We know you were up to something. We knew you were friends with that elf, just like we know you think you're good enough for the king. We've seen the way you look at him. And you always thought you were better than us. I found it, Sadira calls. Like a weapon, she brandishes the beautiful gown Hattie made. Nasrin scoots back like it'll harm her. And look. It's torn. Sadira holds it up. What did you do to our father? Who are you in league with? Nasrin demands. I didn't hurt Uncle Drod. I wouldn't. My voice falters. You are nothing but trouble, Elsie. You drove our mother away. You made him like that and now he's dead. There's no sign of blood or foul play. I'm not sure how he died, but I had nothing to do with it. I promise. There's a plea in my voice. Likely story coming from you, Nasrin says. They didn't love you. Sadira's lips pucker further. That's not true, I stammer. Now they're gone. Are you happy? Nasrin asks. No. What are you talking about? You were like a splinter in their lives, Elsie, festering until it ruined them. My mouth drops open. They've said some mean things to me, but this is too far. Too hurtful. You wonder why our mother had sadness in her eyes when she looked at you. You had 3 sisters. Our mother was only lucky she wasn't sacked with all of you. But she was forced to look after you. She felt it was her duty to her sister, but it was a burden. We know the truth, Elsie. The snowflake necklace throbs with cold reality. Maybe they're right. We never want to see you again. You've broken our family. You've taken away what we can never get back. Nasrin's nostrils flare. We banish you from our home. From our lives. Leave and never come back, Sadira commands. It's not true. None of it. But I won't stay where I'm not wanted. I gather my bow, arrows, and a bag with some of my things, then pad to the front room. Nasrin and Sadira are draped over the chair where Uncle Drod remains. They're weeping, mourning. It's dreadful and exactly what I feel like doing. I pause by the door and, using my magic, close his eyes, hoping he's at peace. I wander through the woods. I'm not lost, but I feel like I am having lost both my aunt and now my uncle. I'll go to Hattie's house eventually, but right now I need to be alone. In a clearing by a stream where Aunt Ella and I used to linger after foraging, I sit on a smooth rock. I hold my head in my hands and tears drop from my eyes, dotting the leaves at my feet until they're damp. Maybe I am unwanted. Don't deserve goodness. Perhaps the elves are right. Murkast are the lowest of the low, little better than dirt. Voices thread my thoughts, arguing with me in my grief. Then other voices twine with those. They're soft at first. Trooping elves gone astray? But the others still march in the distance. Asher was right about one thing, they're loyal. They never veer from the pack or the track, not after what happened to the first king. I figured they'd like an offering of honey, cream, and Oreos, says a female voice in an accent I've never heard before. What made you think they'd like Oreos? Another voice asks. Duh, an offering to the elves. It's Fae who like sweets. You should know that. But elves like to feast. It's to keep up their warrior strength. Leaves crackle and branches snap. My necklace throbs with icy cold against my neck. I figured since we were going to the Eastlands, I ought to be prepared, says that first voice. I quickly climb a tree and hide out of sight. They are not from around here. Some are Fae, but not all. Then I hear 3 sharp shouts, a thump, and silence. I peer down from the tree. They're gone. There's commotion and then arguing about flying. Then they go silent. They've fallen into a wild, unseelie Fae trap. Asher asked me about whether I was a Fae sympathizer. Absolutely, but not the wild, unseelie. They'll just as soon capture one of their kind to tease and torture as they would an elf. I shimmy down the tree and to the edge of the hole in the ground. I shuffle back. It isn't like the drop over the side of the cliff at the Gastrokes, but is just as deadly. Vines possessed by grim magic hold them fast, slowly smothering them like constricting snakes. But they aren't ordinary vines. Their thorns release poison through the body and to the mind, slowly driving their captives mad as they struggle and eventually die. I squeeze my eyes shut, summoning bright words. My fey magic won't do anything to loosen the vines, but a combination of elven bright words sends the vines slithering back into the recesses of the hole. There are 3 female fey who slowly flutter out of the hole. A male shifts into a raven and flies upward before collapsing on the forest floor. 2 males remain. "Throw us down the rope?" one of the males asks weakly. A female fey with almost white hair and her eyes tight with pain stares dumbly for a moment before reaching into her pocket. She produces a skin of elven metal. My eyes widen. I've seen a few like that before, but never one with that particular weave. "Where did you get that?" I ask. She doesn't answer and helps her friend. They heave one of the guys over the side, and then the other. "Thank you," says a guy with a deep scar across his cheek. Asher comes to mind. "You're welcome. I hope." The last male smiles, revealing very sharp teeth. I swallow hard. A female fey with dark hair stalks toward me with her hand outstretched. I leap back. "You," she says, staring at my neck. "I've heard stories of vampires and worry they're here for my blood." "We need to help Val. She took the worst of the poison," the guy with the scar says. "Her wounds don't quite heal as quickly as a wolf's do, or as they used to. She's been through a lot." I'm backed against a tree as the 6 close in around me. Through my preoccupation with my aunt's disappearance, the events of the night before, finding my uncle dead, and everything else, the memory of my second sight vision returns. The prophecy comes into focus. "I can help you," I say. "She's wearing the necklace," the one with black hair says. "Elsie?" asks the one with the almost white hair. "We have to tend to her wounds," I say, gesturing to the 3rd fey. "Ella was an amazing healer. I learned from her. I don't have the right supplies here. Come. But we have to be careful." I explain that I was kicked out but not why. "Gruff," says the vampire. "I'd offer you to stay with us, but we just got here," says the one with the scar. "And by the looks of things, we were looking for you," says the raven shifter, who is now back in his human form. "They're all wounded, and unless Nasrin and Sadira threw away Aunt Ella's supplies, I should be able to help them, that is if they let me in the house." We hurry down the lane. From the other side, the trooping elves march toward us with their battle banners waving and their seeker spears raised. Chapter 6. Asher. From my mount, a giant warrior goose at the head of the troop, I spot the fey who posed as Hattie, daughter of Jura. She has several others flanking her. Are we going to have a standoff? Is that her intention? Fight her foes? If so, I've just brought war to her doorstep. Almost as soon as we'd set out, I traced her scent from the castle along a winding path, leading behind houses and down narrow lanes. I even discovered a strip of her torn gown fluttering on the top of a fence. Then we got a report of murder, typical for the Fae to kill their kind. The Unseelie in particular are the worst. They cannot be trusted. 2 sisters claim their cousin killed their father, her uncle. We continued to the outskirts of Alvheim, passing countless murkast cowering in fear. It feeds the cursed rage that builds in me. The power of my warriors supports it too, like it's starved for a fight. The 7 Fae on the other end of the lane are no match for our might. The troop consists of my most valiant warriors, and we will destroy them. As we get closer, she comes into focus. Her strawberry-kissed hair, freckles, and plump lips try to melt my hard shell. I fight inside, my true self trying to give in to it while the crown on my head wards against softening. The lightning in her green eyes flashes. I lift my hand to halt the troop. She steps forward. The thunder noise gets louder. I grit my teeth against it, firming my grip on my mount. She bucks slightly and I guide her back into formation with a jerk of the reins. Bow before your king, I command. Not one of them moves. My warriors ready their weapons. It's then I realize that several of the Fae are wounded. Others wear attire I've never seen before, and the males aren't actually Fae. The strangeness of the scene punctures my cursed armor. I am King Asher, son of Griswold, ruler of the Eastlands. Identify yourselves. A giant of a man with wild dark blonde hair steps forward. I am King Jackson Ron, thunder son of Torsold Ron by way of Raven's Landing in the Northlands. But you can call me Soren. The thunder in my ears is as loud as ever. Do these people bring ill tidings? My heart says no. My mind, encircled by the cursed crown, shouts yes. That voice is louder. Bow, I command. King Jackson Raffin's gaze doesn't waver from mine, but takes the hand of the Fae with white hair. She's pale and moves as though it's painful. I am Kiki, Queen of the Ravens. I've heard stories of the Northlands and the Raven shifters there, but we've been isolated, closed off from the rest of the realm. If shifters are intermingling with the Fae, they're not welcome here. Another male steps forward. I am King Callan, heir to the helm of Brenzondel in the west. My beloved Val needs help. We were snagged in a trap in the woods. I know nothing of the kings of afar, and trust those who befriend Fae even less. King Callan growls and in one swift motion, shifts into the biggest wolf I've ever seen. He launches himself at me. My warriors are fast, and so am I as I jump to my feet with my sword lifted and aimed at his chest. I know little of your kind, other than the fact that elven metal is deadly. He snarls. His copper eyes are unnerving. If it weren't for my sword, he'd have ripped out my throat. Without my hearing her, the Fae with the hair and eyes as dark as the night sky angles a sword of elven metal, barring mine from stabbing the wolf. You lift your sword to one of us, you claim yourself as an enemy. I am Lee, I've seized the throne of the Southlands and show no mercy. Lower your weapon or meet mine. Fire blazes in her eyes. The others, despite their weakened state, crackle with Fae magic. The third male bears sharp teeth. I've seldom seen vampires, and wouldn't deny that my blood curdles at the sight of him. I lower my sword, but my warriors do not. Lee steps back but doesn't sheathe her weapon. The fourth Fae steps forward. The one I'd recognize anywhere. The scent of honey blossoms fills the air. And you know me, Asher. I am Elsie, once your friend. Forever your enemy. Her voice bites with the ferocity of 1,000 vampires. Frost Fae and done denying it. I am the cursed king. I am in control. Why did you spare me last night, Elsie? I ask, ever cunning. You could have killed me on the spot. Instead, you disguised yourself, danced with me. If I'm not mistaken, we had a moment. I toss out the memory like it means nothing. The curse pushes against the thunder, but the truth is always stronger. I won't hesitate next time, Elsie says. There won't be a next time. The murkast of Alvheim know better than to wield their magic against elves. At that, I cast bright words. Although they should probably be called grim words. Either way, the Fae magic is suspended. Little more than static in the air. From the modest cottage, 2 Fae watch, wearing smug expressions. That's the problem with their kind. They show no loyalty. Warriors, seize them and bring them to the dungeon at Skelling Hall, I order. Elsie steps back. Why are you arresting us? I glance at the 2 girls standing in the doorway to the cottage. For murder. Then I glare at the 6 unwelcome visitors from afar. For aiding a criminal. For deigning to threaten me. I turn on my mount and ride back to the castle and away from the temptation that the thunder brings. At my back, Elsie screams, What crimes? They did nothing. I didn't kill my uncle. Then she falls quiet. From their midst, a raven takes to the air. The warriors launch their spears, but the bird is too fast and flies out of sight. There's a scuffle as the 6 of them resist, even in their weakened state and even without the use of their powers. However, they'll be no match for my warriors. That afternoon, I pace in my quarters, my mind mucked up by the events of last night and now this morning. The thunder is a low rumble in my being. The tournament begins tonight. I have to regain my focus if I'm to win. I'm always the champion, and it's not because I'm favored or cheat. I really am the strongest, most cunning and skilled warrior in the Eastlands. My brother would have made an excellent king, but he didn't deserve this kind of burden. The darkness in my mind presses against the heaviness in my chest. I try to push it away. The Fae Elsie killed her uncle. She helped several people cross our borders. Both are crimes. I want to know why, but the strategist and monarch in me needs to know how. How did they come to be here? I slouch against the wall. I didn't detect one among them was a mage, but they're not to be trusted, so it wouldn't be a surprise if they used grim magic, the kind that curses me to this crown. Someone raps on my door. Come in. It's my lead warrior, Svante, who has been with my family since my father's reign. Your Highness, I have an update for you. We found this among the prisoner's possessions. He drops a leather book on my desk. Most of them are wounded, and their weapons are all elven made, including a skin we discovered. We put those items in the armory. Anything else? I ask, my thoughts bound up in the skin, the prophecy. Yes, a murkast named Elsie repeatedly demands to see you. Shall she be the first to go to the gasstrokes? No. Not yet. Let her think she stands a chance. Svante bows and then exits. The weight of my burden vies for control as the thunder noise rocks through me again. I stumble and catch my hands on my desk. The leather-bound book is tied with a cord. I slouch into the chair and part its pages. Each entry is addressed to my dearest daughters and signed your loving mother, Aina. I suppose at least Elsie was honest about being daughter of Aina when she claimed to be Lita. I half-heartedly call to Svante to find an elf named Hattie, but he must be too far down the hall to hear me. The early contents of the journal contain recounts of a mother's love, stories of sweet babies, laughter, and joy. There are 4 of them, Elsie, Kiki, Val, and Lee. Then the tone of the mother's writing changes to one of uncertainty and marred with worry. One entry makes me wonder about my mother and when she left us. Elves aren't particularly family-oriented, but I always wondered why our mother left after I was born. My father was brutish. He could have driven her away. I couldn't imagine a woman loving him. I doubt he ever heard the Elnord unless it foretold war. Her name was Yana, and supposedly Sig took after her, whereas I was more like our father. Son of Griswold is right. I read more. My dearest daughters. It pains me to do this, but we must say farewell for now. I've considered every option. This is the safest. I can't predict what will happen, but I am certain this will keep you clear of the curse until you are better prepared to face it. I never intended for us to be apart, or for you to have to bear this burden. Please know that no matter where we are, I will always love you. Even when I depart this world for the Sea of Dreams, I will always guide you and protect you. You are my light. The light of the realms. Sometimes to shine the light, the shadow must be sought first. Please remember who you are. You are mine and I am forever yours. Your loving mother. Aina. Enwrapped in the journal, I worry one of the babies was sick, but then realize I met them all on the lane earlier. The 4 sisters. I jolt back in the chair. My pulse quickens. This can't be. How'd they get here? How'd they find each other? I stubbornly refuse to allow it to be true. But my eyes did not deceive me. As I skim the next pages of the journal, the mother's concerns deepen, primarily about her husband. How he's changing. How it seems a grim force has clouded his thoughts. How his moods turn in an instant. I know the feeling. My head dips under the weight of the crown. The pages of this journal remind me of my own curse. I only made the choice I did to spare my brother. I didn't think of anything other than purchasing his freedom from this burden I now bear. Through these pages, I'm getting pieces of the rest of the story. For a second, it silences the thunder in my ears with its finality. There is only one ending. It has been forecast. I don't want to let the Count win this battle for eternity, but the stone fixed atop my head forces my will. I read the rest of the journal. While I want to stay in the chair for the remainder of this age while I still have my mind, I pocket the journal, then slip through the castle and into the dungeon. The guards nod as I enter. Several of the prisoners reach for me, begging for mercy. I silence them with bright words, then creep along the wall, stopping just before the large cell that holds the 6 prisoners. I keep myself hidden. They speak in hushed tones, but do well to confirm the contents of the journal as they explain the situation. They discuss their plan to find the Count and to end it all. I want to confront them, but Elsie's voice stills me, and the thunder only gets louder. Chapter 7. Elsana. The self-satisfied expressions of Nasrin and Sadira, who, apart from my aunt and uncle, were the only family I knew my entire life, are nothing like the warmth I instantly receive from my actual sisters, my family. Kiki paces by the bars to the cell. I always wondered why my wounds healed so fast. I'm almost as good as new. I'm not. Val moans. She took the worst of the sting from the vines and now rests against Callan, who tries to soothe her. All things considered, it's much nicer than the Brenzondel dungeon, Kiki says. Val lifts her gaze, shooting Callan a stern look. He replies, that time you went to the dungeon willingly. If I recall, Rykard set you up in a posh tower room before the bloodsport matches. Kiki slouches against the bars. Posh. If only Soren were here to tease you about your use of Terra terms. Kiki, he's better off out there. He was smart and shifted before the rest of us were captured, Lee says. Hopefully he went to find help, Tyrion says. Kiki comes closer and joins the rest of us by the far wall. I don't like this place. The elves are, she says. Grumpy? Rude. Cold? Tyrion interjects. I nod. You have it about right. You haven't met our great-grandmother yet, Val says weakly. Everyone nods. If we had the journal that Val stole from Nathina's, we could truly start at the beginning, but I'll try to sum it up, Kiki says. I lean in closer, not only because she speaks in hushed tones but because I want to absorb as much of the story, of my unknown history in the proximity of my sisters as possible. Our mother, Aina, was raised by Nathina, who she called a foozle. Means pig-headed, old-fashioned, I say. Callan nods. She wanted our mother to marry a fae named Drod. She explains how fae marriages used to be arranged at birth. My mouth slowly drops open. Drod is our uncle. He and Ella married. They raised me. That was not in the diary, Lee says. I found him dead this morning. I choke back a sob. The space falls silent except for the dripping of water and the soft gust of Val's breath. This time I get up and pace, explaining what our cousins discovered. I swallow hard. Do you think someone knows who he was, who I am, where I am? I ask rapid fire as questions come at me. They're all staring, wide-eyed and as unsure as I am about what his death could mean. Then I add, where we are. I don't know, Kiki says. She goes on to tell about how our parents got married, defying our great-grandmother's wishes and in some ways the conventions of the day. But things were changing. Fae and other magicals were definitely intermingling and intermarrying. Not if King Asher has anything to say about it, I mumble. Our parents were happily married, despite Nathina's wishes since he was a vampire. They loved each other deeply. All three of my sisters smile, Lee at Tyrion, Val at Callan, and Kiki toward the small window well out of reach. Then she wrote that our father started to change. Moodiness. Prone to angry outbursts. She wrote that a grim darkness crept over him like a fog. There'd be breaks in it, but they started to come less frequently. Flash forward to a few months of that, and it became clear we weren't safe. She hid us away with people she trusted. That's debatable. After all, Nathina raised me, Val's voice rasps. We have to tend to her wounds. True, Lee says. But I think she appointed each of us guardians based on our personalities, the strengths we'd need to gain, and the battles she knew we'd someday have to fight. You think she knew what was coming? Kiki asks. Lee lifts and lowers her shoulder. Possibly. Our uncle Ivan Vladikov raised me. Vampire. Our father's brother. Tough as nails are vampire teeth. My eyebrows knit together. She trusted him? With my life, Lee says. Though there was a time recently when I wasn't too sure that was a good idea, but we're good now. She raised me, Kiki says in a small voice. When you first told me that she kept you, I was jealous, Lee admits. Me too, Val adds. I guess I am too. And Ella, her sister, raised me, but I count you as the luckiest one. I'm not sure. I think she thought I was the weakest. The one most in need of her protection. The three of you are fierce. Kiki gazes at her boots. Kiki, you and that sword are a force to be reckoned with, Callan says. Yeah, I'll never walk down a New York City street again without watching over my shoulder for a demon-slaying, butt-kicking fae boss, Tyrion says. If we ever walk down a New York City street again. Lee pats him on the arm. We were separated, but what brought us back together? I ask. This. Kiki passes me a wrinkled note. A demon gave me this the day our mother moved on to the Sea of Dreams. I've been seeking each of you ever since. And the false kings and mages have been on our tail, Callan says. Along with demons, a grunder, basically we have lots of enemies, Tyrion says. My mouth goes dry as I read Demon's Shadow Thief while the Fae Court grieve. 4 sisters to find. 1 compass to bind. 4 crowns to take. 1 curse to break. Before 12 moons turn, else the realm will burn. My stomach sinks. I look at each of them in turn, suddenly understanding it completely. What were you saying about mages? Glandias primarily, Kiki replies. Nasty piece of work. Lee scowls. But not all of them. Vespertine and Timoleon are good mages. Callan wrinkles his nose. The word good is open to interpretation. I'd say they're tricky. I've followed you up until now, but what exactly is a mage? When the king closed our borders, they were banished. The king doesn't have one in his employ? Callan asks, surprised. I shake my head. Not that I know of. I don't pay much attention to affairs of state, but have gotten the sense that there's a reason they're not welcome here. Mages act like an advisor in a way, but they manipulate energy with spells, so words and the force of their will can influence elements, runes, potions, and the vexing grim energy that draws in the weak-minded. So they can use grim magic. Everyone nods. Fae can too, Val says as if she knows this firsthand. I wonder if elves can. I sigh, wondering what changed Asher so significantly from the elf I knew. I may have misjudged Asher's character for being someone I could love, but as soon as he seized the throne, he became someone else entirely. I'm not sure, but I think it can definitely manipulate them. Callan lifts and lowers a shoulder. Kiki gazes through the bars of the cell to where the guards stand at attention. What else can you tell us about elves? Aina sheltered me from this entire world. As a peace officer, I knew there were demons, but the rest of it was news to me. I have to admit, it was tough to believe, and took me a while to get used to the idea of vampires existing. Tyrion slings his arm around her, in a brotherly way. We're not so bad. They both laugh lightly, hers is slightly nervous. Let's see. I could probably teach a class on this since I studied here in the castle, but I'll stick to the highlights. Elves are a magical race like Fae, but they use bright words, meaning they cast spells verbally instead of having power that comes from within and projects through energy like we do. They're also skilled warriors, trackers, and legend has it that they can hear something called Elnord. Not all of them, but some experience the thunder noise, which can alert them to danger or to the proximity of their fated mates called a heart match. I've heard of wolf shifters having fated mates, Callan says, playing with a strand of Val's hair. Lee lifts an eyebrow. How touching, but back to elves. I take it they do not like Fae. I explain about the murkast. So do they take Fae shadows? That would require demons thieving, right? No, I've never seen or heard of demons in the Eastlands, but Fae have been going missing. I tell them about Ella and the father and son who appeared on the field at the event last night. You said the borders are closed, but I'm guessing the king is sending the Fae somewhere, Kiki says. The king? You think he's involved in this? It's a stupid question that I already know the answer to. Count Vlad, also known as the Shadowcaster, commands the 4 false kings and leads the demons who are responsible for the thefts of the shadows from the Fae. He assigned those kings to gather soldiers to create the Shadow Army with the intent to cast the world into darkness, Kiki says matter of fact. Lee snaps her fingers. The Fae who've gone missing are being sent to the Southlands. That's why there were so many in the mines, and that's why they knew how to work with elven metal. She turns to me. They're building weapons for the weapons, us Fae. That means Aunt Ella too. My heart craters. This is a whole lot bigger than I thought. So, who do we have on our side? Callan rubs his hands together, a strategist through and through. The 6 of us, Soren, Gerda, Timoleon, the Wild Fae, hopefully Vespertine, the Shield Fae. Kiki starts listing people. What kinds of resources do you have here? Callan asks me. There are the Fae. I'm an archer, for instance. The elves, of course, and they have giant fighter geese. Tyrion and Lee burst into a fit of laughter. We all stare at them because nothing is funny right now. Lee points her fingers down in front of her mouth. Geese with fangs. Tyrion snorts with hysterics and can hardly catch his breath. He waves his hand. Sorry, it's an inside joke. Fighter geese are no laughing matter, I say in all seriousness. They go still. Really? Lee asks. They're fierce. And yes, they have fangs, but there's nothing funny about them. Whose team do they play for? Tyrion asks. Technically, whoever has the most grubs. Lee wrinkles her nose. I'm well acquainted with the woodland life here. If it comes to it and we need them, I think I can persuade them to come to our aid. They're not fond of the elves, even though they use them when trooping. You said about the fangs, are they vampires? Kiki asks quietly. No, but they do have venom and aren't afraid to bite. Kiki bites her lip and then says, when I found our other sisters, they were shocked and in denial. Not denial, Val says. The news shook me to my core. I wasn't sure I could trust you, but what choice did I have? Lee adds. I tap the necklace. I was slightly suspicious, but I see the necklaces we all share. Mine seem to be alerting me to your presence. In fact, in the past, it seemed to alert me to danger. So it has powers? Lee asks. I shrug. The others shake their heads. Nathina tried to steal mine. Lee shivers. So maybe she was looking for yours, Elsie. Nathina did steal mine, but I got it back, Val says. I clear my throat. But I also knew you were coming, eventually. Or rather, I should say it had been foretold that you were coming. Lee's eyes widen. You mean the prophecy? I nod and close my eyes. From the pain false king's reign. Stones and dread weave a deadly thread. Among the poor are weapons for war. His doing will be his undoing only if the four change the score. I shift uncomfortably from foot to foot. With my second sight, I've felt the dread of what the future may hold, but I keep this to myself. The four? Kiki whispers. It was given after Count Bortimel fell. I always thought the king closed the borders because he feared the count would return, but I think he's been replaced. The others nod. Tyrion says, but it's not just the false kings. There's also the mage that we mentioned. Glandia's. He goes on to tell me all about the grim mage, the havoc she's wrought, and her desire for absolute power. We have to get out of here, get the weapons back, Lee says. And heal you, Lee, Callan adds. And find Soren, Kiki says. And the diary, I add because I think it might be key in confirming my suspicions. I glance at Lee because I think she knows too. However, my eyes don't linger there long because King Asher appears from the shadows. Chapter 8. Asher. The crown on my head feels tighter in the presence of the prisoners, summoning the foul curse inside of me. A grim smile lifts my lips. You'll do none of that from behind those bars, I say, referring to their audacious desire to find their weapons, friend, and the diary. I have that last item in my pocket. Lee, the fae with the dark hair and eyes, saunters forward. You have no idea what we're capable of, false king. I cast bright words, silencing her from further comment. And you have no idea what I'm capable of. My voice is practically a hiss. Elsie steps forward. I do, Asher. The thunder pounds in my ears. I can't let the softness inside cloud my purpose. King Asher, I correct. The others survey us. My sister needs a healer, Elsie demands. Your sister will soon find herself visiting the Gastrokes. I heard the entire tale. I know of the prophecy. I'm not a soft-hearted fool. Elsie's nostrils flare and she presses her head close to mine from behind the bars. Her eyes are just as I remember them, green and chipped with bronze like they contain pockets of sunshine. I blink a few times. Imagine it was your brother laying there, and you were in here. You'd want to help him. Elsie glares. You know nothing of my brother. She grips the bars. Other than that, you killed him and took the throne. You are a selfish, backstabbing, conniving swine. You break families, send fae away to be rended from their shadows, and are heartless. Mark my words, Asher, my arrow will someday pierce your heart. She doesn't break my gaze. Whatever is left of my heart craters. Everything is silent. Even the thunder. Mic drop, the wolf shifter named Callan says with a snigger. Lee snorts through her nose. Tyrion the vampire claps his hand slowly, breaking the spell. Well done, sister number 4. My lip lifts into a sneer at the foolish murkast. I dare you to try to pierce my heart. I pace in front of the cell. If you haven't noticed, I'm here and you're there. I have your weapons, many weapons of my own, and a legion of warriors. I have bright words and could use them to end you now. She recoils as if I slapped her, then her expression turns to stone. No, elven metal capable of slicing through anything. Elsie, beautiful, sweet Elsie. She's the frost fae that I courted during our lessons, who I danced with under the orchard trees, who I kissed, who I can hardly take a breath. The hatred in her expression could destroy kingdoms on its own. It could destroy me. But I'm already well on that road, thanks to the curse. I dare you to allow me to compete in the Thunder Tournament, she says rather boldly, like she just took a swig of cider. I blink a few times, not sure I heard her correctly. Then a laugh escapes. A fae, competing in the tournament? She crosses her arms in front of her chest and cocks her head. I fight the urge to call the guards over to witness this ludicrousness. I trained with you, Asher. I know the ways of the elves. You can't use bright words. Her lips move. They're so full, so lustrous and shining like two plump berries. My head goes fuzzy and inclines as I'm drawn closer, my face almost fitting through the bars. The sound she makes is like water over pockets of silver, like bells chiming in the breeze, exactly like elven bright words. The thunder melts into it, urging me to give in. To give myself over. The crown tightens, bringing me to my senses. How dare you, a fae, use the magic of the elves? She rubs her lips together, suddenly coy. And there's a lot more where that came from. How dare you? I repeat at a hiss. I've never heard of a fae using our most sacred language of power. Then again, maybe she only has command of simple spells, and ones that enamor. I dare, and I dare to enter the tournament. One of my counselors approaches. Your Highness, I have a report related to the death of the fae in the cottage. He eyes the prisoners with disgust. Yes, I reply, permitting him to continue. The murder of Drod the Fae wasn't committed by another of their kind as had been accused. He spares a glance at Elsie. Nor was it an elven crime. What then? Grim magic. A mage, we think. I regret to inform you there have also been demon sightings. I shake my head. Impossible. Never. Not in this land. No way. We're blocked from runes of passage and portals. My lead warrior Svante barrels down the stairs, looking alarmed. He clears his throat. I heard the news. Disturbing. I grip my chin deep in thought. I say it's an error conjecture, Svante says. I don't think the reports have merit. Sir, I was trooping at dawn on the ridge by Alvheim. I saw the demons myself, the advisor says. Svante sputters, which is most unlike him. We closed the borders. I made sure there was no way my brother could come home and try to undo what I'd done. It was to protect him and to keep away mages, vampires, and other foul beasts. They've been opened. He turns to the prisoners. What have you brought upon us? Demons. The one thing I managed to keep away. Not only do they rend fae shadows, but they also rob elves of their voice, rendering us incapable of using bright words. I too turn to the prisoners. How? How did you cross the borders into the Eastlands? The land bridge between the Southlands and here. Lee flashes me a surly smile. But that's one way only. How did you access it? I turn to Svante. We must have a traitor in our midst. Someone from the other side. So you have been sending fae there, Elsie accuses. I have no choice. The crown compels me. Most of the fae don't go to the Gastrokes like everyone is led to believe. Most are sent to the portal that lands them directly with guards on the other side, where they'll work in the Southland mines making weapons. My trooping warriors collect others who've gone astray, wandered away from their villages, or otherwise fall into our traps. Val, the fae who needs the healer, gets to her feet and shambles toward me. I don't like you, but we can help you, if you help us. I bark a laugh. Why would I do something like that? She needs a healer, Asher, Elsie says. And I need fae to do my bidding, which is not conducive to granting your freedom. Nor do I give a brass fig about their well-being. I point to the prisoners as the words slide off my tongue. However, they're not the ones I truly want to say. I've learned enough about fae and mages to know about glamour and ensorceling, but that isn't the problem. It's the crown, the stone in particular, that forces my hands and words. I've tried to find my way between their power and back to mine, but it's no use. It's easier to give in. You are, Elsie starts. I cast a few bright words to silence her, like I'd done to her sister before. Yes, Elsie, I know the way you feel about me. I narrow my eyes. If only it was the same as it had once been. The two voices in my mind argue, but for once I'm glad the soft one is still there, still strong enough to fight back, at least for now. We've all fought the mage. Val, covered in burns and sores, leans against the bars. I take it you've all lost. I roll my shoulders, regaining command over myself. They all respond at once. Then Elsie says, "No, Asher, the battle has just begun." Her eyes glare with fire and ice. A mage on Alvheim soil is dangerous. I consider the possibilities. "Let me compete in the tournament," she says. I laugh again because it's ludicrous. Give me a reason why. We'll contend together. Rivals. She smiles that sweetly mischievous smile of hers. The one I'd recognize anywhere, even though when we'd first met she was glamored to look like an elf. After she revealed her true identity, I'd already fallen for her, and even more so when I saw her real appearance. I do my best to ignore it now. Curiosity gets the better of me. What do you want? Freedom, obviously, for all of us. A healer for Val. Our weapons, license to hunt the mage, and information about my Aunt Ella. If it's true and there is a mage in Alvheim, you doubt my warriors can handle him? Her, sir. The mage is a woman, Callan says, approaching me. And with all due respect, yes, I doubt very much that your warriors can handle her. He clears his throat. You have seeker spears to stop Fae from flying. They'll do nothing to slay her demons. You have arrows and other weapons, but she can vanish in a cloud of smoke and then reappear at your back and stab it. Your bright words are nothing to her. She'll silence you all in an instant. You have no idea the extent of her abilities. You just gave me a pretty good idea. I cross my arms in front of my chest. Callan shakes his head. But you don't know the feverish desire for power that drives her. Actually, that I have a pretty good idea about too. The cold crown that rings my head reminds me every day. So, will you let me compete? Elsie asks. I recall the look she gave me last night. She has an arrow with my name on it. Maybe letting her do the dirty deed would be most merciful. I soften. Then harden. No, just as she feels compelled to kill me, I must destroy them all. And what if you lose, Elsie? For elves, words aren't just sounds spoken. They connect to the senses, taste, touch. Her name on my tongue is like those tinkling bells I love so much. But the cursed beast within me won't have it. What will you give me if you lose? I repeat. And you will. I will enter into your service. I will do whatever you'd have me do. Her sisters and the others crowd around her, arguing against it. Elsie's eyes don't leave mine. Then she says, but don't worry. I'll win. The 6 prisoners stand lined up on the other side of the bars, ready to go to battle. I break away and pace, considering her request. The Thunder Tournament is an esteemed event, reserved exclusively for the most skilled elves. We value loyalty, strength, and valor. You're Fae. Your kind has no values to speak of, I say, reciting what we've been taught about the murkast. Unlike you, Fae value truth, integrity, and free will, Val says. You think that will help her get through the tasks? I scoff. You have no idea what she's up against. No, false king, you have no idea what you're up against, Lee says. The mage is unlike anyone you've ever faced, Hiki adds. I snort. They have no idea what I've been through. But what propelled me to make my decision to wear this crown was truth, integrity, and free will. They have no idea about the choices I've made. There are open invitations for anyone in Alvheim, Elsie says. They're not open to Fae or criminals. Name my crimes. She crosses her arms. Your first was using your dirty Fae glamour to pose as an elf. I hold up my thumb, counting off. I can lie, but I won't deny it, Elsie says. Your second was aiming your arrow at me. I lift my pointer finger. I didn't let it loose. Her eyes narrow as if she's taking aim all over again. Your third crime was defying your king. My third finger rises. You, Asher, are not my king. I fight against shrinking back as the thunder echoes in my ears. I blink, trying to clear my head as the fog from the crown takes me back into its grip. If you allow me to compete and I win, we will hunt the mage. The first task involves the use of bright words in a duel against an opponent. I've proven that I can do so, Elsie answers. The second task requires you to brew a potion. She tilts her head because I already know she's capable of doing so. She healed me once when we got tangled up with some nasty creatures in the maw. The third requires metalwork and slaying a beast. I trained with you as a warrior, Asher, she says. And she was the only one who came close to my level of skill. But you have to make your own weapon, I say, adding a new element to the tournament on the spot. All elves are taught the basics in metal crafting and weapon making. They'll figure it out. You just made that up. That's not part of the third event. I'm the king. I can do whatever I want, I gloat. She huffs. Clearly. She can do smithery, Tyrion says, giving Elsie an assuring nod. Fine. You can compete. I shake my head, already regretting the decision. Elsie's smile reaches her eyes. I have one question, Asher. Each time she says my name, the thunder rumbles. What do you win? She asks. Glory. Good. I'll be sure to let you know how I think it feels. You really think you'll win? I ask, surprised by her brazenness. I know I will. And when I do, there's one more thing I want. I brush my thumb along my bottom lip. And what, dare I ask, is that? You already demanded your freedom, a healer, and your weapons. And permission to hunt the mage. And her demons, Kiki adds. And find our aunt, Lee says. Elsie levels me with her gaze. The other thing I want is the truth. I want to know why you became this way. I let out a long-held breath, turn on my heel, and exit the dungeon. Chapter 9. Elsana. As soon as Asher's boots stop clomping up the stairs, Tyrion lets out a low whistle. Kiki claps. Lee beams at me with pride. Val just looks like she's going to collapse. I have to admit your wounds don't look good. Try to hang in there a little longer. I'll get you the potion to heal. If for some reason that doesn't work, I promise to win, and in 3 days a healer will see to you. You are amazing, Kiki says. I have to ask, sister to sister, do you and the king have a history? Lee asks. Yeah, there was some major tension. Tyrion waggles his eyebrows. You could say that, yes, I reply. I tell them how Aunt Ella would bring me to Skelling Hall, I'd glamour myself to look like an elf and slip into their lessons. I did this for years, hidden in plain sight, learning their ways. It wasn't for any reason other than that I was bored sweeping heating grates and cleaning up after the elven lords. Aunt Ella didn't mind. She wasn't worried that you'd be found out? Kiki asks. I shrug. I suppose not. I think she was too preoccupied with keeping her job. After she had the terrible two, she had more mouths to feed. Uncle Drod didn't make much in the mines, and she was able to sneak scraps and leftovers from the castle. Meanwhile, you were learning the skills necessary to overthrow the elven tyrants, Tyrion says. That wasn't my original plan. Not until I was in the mastery grades of training. Is that like high school? Lee asks. I shrug. There are 3 phases in elven training. Primary, secondary, and then mastery. I met Asher during mastery. We became friends. But I didn't know he was royalty or heir to the throne. Was he glamored too? No, he was what's called the spare heir. His brother Sig was the known heir. The one first in line. The public knew about Sig, but the fact that the former king had a second son was secret. I think that's intentional on the part of the elven monarchy system to reduce threats against potential successors. Also to ensure the people favor the prince, but in the event something happens, like, say murder, they have a backup. So where is Sig? Callan asks, leaning in with interest. Asher killed him. Their eyes widen in the dank, dim space. They thought they needed to protect the princes from outside forces when really the trouble was brewing within. Asher challenged Sig for the crown. It was a fight to the death. Weapons only. No bright words. There are words that can kill among the magical language of the elves, but they're forbidden. Lee bites her lip. Were they using elven weapons? I nod. Of course. Callan rubs his chin. Elsie, I've heard that elven metal has its own sort of power. When it is forged into a weapon, its first slice will imbue the victim of the cut, as it were, with prolonged life. Ironic, right? Especially if that victim is an enemy. That's why there's a ceremony every time a weapon is made, where the wielder slices their arm and offers the blood as a sacrifice to success in battle. Elves wear armor but leave their upper arms bare. The more scars that mark the skin, the more weapons and success the elf has seen in battle. But if the wielder of the sword doesn't make that first slice on their own skin, it offers the victim of the first cut prolonged life. Only if the said victim wins the weapon from them, I clarify. But that's rare because of the ritual. Lee pats her side. Tyrion wraps his arm around her. But there's more? Right? Callan asks. If the ritual isn't performed and the victim of the first slice wins the weapon, they become the wielder of the sword. If that's the case, the second time the weapon is used and the wielder successfully deals a death blow, prolonged life turns into eternal life. However, if a death blow is not dealt with the second use, the person with the sword in hand will die instantly. So I've been told. Again, elves are very careful to perform the ritual. What happens if the person who originally wielded the sword doesn't lose the sword to the victim? Tyrion asks. The victim doesn't get prolonged life. What if the victim wins the sword but the original wielder gets it back? I suppose they never lost it then. But it was marked with their blood, and if they held the sword then their intention, Callan says. Guys, let's not talk about blood right now, Tyrion says. Callan wags his finger in the air. But this is an important point. We're talking about the change of intentions as the sword swaps hands. If they had the sword, marked with their blood, but the original wielder wins it back, what if the sword offers protection against harming them even if a blow is dealt? They'll eventually heal because of the prolonged life they were offered with that first slice. Interesting theory, Tyrion says. He's right. That is technically how it works, but would never happen because of the ritual. Never? Callan asks. What about the weapons being made in the mines in the Southlands? Kiki asks. Good question, Callan says. The elves are nothing if not cunning, I say. But it's rare that they're immortal. You see, because of their loyalty they don't kill each other, or it turns out, Fae. They're sent to the gasstrokes and plunged to their deaths because of the ghosts haunting the cliff, or it turns out they're sent to the mines in the Southlands. Interesting, Callan says, as though there's something he's not letting on. So, when you make the weapon in the third task, give yourself a little slice. If I can forge a weapon. Tyrion smiles, showing a set of 4 sharp teeth. I can help you with that. As he reviews how to work with metal and tells me about the sword he forged called Fire Eater, the nuances of the ritual we discussed flitter into my mind, along with the fear that if Asher is capable of killing his brother, he wouldn't give a second thought to ending me, no matter the past we shared. I'm now the enemy. Unless he didn't kill his brother. What if Callan is onto something? What if Sig had the sword, marked with his blood, but when Asher won it back, the sword offered protection against harming Sig, even if a blow was dealt? What if Sig eventually healed because of the prolonged life he was offered with that first slice? The vampire lifts one dark eyebrow. Reading minds is beyond my ability, but I think I had the same thought as you're having now. I shake my head, coming back into focus. Reading minds is also beyond my abilities, but seeing possibilities for the future is not. Now certain things are starting to make more sense. You think? I ask. He nods. It's a possibility. As you can see, family will do anything for each other. Knowing what we do about elven metal, we need Fire Eater back, and make sure no one uses it other than Lee. I glance over my shoulder to where she, Kiki, and Callan tend to Val, trying to bring her comfort. Even in this short time, I'm certain that we'd do anything for each other. And maybe Asher would do anything for Sig. Maybe. As the sun begins to set, the clink of metal keys draws my attention to the cell door. We're all marched from the dungeon. In the gilded corridor of Skelling Hall, the sweet and savory sense of the post-tournament feast causes my stomach to clench. I should probably be more worried about the competition, but I'm starving. I'm doing this for the survival and freedom of my people and my new family, but I'd be a liar if it wasn't also to get a warm meal out of the deal. We're led to a tent on the broad field on the edge of the amphitheater. Guards line the perimeter, but I'm glad they allowed my sisters and the guys to join me. I wish we could help you with this task, Lee says. My grade in English was just barely, so I doubt bright words are my forte. Kiki wears a sad smile. Our mother, Aina, loved poetry. I don't know what bright words are like, but when you spoke them to Asher, they were beautiful. And if they're anything like poetry, and if you're anything like Mom, I know you'll succeed. She bunches me up into the tightest, warmest hug I've ever received. I feel her love, a sister's love, and our mother's too. Thank you, I say. If there's one thing I'm confident in, it's these 3 tasks. I can speak the bright language in my sleep, make potions in the dark, and fight blindfolded. The only problem might be in making my actual weapon, but Tyrion started to help with that. I can do this. Aunt Ella may not have known I'd be a contestant in the Thunder Tournament, but she knew what she was doing by allowing me to train with the elves. She knew someday I'd need those skills to survive. But not only that, I'll need them to win. Lee helps me into the fighter's uniform, much like the one I wore disguised as Hattie. The heralds call each of the contestants to the center ring before releasing us. Elven names I recognize from past tournaments and training are met with the cheers. Lastly, my name is called. Elsie, daughter of Aina. I march out with my chin lifted with pride. When the spectators see me, their cheers turn to boos and hisses. All except Hattie, seated in the front. Among the murkast, Nasrin and Sadira look on with shock. I offer Hattie my warmest and most reassuring smile, and my cousins receive my glare. The king's eyes slide over to me as the herald outlines the rules. He gets another kind of smile from altogether. It's a smile of warning. The first group of elves is sent to one side of the amphitheater, where they each stand at the end of their own elevated wooden pathway. The rest of us line up on the other end. It's a dueling strip for the first task. When I see my opponent at the other end, I swallow hard. In the Brightwoods duel, I'm fighting against Asher. I shouldn't be surprised. Elves are forbidden to use Brightwords to kill, but harming, maiming, maddening, and misleading are all permitted, which is exactly what is going to happen. When the drums crescendo and then fall silent, the herald signals we begin the duel. Bright words can only be directed at one person at a time, otherwise it would be chaos. The interesting thing about this is because I've seen Asher in action, I have a sense of his weakness. He, however, at least until earlier in the dungeon, had no idea I had a functional ability to use elven magic. Nonetheless, Asher advances and casts the first set of bright words, a complicated spell that sends a shudder through me, but that's just the beginning. My body starts to tremble, shake, my teeth chatter. Even if I could speak, the words would come out jumbled. I squeeze my eyes shut, trying to recall what he said. If I can speak them in reverse, I can undo the spell. Instead, I have to fend him off until they wear off. I shout simple spells to make him see three of me, so he's not sure where to cast his intention. Then another that twines his tongue temporarily. A third I'm about to land when he casts a bright word spell that makes me go rigid this time. My skin feels like it's crawling with something wet and slippery. 1,000 snakes slithering. The words worm into my mind. I want to brush off my skin and get away, but I'm stuck. This helplessness is the truth he wants me to believe. But my purpose is my fuel, and it can't be tricked by words. I cast a net of real truth around him. That once he was good. That once he was true. That once we felt something for each other. He staggers back. My bright words contain memories of us. I delve into the soft spots, the sunny pockets, the places we exchanged smiles, flirtations, and then I cast a spell containing my memory of the kiss. In a way, I'm playing dirty, but had I given him the chance, he would have brought me to my knees. He stands on the platform as I step close. I search his eyes for recognition, because right now I want it to have meant something. I'd like to have him back. Not for myself, but for the people. I know the prophecy. I read the note the demon gave Kiki. I'm aware of what's ahead for us, and even though Asher has done so much wrong, I don't want to believe he's given himself over entirely. Asher? I ask. He doesn't answer, and his gaze is thunderous. But his long-held silence, then the count to 10 when he doesn't spellcast back, indicates that I triumphed over the king. Chapter 10. Asher. The bells ding. The drums roll. Elsie's bright words and the memories she wove into them silenced me. The thunder grew so loud I couldn't cast anything back. I couldn't hear my thoughts. I couldn't organize a spell in my mind as I drowned in the roar. When the herald announces the winners and losers, my mind surfaces. The crown tightens. I'm reminded of the curse I bear. I stalk to my tent as anger spools off me. Your Highness, a fair elven maiden calls. I dismiss her with a wave of my hand. Elven children, fans clamor for attention. I breeze past them without so much as a glance. My warriors and attendants buzz around me with questions and reassurance. I find the bright words I lacked during the duel and silence them. More than anything, I need to think. I need a wide open field, the moor or the orchard, and to take this blasted crown off. But its hold only gets firmer the more I try to resist it. Outside, the cheering and chatter dies down. Everyone is going to the feast to celebrate. My lead warrior Svante pulls himself from my spell. Your Highness, about the Fae. She cheated. Used her dirty murkast magic, I spit. He swallows thickly because he knows as well as I do that isn't true. Dare I ask if we have a problem? One that you would like me to eliminate? He asks, choosing his words carefully. Svante has been lead warrior since I was an elfling. I can trust his loyalty and for him to follow my orders, no matter what. No, don't kill her. We'll contend in the second event. Is that advisable? If anyone is going to end her, it's going to be me. His eyebrow lifts almost imperceptibly. Is this personal? The corner of my lip lifts similarly. You might say that. The counselor who came to me in the dungeon says, there is still the issue of the mage. What of him? Her, Svante corrects. More activity was reported in several of the villages, including demons rending shadows, the counselor says. I growl. You know the arrangement we have. The wandering fae go through the portal. I'm afraid it's no longer a one-way passage. We sent a troop to investigate. He clears his throat. They too reported demon sightings. Svante glares at the counselor. Your Highness, I assure you, we have this under control. Have the demons made any moves against the elves? No, just the Fae. It seems this mage is gathering them for her own designs. So she's not working with? I incline my head, indicating the crown I'm cursed to wear. No. I clasp my hands and lean back in the chair, thinking. I don't want to believe that this confirms what the prisoners said as being true. We've had relative peace for years. Yes, it's building toward a war, but I thought that by exiling my brother and closing the borders, our people would be safe. I wish I could talk to him. He'd know what to do. Shall we cancel the tournament and address this? No, there's no reason to concern the people. It's just 2 more days. Send reinforcements to troop, being sure to keep an eye out for demons and this supposed mage. When I'm done here, I'll find her and send her back to whatever miserable hole she crawled out of. Same with the Fae prisoners. Svante nods. As you wish, Your Highness. But I'm not sure that's what I wish. Not at all. I debate between showing my face at the feast or not. I wouldn't mind crawling into a hole, or rather bed. Instead, I concede. Not doing so would admit my defeat. I'll make sure everyone knows that the Fae, still my prisoner, cheated. As I walk to Skelling Hall, the thunder in my mind lowers in pitch, it changes slightly. Almost like it's muted, cast into a cloud of smoke. The hair on my arm lifts. I cast bright words of protection around me, and around the tent containing the prisoners. That night my sleep is restless. I dream of Elsie and the memories she cast with her bright words. The ones that are hidden in my memory too, away from the curse, away from anyone's knowledge. But in the dream, a cloaked figure picks them apart one by one, throwing them into a blazing fire. But the fire is in her mouth and she devours them, and me too. I wake up in a sweat. My chest rises and falls as though I've been running. Had it been from the fire in my dream, I would have been too slow. I stumble to the window, allowing the cool, early morning air to steady my breath. In the distance, the contestants' tents ring the amphitheater. Family flags blow in the wind. I locate the prisoner tent because it doesn't fly a banner. Even though I don't trust the Fae, Elsie's intention is evident. She believes there's a grim mage in our midst. I'm afraid she's right. But I'm the king. It's up to me to seek out our enemies and destroy them. And I will, just as soon as I prove to my people that the Fae are inferior. I tend to matters of state during the day. There have been more demon sightings and reports of shadow Fae. The blotch on the sun seems to be getting darker too. But so am I. Even in these last hours, I sense myself slipping slowly and ever closer to the source of the power the stone possesses, that possesses me. I wouldn't wish the emptiness and darkness the curse of grim magic makes me feel on my worst enemy. Not even Elsie. At dusk, I march to the amphitheater, prepared to win this time. The drums roll and the crowds cheer as the contenders are announced again. Unlike last night, the murkast cheer for Elsie rather than the stunned silence of surprise to have one of their own in the tournament. As for me, there's a polite round of applause. I never pander for the favor of my people. I am a fearsome king and not a weakling that can't defeat a simple Fae. Then again, she bested me. My reputation is tarnished. It wouldn't come as a surprise if another elf challenged me for the crown. If they knew what it meant to bear this curse and dared to wear the thing, I'd let them. Then again, our downfall might come sooner rather than later if that were to be the case. For some reason, my heart remains strong against the curse, though it seems to be weakening by the day. The moon starts to rise as everyone stands in a half circle in front of the herald, as we hear the rules and obtain the assignment for the second task. You will be wildcrafting a potion to protect the elven children of Alvheim against a grave illness brought on by the dirty murkast, infectious crope throat. To you, they will appear as if they're ailing. Of course, they're not truly sick. Rather, this bit of magic is meant to demonstrate your loyalty to our kind. He clears his throat and casts Elsie a peculiar look. No one has outwardly questioned the fact that I allowed a fae to compete. Then again, they wouldn't dare defy my judgment. What is the incentive of you successfully curing the children? You win. If you should fail, you will feel the effects of the illness yourself, and hope your opponent shows mercy and offers you the potion. The herald pairs up opponents by random draw. Again, I'm with Elsie. The thunder in my head booms. She marches toward the woodlands as if she knows exactly what to do. I'm skilled with a sword, a bow, and all manner of weapons, but should have paid more attention during my potions lessons. In tournaments past, I knew each of the potions required and the necessary ingredients, but this one I'm not entirely sure of. My mind has been foggy, wrought with shadow and thunder. I spool back in time to mastery lessons. They're marred by memories of Elsie, glamored as an elf. She captivated me. Not so much her appearance, even though she was pretty even in disguise. Rather by her voice and her gentle manner. She had an elegance about her that had nothing to do with the glamour, and yet she was fierce when fighting. The perfect balance. The perfect girl. Dressed in the contestant's uniform, she disappears into the bramble of the woodlands as mist rolls in, cloaking the moon. I pass Shady Glade and the path that leads to the marsh and then to the maw, lost in thought until I spot a patch of clover fringed with mossy rocks in a ring. I know better than to enter an unseelie fey ring. I continue, summoning my senses. I return to my knowledge of potions when a thorny web of leaves catches my eyes. The buds on the plant call to mind the potion for Crope. It cures elves every time. With no sign of Elsie, I hitch a smile. I'll win this one for sure. Even though we're bitter rivals, I'll even reserve some for her, the loser. I reach out to gather the petals from the buds when a hand circles my wrist. Are you sure about that? Elsie's eyes gleam in the low light. Yes, as a matter of fact, I am. Simulanes help cure Crope. She shakes her head slowly, revealing the petals with a steady hand. These are purple-capped petals. A look-alike and deadly. From this plant you want the husks and the root. I move to gather the petals, certain I'm right. Asher, remember our mastery lesson with Master Teacher Halverson? We saw what can happen if someone consumes the purple-capped petal. Not if you crush it. Only if you mash it with allegas leaves. We begin to argue back and forth, and all at once we both back away. I don't remember them smelling that bad. The overwhelming scent of rot decay floods my senses. These shouldn't have such a pungent smell, Elsie says, waving her hand in front of her face. I shake my head, then glimpse movement behind her. The smell gets worse, and reminds me of the night I found my brother wearing the crown. It was then I knew it was cursed, and he'd fallen victim to something unthinkable. A twig snaps underfoot and Elsie stiffens. Our eyes meet. I launch myself past her, tackling whoever lurks back there. The smell is almost intolerable, and the creature slips from my fingers. Not because it's particularly strong, but because it's slimy. Elsie gasps as several more knock me to the ground. Demons, I say. But that's all that comes out of my mouth before I fall into a silence that's only spared by the continuous thunder rolling inside of me. The demons took my bright words. I'll get them back, but first I have to destroy them. Burning claws grip my ankles and wrists while I writhe and grapple, trying to get a hold of something, to use my elven power, but there's nothing. They're too fast and too slippery. Meanwhile, one demon moves in, attacking Elsie from the front while another sweeps her legs from behind. She crashes to the forest floor. Another punches her. She manages to get her knees up and turns over, but it kicks her in the ribs and she drops again. As I contend with about a half-dozen demons, I hear a roar, a crackle of energy, and then everything goes white. I blink a few times as my surroundings come into focus. The rotting smell of demons is gone and is replaced by the scent of honey blossoms and the woods. I meet a pair of green eyes so sparkling and pure, I'm at a loss for words. Then I cast a simple bright word into the night, because if the demons are gone, I can use my magic again. An apple blossom appears on a nearby branch. In a moment its petals bloom and then dance toward the ground. Elsie quickly hides her smile. I did that particular bit of magic for her once. What happened? I ask. I used fey magic to destroy the demons. Good thinking. For your information, they're not part of the event. Now you see what we're up against. She huffs. She has no idea what's coming. And thanks for saving the day. You're welcome. And thank you for saving me from making the potion with the purple-capped petals. She smirks. Actually, I saved myself in case you had to give it to me. Don't want the crope affliction. I push to sitting and smirk. I thought you were confident that you'd win. She shrugs and her eyes twinkle. Mostly, I was confident that you'd lose. I've never lost. Her expression falls and she gives me a long look. You have Asher. You've lost yourself. If only she understood. Chapter 11. Elsana. Technically, I won the second task of making a potion to cure the would-be patients of the crope sickness. However, the king took the trophy and I'm steaming with anger. I thought Asher and I had a moment. Like understanding passed between us. Like the past wasn't made of throwaway memories. I pace back to the tent, resenting his win. The guards leave me at the entrance. I look back, glimpsing Asher on the box for winning first place. He holds a trophy high over his head. The people cheer for their king. Maybe he needs that. I have to hope this is part of the greater plan. The one that I saw. The one my sisters came here and have blown out of the water, or at least influenced not to come to be. Even from a distance, Asher's expression is fierce. Yet it seems like the crown is heavy on his head. A great weight on his shoulders. Then again, a lot has changed since we were young magicals flirting during our lessons, the memories I wove into the bright words during the first task. But there's no time to think about how obnoxious the king is. I have a potion to bring to Val. I breeze into the tent and find her no better or worse than earlier, which is good. Still, she'd barely healed from the battle she and the others fought with Glandias in the Southlands, before traveling back to Terra, and then here again. It's a lot to keep up with. I hope to have half as much strength as my sisters. I crouch next to the cot reserved for contestants and begin to mix the herbs, imbuing them with bright words and my intentions. Heal, renew, cure. Callan watches carefully, curiously. It's clear how much love is between them even though they bicker. It's amazing how much love is between all of them. Even I, the newest member of this ragtag crew, feel it. Maybe that's what makes them so strong. Where'd you get those ingredients? Val's voice is hoarse. The burns from the vines and the wounds from the thorns are dark with veins tracing up her arms and legs, spreading the poison. When I first went into the woodlands, I gathered the items before I set to work getting everything for the task. Thank you, Val says. I wanted to be a healer instead of a fighter. You're both Valora, Callan says. You helped heal me. Her smile is faint. I mean with herbs and potions. You still can. When all of this is over, I say. I like that idea. You've inspired me, she says. Well, you inspired me. One of the main reasons I went through with insisting to do the tournament was to help you heal. I dip my head. Asher wasn't always like this. The boy I knew would have sent his healers to tend to you. Callan rocks back on his heels. Well, he's a king with a crown now. He might do things he otherwise wouldn't. Especially with that particular crown, Lee says from across the room. She tells me about Emmerich, the king of the Southlands, posing as a student at a reform academy in Terra. The stone itself may be influencing him, Kiki adds. Was true for Leith. He was the first false king we fought. She sighs. Unfortunately, Glandias now carries his curse. She's part fae, part demon, and part mage, and all awful. Sounds like it. I begin administering the potion to Val's wounds, and then have her drink the rest. Do you think it'll work? Callan asks. I nod. It will. By the way, it looks like while you were in the woods you battled some shrubs, a bush or two, maybe a tree, Tyrion says. More like demons. I brush some dirt from my uniform. Everyone's mouths drop. I've never seen them before. I mean, there was no mistaking the smell. They were like death warmed over. Totally disgusting. That sounds about right, Kiki says. Rotten eggs, Lee adds. And I thought this stuff smelled bad, Val says, taking the last of the potion. Already her color is improving. I tell them about stopping Asher from eating the purple-capped petals. You should have let him. I shake my head, as surprised as they are at my actions. Like I was saying before, he wasn't always like this. I want to believe the real him is still in there somewhere. I don't tell them about my feelings or the impossible attraction I've always felt when in his presence. After all, he's the enemy I was supposed to kill. Now, I just have to beat him at this game and get freedom for my family so we can put a stop to a mad mage and the count who wants to destroy the Fae. So the demons sound like Glandius is doing, Callan says. How did you get rid of them? Kiki asks. Magic. It was intuitive. We were fighting. They silenced Asher against using his bright words. I just blasted. He's probably lucky he didn't go down with them. Lee laughs. There's still tomorrow. About that. I feel competent as a fighter and know the basics of metalwork, but can we talk some more about making the weapon? Tyrion gives me tips for forging the elven metal, and then Val tells me about some strategies for fighting, describing their run-in with the Grunder. If I win this task by rights, I could fight for the crown. There's never been a queen in the Eastlands. Sounds backward to me, Kiki says. The throne always follows the male line. Elves aren't particularly family-oriented either. Most aren't close with their parents. Some find partners, but it's not the same as Fae are. The primary focus is on training to be warriors, I explain. But if their borders are closed and they don't fight among themselves because of loyalty, why are they so combative? Tyrion asks. The borders used to be open. And I suppose if war is coming with the Shadow Army, they'll have to fight. But on which side? Lee taps her chin. They've made the Fae murkast, I say. So I'm not sure. Do they defend their territory or their long-held judgments? Lee asks, what about the Fae court? It fell years ago. But what if it rose again? She cocks an eyebrow. I hitch a smile. The court of bronze and blade. You win tomorrow's task and we might see that bright and shiny future, Lee says. The guards bring platters of smoked fish with buttery marbled squash, and I have my fill, wishing I could share the hearty meal with Aunt Ella and Uncle Drod. For Faye, this is a feast because we have so little. Exhausted, I turn in early, we all do. Instead of nerves, resolve fills my mind, and as I lay in the near darkness, listening to the soft sounds of the others sleeping. In my mind, I forge a weapon worthy of the fiercest fighter. I heat it, shape it, hammer it, and cool it over and over until the motions are part of my muscle memory, until I could do it half asleep because I will win. Not for the glory like Asher, but for freedom. For the future. The next day, the third task begins when the blotched sun reaches halfway up the sky. The forging of the weapons will take much of the day. Then at night, we will contend with the beasts. The herald introduces us once more. Several of the competitors have fallen out of the contest due to bad potions, fatigue, injuries, or simply not being up to the task. Asher appears in his black and bronze uniform, his blonde hair not as smooth as usual and with dark circles under his eyes, looking particularly tired himself. Good. This gives me a slight advantage. Like the other tasks, we're going into battle together, but that doesn't mean we're not each trying to win. That also doesn't mean we'll both walk out of there alive. We're meant to do whatever we can to fight cooperatively, bonus points for the task if both contestants survive, but that's not always the case. They direct each pair to a temporary forge set up on the field in the amphitheater. We'll be working the forever shining elven metal in front of an audience. When Asher and I walk to our materials, there's cheering and booing in equal measure. I spot Nasren and Sadira watching from the murkast area. I can't tell if they're glowering at me because I'm still alive, or if they're enjoying the fact that this is a form of punishment itself. When the drums go silent, signaling we're to begin, I focus on the elven metal. It's almost hypnotizing in its luster, and how it's solid yet as smooth as silk. Without a word, Asher loads wood on the fire to make it hotter, and begins working the bellows. Then he starts to pound his metal with the solid clank, clank, clank of his hammer against the anvil. I follow suit, working alongside him. I recall countless lessons with us partnered by the instructor, foraging in the woodlands or practicing fighting techniques. Our grappling and holds always lasted a measure longer than was necessary. When he saw that I needed to adjust my stance or the angle I held a staff or bow, he moved just a little closer than I'd have expected. And his strong, massive hands on me were like a gentle caress instead of the brutishness with which he now forces the metal to bend to his will. I can't help notice his silence, but also how his muscles flex with each lift and drop of the hammer. I wipe beads of perspiration from my brow. While I imbue my sword, intending to slay demons and save the Fae, the energy emanating from the king is pure anger, rage, and a kind of cloudy hatred. Looks like you're going to kill that thing, I mutter when I can no longer take the silence. Kill with it is more like, he replies. I snort because I hear a threat in his voice. Whatever proximity we'd gained during the first two tasks burns up like the fire between us. My sword is simple, but I shaped the upper half the way Tyrion instructed and made sure the hilt fits snugly in my hand. By some stroke of luck, it's balanced perfectly so I can perform fluid motions. When we're done, the officials from the Thunder Tournament evaluate each weapon, testing it for design, shape, and tempered edge. Then the elves line up to perform the first blood ritual. I feel slightly queasy at the sight of so much blood, but I'm glad Tyrion doesn't have to witness this. I learned that vampires aren't all that interested in Fae blood, but elven blood more closely matches that of humans. In turn, each of the elves slices their arm. I grit my teeth and then hesitate. Asher shoots me a look of disgust like I'm weak. I don't watch what I'm doing but hold his gaze until I feel the sting of the metal slicing my skin. I grunt and then lower the blade. Next, we have to demonstrate our ability to use the weapons. 2 contestants are eliminated when the hilt breaks off a sword, and another that's too heavy for the elf. When it's Asher's turn, he engages me and we parry, lunging forward and blocking, slashing and dodging like we used to. We each keep our free arm behind our back as a gesture of good sportsmanship. We soon fall into liquid motion, each of us remembering the other's particular movements like a choreographed dance. It's almost like the night before the tournament in the ballroom, but this time the stakes are higher as the blades sing. We'll soon enter a battle with beasts and other challenges. The herald indicates we finish, but Asher doesn't let up. It's like all he sees is a lowly murkast he wants to destroy. My Fae magic crackles at my fingertips. I could end this right now. But I drive him back before our swords lock, proving myself a worthy opponent. As if loosening himself from a trance, he meets my gaze. I lift my eyebrows. Are you done? His head drifts slightly from side to side like a daisy in the wind. Then he blinks a few times and squares his shoulders. Yes. We're the last pair to perform the demonstration, and the herald signals that the battle is to begin. For the protection of the spectators and possibly the preservation of the amphitheater, we set out for the Meld, a broad barren plain in northeast Alvheim. Not even the murkast live there. Anyone who wants to follow and watch the bloodshed does so at their own risk. Asher marches ahead, doubling my stride. His broad shoulders are stiff and he leaves tension in his wake. One team already fights a cinder beast, another a marish goat. A barkpaw chases two elves. I've spent plenty of time exploring the Eastlands, and mostly do well to avoid the creatures of the night, the cave dwellers, and fey eaters. Asher suddenly stops, listening. My gaze shoots up. I wish I had my bow and arrow. An alpha griffled wheels overhead, and then dive bombs aimed right for us. Asher, much taller than me, positions himself protectively with his sword lifted. The griffled's beak gleams in the falling light. It's as sharp as my newly forged sword. It pecks at Asher, who ducks, collapsing both of us to the ground. His arm is protectively around me. The fire inside smolders. I give him a long look, shrugging him off. We hurry toward a copse of trees, but now that the beast has its sights set on us, it won't stop hunting. Asher climbs the strongest, tallest tree and takes a swipe when the griffled attacks again. I huddle under the tree, feeling completely useless. The griffled flies out of sight. It's gone, I call up to Asher. That's what it wants us to think. They're sneaky little buggers and have our sense. I'd say big buggers. The size of a bear at least. Sure enough, the griffled's leathery brown form reappears, aimed for us. It swoops down, its beak pointed at me. I tuck myself between two trees, but it's a sleek flyer and weaves between them. All at once, I'm lifted off my feet, only to realize Asher hefts me up onto a sturdy branch. Now what? I ask. We have to kill it. How can we do that from the ground? Asher smirks. We don't. You fly. My expression falls. Of course he's not joking. I take a deep breath. Right. I don't waste time thinking it through. I simply take to the air with my sword aloft. The alpha griffled barrels toward me, knocking me with its strong shoulder. Its leathery wings burn against my skin. I lose height and drop toward the trees. The sun sets and shadows fall. Come on, Elsie, Asher says. That's not very encouraging, I mutter. I try again and the griffled knocks into me. I almost lose my grip on the sword. It circles and comes at me a second time, nearly slicing me with its razor-sharp beak. I drop into the tree next to Asher to regroup. Elsie, you were the best warrior in our class. You can handle this. That's slightly better. Not that he ever encouraged me. It was more like we'd rib and tease each other, fueling the other to fight harder. The fact that this is a matter of life and death, along with the way his eyes glimmer in this light, are only slightly distracting. He inclines his head as if to say it's the best I can do, but I mean it. I take a deep breath. Okay, I can do this. I lift out of the tree again, and am hardly in position when the griffled attacks with its wings flapping hard, buffeting the air and its beak slashing. I swipe with the sword and it glances off its wing. We fight, lunging and dodging. It's nothing like the dance with Asher. This is combat. Sweat pours from my brow even without the sun and in the near darkness. The griffled camouflages in the night. My gleaming sword is like a beacon, drawing the creature. I take hit after hit, peck after peck as it intently attacks. My sword is strong and well made, but this thing is hunting me. I'm ready to retreat to the trees when a shadow crosses what little light I have to go by. There's a loud KRAA, KRAA, and all at once an enormous raven swoops in, attacking the griffled. The raven distracts it long enough for me to regroup. Together, we attack and fight back. Soon it falls to the ground in defeat. I land and Asher drops from the tree. The raven shifts into human form. I recognize the Northlander from the other day when I met my new family on the lane by my house. I'm Soren. The others are free and retrieve their weapons. He gives me an assuring nod, then turns to Asher. Hand over the diary. There's the command of a king in his tone. But the king of the Eastlands snarls. I don't think so. Soren tilts his head. No. If you're not going to give it up, I guess we'll just have to take you too. Girls think Grunder. Chapter 12. Asher. From the shadows, 3 Fae launch an attack with funnels of luminous magic, practically blinding me against the night. I lash out with my sword. Bright words are on my lips, but my throat, tongue, and mouth freeze. It's too late. Thoughts of Elsie and the thunder in my ears distracted me. The Fae freezes me and takes me captive. Strong tendrils of silver blue, green, pink, and golden energy hold me as I try to force myself free. Through the blinding light, Kiki, Val, and Lee contain me in a magic-made net. Elsie joins them, moving me through the meld and farther from Alvheim proper and Skelling Hall. Soren, the Raven Shifter, says, I made contact with some of the Fae who are resistant to the king. Can we trust them? Val asks, now healed and very powerful. I'm not sure. They gave me food and shelter and a little information about the elves, how they made the Fae murkast, forcing them into labor, especially in the mines, and how many go missing. None of them are ever seen or heard from again. I want to tell them my warriors will see their Fae magic in all its glare, and if not that, they'll track it and rescue me, but my voice is still bound by their foul powers. We go over a rise and then drop into a ravine on the far side of the Alvheim border that leads toward the sea. I imagine we're near Edger, son of Ansel's territory, and the enclave he mentioned. I shouldn't have dismissed it. No matter, my troops will soon be upon these rogue Fae, and will imprison anyone who helps them as well. We could just go back along the land bridge. Take care of this in the Southlands, Lee says. Not a bad idea, the vampire replies. Through the magic glare, Kiki shakes her head. We can't leave the people here with Glandias. Soren plants his hand on her shoulder. I agree. I've been flying, surveying. Demons are loose, and the citizens of the Eastlands, elves and Fae alike, aren't familiar with how to defend against them. We have to do something. Considering the elves are our enemy, I say we let the demons take their bright words, Lee says with a scowl in my direction. Elsie shakes her head. Not all of them. No, there are some good elves. I think most of them are swayed by the common rule. No one dares defy the king, even if they disagree. The ghosts who dwell at the Gastrokes don't discriminate between magical beings, and no one is foolish enough to do anything to incur that kind of miserable end. Except for Elsie. She defies me. I sense the magic release slightly as we move closer to a village. Soon we're outside a shack with dark windows. Yes, this will hold him, Elsie says. All at once the magic abates, but then I'm ringed with what may as well be a cold noose, roping my entire body. We move inside. The smell is musty, damp. A candle burns to life, illuminating the others, including some murkast that I don't recognize. I didn't know why Mom gave me this, Kiki says, holding one end of a silver rope. A skin. I'm not sure this was her intention exactly, Elsie says. The silver practically burns my skin. What does it do? Kiki asks. Skins are made of fine strands of elven metal braided together. On its own, it's little more than a simple, shiny rope. But they bond with the user's intention. And different knots like these, Elsie points to the 4 knots spaced at even intervals along the metal, mean different things. An involuntary shiver works its way through me. What do they mean? Kiki asks. Death. This skin is intended to break a curse. Elsie's eyes meet mine. I don't detect malice, rather concern. She turns to her sister. But it's not intended for Asher. Not exactly. I'm not sure whether I should be relieved. Perhaps she has a different end in mind for me. How do you know? Who is it for? Kiki asks. Elsie takes a deep breath. That remains to be seen. How exactly to use it is another story. It's protected, an elven secret. She lifts her gaze to mine once more. If we let you speak, do promise not to use bright words against us? I flash my most defiant glare. Of course, I'll fight my way out of here. I take that as a no, Kiki says. Val strides over, wearing a terrifying grin. I'll use a rune of silence, keeping him from his elven magic, and a rune of protection for us just in case. She marks me with a symbol and traces it with her finger. A strange tightening moves through me and clamps down over my access to bright words. It does nothing to dull the thunder noise. But my voice comes to me. Where did you get the skin? The shores of the Sea of Dreams, Kiki answers without hesitation. A fae has never been in possession of an elven relic like this. My tone is sharp, accusatory. Are you suggesting we're not worthy? Val has ice in her eyes. I snort. I met our mother there, Kiki says, slightly gentler of the two. Of all of them, she and Elsie seem the most alike. Fierce in their own right but soft in a way too. I wonder if there's Seelie Fae to Val and Lee's unseelie nature. She set us on a quest. You can help or you can try to hinder, but there's no way that you will stop us. There's no mistaking the determination in her voice. I press my lips together, not willing to reveal how to use the skin. Could we even trust what he says anyway? Lee asks. No. We can't trust Asher. It's like he has a split personality. She whips me with a look of disgust. There's no denying our history. Neither is there denying the present reality. Sounds like our father in the journal. Kind and loving one moment and moody and cruel the next, Kiki says. I'd hardly say Asher is ever loving or kind, Elsie says with a mite of disappointment in her voice. Still, we need to find out how to use this thing. Our mother gave it to Kiki for a reason, Val says. We'll find out one way or another. Elsie's so close to me I can see her freckles as she searches my eyes, perhaps looking for what she once saw long ago. You know that this is treason, I grind out. You know that what you've done to the Fae is wrong, Elsie replies. I'm the king. From where I'm sitting, you look like a prisoner. She snorts. Ironic that I'm the prisoner of the prisoners. They turn from me to the murkast in the corners of the room. I see bright lavender eyes, but instead of mischief or malice, they're filled with fear. An older Fae says, I knew something was afoot. No chance so many of our kind were simply wandering off. Sure, we knew about the work and the mines, but never imagined he'd stoop so low to sell our shadows to an enemy. They all glare at me. An enemy so dark it'll destroy us all. Val's voice is lethal. You shouldn't be surprised, Elsie says. He took the crown from his brother. There's that disappointment in her eyes again. The soft part of me knows she's right, but the crown on my head practically forces the words from my mouth. You know nothing of what it's like to sit on that throne and rule. Elsie's gaze flashes to the space just above my eyes. In fact, the others all stare at the stone on the crown. Lee steps forward. I'm not sure why we didn't do this before, considering the circumstances. She eyes the skin binding me and then moves to pluck the crown from my head. As I expected, she jumps back as though stung. What was that? Val asks. What did you do to her? I didn't do anything. Again, they all stare at the crown. Tell us everything, Kiki says. That's a broad demand. Tell you everything about the merits of bumblegrass and tinctures for healing wounds from vines? Tell you about how I prefer my boots shined by the murkast upon which. upon which the existence of your kingdom depends. And for the record, we're called Fae, Elsie says. The other Fae slowly cheer, as though they temporarily forgot they were free to do so in front of me. Tell us everything about the crown, Elsie demands. She extends her hand, reaching for it. No, I order. She flinches and moves to try again. No, it won't come off. Just then, a pair of Fae enter the hovel. One says the mage was sighted by the land bridge. She's back. I didn't know she was gone, says Callan, the wolf shifter king. And she brought more demons with her, says the other Fae who just arrived. She also killed all the elves protecting the passage on the shore. Everyone in the room gasps, especially the murkast. It's rare for elves to be killed. We have to find Glandia's. We can't let her amass more Fae for the Shadow Army. She's using them for her own ends. As usual, I'm torn. The crown commands I assist in building the Shadow Army. However, the elf and king in me wants to defend my people. Elsie stares at me as though waiting to hear if I have anything to say. I can't look at her. Not because I'm worried about her judging my response, but because of the thunder in my mind. She's done enough damage, we can't let Glandia's destroy the Eastlands too, Kiki says. I have to dreamweave into her mind. Soren blusters forward. No way. We've talked about this. I'm not sure if it's a good idea either, Val says. It's dangerous. So is this mad mage and her demons. Kiki waves her hands in the air as if that's obvious. She has a point, Val says. I'm struck by how they're intent on stopping Glandia's, not only to protect the Fae but the Eastlands too. Also, they care about each other, which flies in the face of everything I've been taught about Fae and everything I let myself believe. I'm not an expert on dreamweaving like Nathina, but there is the cost, Val says. I won't allow it, Soren replies. Kiki turns her soft gaze to the Raven Shifter King. It's not up to you. My mother gave us a mission, and I'll do what I have to do to protect this realm and Terra. Elsie takes her sister's hand. I won't have you sacrifice yourself, but Asher can go with you. Are you a dreamweaver? Kiki asks me. No, he's a sentinel. Elsie smirks at me. I shift uncomfortably. Is that another way to say that he's a special snowflake? Lee asks. It means that he has a rare elven power that protects the users of certain kinds of magic. He can guard against the dangers that those with second sight, dreamweavers and time jumpers can encounter, for instance. How did she know? The memory of the day in the practice room rushes back. Everyone had left for lunch, and it was just the two of us, parrying. All of a sudden, she went still. I could have won the bout right there, but her eyes were far away. I instinctively knew what was happening. Her breathing changed and fear tightened her face. Then I was there with her, protecting her. I couldn't see her vision, but later realized it was the moment my father died, and he passed the curse of Count Vlad onto my brother. Sometimes, in visions like that, the distinction between the seer's actual reality and what they see can disappear, tearing them from what they know and into what's to come. I acted fast, using bright words and my sentinel energy to hold Elsie to our present. When she came back into focus, she said her nightmare turned into a lullaby. She must have known about my sentinel status then. Meanwhile, I had no idea what I was actually to face later that night and in the coming weeks. What choice do I have? I realize I say this out loud when really I was reflecting on seizing the crown from Sig. I think you know the answer to that, Asher. I think you do have a choice. I think you've been making it every day, Elsie says. She has no idea about the burden I bear. But there's a hint in her voice. Not of anger. Rather, I hear hope on 1,000 tinkling silver bells. It's almost like she thinks I can take this crown off, that I have the ability to overcome the darkness in my heart. I hold her gaze long enough to speak the truth from the deepest parts of me. Yes, I'll help you. Chapter 13. Elsana. We had him. For a moment, Asher spoke his truth. Then in a flash, he went back into whatever grim shadows prowl and control his mind. I saw for the briefest moment the boy I knew, the man I'd grown to care for, and not the king who sits before me bound in a rope made by his own kind. There had been a time between us when good-natured rivalry turned into respect, which turned into a friendship. Then that drifted towards something more. Something I cannot deny I still feel in my depths. But that is absurd. He's the false king, intent on destroying my kind, my home, who probably took my aunt from me. Yet he's offered to help us. Maybe begrudgingly. Perhaps out of fear. But he said he'd protect Kiki while she dreamweaves. What if he's doing this to let Kiki succumb to the curse? Val asks. A life for a life, Soren mutters. Elsie shakes her head. He can't. As a sentinel, he's bound to protect if he senses that the user of rare magic is in danger. Then what if he wants to use whatever Kiki finds out, our secrets against us? Lee follows up. Can't do that either. I can't see what's happening in a dreamweaver's mind, or when someone with second sight having a vision. Asher's gaze lingers on me. So he doesn't know that I saw his brother, who'd become the king, leading the charge that would destroy Alvheim. I couldn't fathom why he'd do such a thing. Now I know that my vision is flawed. I had the wrong brother, not that I realized they were brothers at the time. I didn't know Sig. He was kept well away from even the elven students who were bright enough to study in Skelling Hall. There are common schools in Alvheim, but an education at Skelling is reserved for the best. Sig was a level up and had private tutors. For a moment, it's like we're back in one of those rooms. Just the two of us, breathing heavily after a close bout. Our teachers thought we were worthy opponents. I wonder if they knew his true identity then, or if he fooled them too. He certainly tricked me into thinking we had a chance, that we could possibly be heartmates. There was so much there that pointed to our match cast by the stars of elves from another age, some say from the Sea of Dreams. It's where we begin and where we end. Soren's rough voice jolts me from my thoughts. I can't let her. Nathina said it comes at a cost. A life for a life. If finding out Glandius's location so we can stop her at last means I'll have to fight her in the dream space or otherwise lose my life, well, it's a risk I'm willing to take. Kiki's voice is strong, but her gaze holds a flicker of fear. Maybe not for herself, but what it would mean to have Soren lose her. Asher clears his throat. There is another way. All eyes dart to him. The cost, like Kiki said, a life for a life can be avoided if we go to the Sea of Dreams first. Isn't that where our kind go when we die? Lee asks. Sentinels can go to the shores of the Sea of Dreams, and under our guidance, we can guide people there. If we're already in the Sea of Dreams, her life cannot be traded. Have you ever done it? Soren asks. Asher clears his throat. No. Kiki steps forward. However, in place of fear, she looks ferocious. I have no reason to trust you, false king, but yes. We'll do that. However, if you so much as harm a hair on my head, you too will find yourself joining me in the Sea of Dreams, and I will see to it that you endure an eternity of misery. Asher grunts as though he's already well acquainted with misery. I give her a reassuring nod. Asher is bound by the order of the Sentinels to act as a guardian. You'll be fine. The tough part will be navigating into Glandius's dreams and whatever comes next. I can find her dreams no problem. She wears a strange expression I'm not sure how to read, as if there's something she's not saying. I've been practicing. I'll do this if you urge Glandius to leave the Eastlands, Asher says. I knew an ultimatum was coming. With pleasure, Kiki says. Then you acknowledge that the Grim Mage is here? I ask Asher, having previously detected his disbelief. A grunt comes from his throat, but there's something in his gaze that holds mine. It's a flicker of the past, of what we'd shared. As if he's telling me the good parts are still there, but hidden. I yank myself away, not wanting to succumb to that flame of hope. Everyone breaks off into conversation, as if the dream weaving is still up for debate. Kiki kisses Soren, and then before he can try to talk her out of dream weaving again, the light in Kiki's eyes slips away as she descends into the dream space. Soren holds her as though she were merely sleeping. Asher, still bound by the skin, dazes out like he's also somewhere else. I wring my hands, hoping this was the right decision. Val and Callan approach. She says something, but it's muffled as though we're suddenly far apart. The image of the two of them doubles as I enter a vision with my second sight. Instead of the ramshackle Fey home we'd been hiding out in, the sky flashes. I'm in a place that's white on white. The sky matches the surrounding snow and ice. The ground beneath me shivers. Then brilliant green and gold lights dance in the distant sky. I steady myself as I behold the beauty. A frigid bite of cold dips into my stomach and enters my bones. Snow begins to fall. I count the flakes, trying to discern between white and gray. I long for the warmth of the sun that has yet to wake the new day. In the distance, I see my sister, Kiki. Asher is a vague outline by her side. I'm on the shores of the Sea of Dreams. A woman approaches them, seemingly from nowhere, but she remains separate, ethereal. I move slowly, not sure why I'm here or how. The woman has lavender eyes and a gentle smile. What brings you here? It's not your time to sail to the Sea of Dreams, she says to Kiki. I recognize her voice from my dreams. She's our mother, Aina. My heart freezes. I was guided here by an elven sentinel. They'll protect me while I weave into Glandius's dreams. The grim mage is determined to seize control of the Shadow Army and take over for the Count. As she speaks, even though I'm in the place of my second sight, I'm witnessing this interaction as it happens. I need to dreamweave, find Glandius and stop her, but there is a cost. The woman nods. Yes, you're a dreamweaver, but also a dreamkeeper. I'm so proud of you and all of my daughters, healer, firetender, visionary. You weave and mend, help and guide. In this way, you are the caretakers of the future and possess not just the knowledge but also an understanding of it. Beginning, end, beginning. Life, death, life. This is the truth, and it cannot be dominated. Kiki tilts her head. But how can we do that if all Fae are in shadow? This is the truth that grim mages don't realize. They cannot grasp it. They seek power to fill something within, when really it's something you possess that they need. But it's something they cannot take from you. That cannot even be given away. Kiki's brow furrows like she doesn't quite follow, but I do. I understand. Perhaps that's why I'm here to witness our mother telling us that we stand a chance. There is a future for us because we have something Glandius does not. We have to believe it. Seeing them for the first time in memory strengthens and renews my hope. Thank you for your help and guidance. I'm so grateful to be with you again, but I must find out where Glandius is and get back to the others, Kiki says. As if reaching through a starry veil, Aina places her hands on Kiki's shoulders. My sister leans in, but I can tell there isn't anything solid there. It's more like a movement of energy, like Aina is anchoring Kiki so she can do what she must do without risking her life. Kiki's eyes flutter and she has that faraway look in her eyes. Meanwhile, Asher turns as pale as the surrounding snow and ice. He staggers back as though avoiding something darting at him, reminding me of the final task, when fighting the Alpha Griffled and Soren in raven form came to my aid. I shudder, chilled by this cold place as a gerfalcon dives from the sky. I duck and cover my head when I realize I am now in a vision within a vision. A woman stands before Asher in that same not-solid state as Aina. She's a regal she-elf with 2 long braids draped over her shoulders. Son, she says. This burden is too great for you. But it's mine to bear, Asher says. I did it for my brother. It was noble. You broke the spell for him. Now you must do the same for yourself. You are strong enough. I beg you to turn from this path. In the vision, Asher's mother casts her hands wide and speaks several bright words. Upon the icy plain, she gives us all a glimpse of what's coming. Shadow Fae, violence, the Gastrokes, destruction on a level the people of the Eastlands cannot fathom. It's as if she plants this future possibility in Asher's mind. There's a hardness to him even in this place of second sight. It's like the pulse of violence is in his veins. But it's not in his bones. It's not who he is. Nonetheless, I sense him slipping away, with each breath deeper and deeper into it. The destruction is a poison I need to get out of his blood. I will fight for Asher. This isn't who you are. You must put a stop to it, she says, and then fades. At that, a phoenix flies swiftly toward us. Together with the gerfalcon, it dances in the sky. There are flashes of red and black feathers, fire and ash. Endings and beginnings, just as my mother was saying. I'm overcome with a sense of beauty and possibility. In nature, these two magical creatures of the air aren't compatible. They're foes and typically do battle rather than glide on the drafts of wind in this strange place of stillness where elves and fae alike go when they pass on. Yet I'm filled with a sense of hope, of life after the end of false kings and curses. Asher's mother was imploring him to see possibility, what I could only hint at before, that there is still goodness left inside of him. All at once, I'm thrust out of double visions and back into the hut on the border of Alvheim. Lee and Tyrion hover me. I'm on the floor. Soren still cradles Kiki and Asher is bound in the skin, suspended by magic. Are you okay? What happened? Lee asks, helping me to sit. I must have fallen, I say vaguely. I've learned that the fewer people know about my ability, the safer I am, and the safer they are, because then they run the risk of trying to influence the future instead of letting it unfold. If I've learned anything from my experience or the last few minutes of second sight, it's that sometimes something seems awful, the worst possible thing that could happen, but there's something else just on the other side that'll be a reversal and make things better. It comes down to trust. Val crouches down next to me wearing a "I know what just happened" look. I stammer. Second sight, right? What did you see? She asks. Lee gives us both the side eye. Our mother. Jealousy darts across both of their faces and just as quickly is gone. She was telling Kiki about the nature of the quest for power. It gave me hope. And Kiki? Lee asks. She's still dreamweaving? I ask. There's a commotion as Asher tries to tear himself free from the skin. Kiki bolts upright in Soren's arms. They're both back in this plane and look shaken up. In Asher's case, it's probably because of what he saw with his parents. Kiki gulps the air and only relaxes when Soren squeezes her tight. You're safe. It's okay, he whispers. She shakes her head frantically. Glandia's visited Nathina. Our great-grandmother misled the mage, sending her here, to the Eastlands. It's true, Glandia's killed Drod. Concern cools my rage at that information. And Aunt Ella? I ask. Kiki hangs her head. I don't know. Now what? Val asks. We have to go to the Library of Memories. Everyone starts chattering at once when the door blows open and a legion of trooping warrior elves swarm into the grubby little shack. Chapter 14. Asher. I have to admit that I've trained my troops well. Hardly any time has passed and they've located me, burst in, ready to seize the prisoners and free me. With weapons raised, they attack. In the close space, two swords bar their way from coming any closer. You're not welcome here, Elsie says. Svante chuckles. And you intend to stop us? With what army? Lee's eyes darken and she makes the first move as her magic blasts in a firestorm of reddish light. Before any real damage is done, bright words sing in the air. But Val, the Fae from the Westlands, used runes of protection to keep elf magic from working within these walls. It's no matter. The ramshackle dwelling collapses around us. In the open night air, arrows sail, swords clash, and all the while I'm still bound in the skin, fighting an internal battle. The crown is so heavy my head aches. My mother met me on the shore of the Sea of Dreams. She reminded me that I have a choice. The phoenix was my mother's companion, and the gerfalcon aligned with my father. It's rare for creatures to form bonds with elves, but when it happens, it's magic. Literally. They'll protect, assist, and guide. Growing up in my mother's absence, the phoenix would visit me. I had the sense that it was looking after me when she could not. I didn't realize she'd gone to the Sea of Dreams. The gerfalcon was my father's beloved bird, and when he passed, aligned with my brother. The day I challenged Sig, the mighty smoke-gray bird turned its tail on me. It was then I knew that even though I was doing what was right, things would never be the same. I expected the phoenix to abandon me, but she regularly appears at my window, reminding me to hang on to what's left of myself under the crown. Standing on that frigid plain on the shores of the Sea of Dreams, I was reminded anew of what it is to rise from the ashes. Around me, what's left of the shack burns in an ice-blue fire. Fey magic twists in the wind, battling elven brightwords. Half of me wants to fan the flames. The other part wants peace. Svante manages to get through the fray and unties me. I take up arms and defend myself against the additional murkast with a poorly made sword I found on the ground. Your Highness orders? Kill the Fae? Lead them to the gasstrokes? My lead warrior asks. My expression darkens. Round them up. We're to march to Burnside. Svante doesn't seem to question this. He merely nods and commands the troop to take the prisoners and the others into custody. There are about 50 of us against 10 of them. They didn't stand a chance. Kiki glares at me along with her sisters, Soren, Callan, and Tyrion. With a subtle lift of her eyebrow, I sense Elsie's knowing. Whether or not she witnessed the encounter with my mother, she somehow knows the truth about me. For that, I'm eternally grateful. It's one thing to have my mother, a difficult person who I had a broken relationship with, believes in me from the other side. She hardly knew me, never really paying me mind in favor of Sig. At least when she was around. But to have Elsie here, who's seen the worst of me but remembers the best, offer to give me another chance lends me renewed hope. It's as if she says, okay, it's your move. What's it going to be? I can almost hear the bold challenge in her voice. We troop away from the shack. The flags wave, the drums beat, and I lead my warriors from atop my mount. I lift my chin against the weight of the crown. As we continue, I can't help but sense Elsie's eyes at my back, wondering why we're moving away from Alvheim and Skelling Hall instead of toward it. When we reach the Burnside barracks, I order everyone inside. Don't you want some guards to stand outside? Svante asks. I cock an eyebrow at his audacity to question my authority. My entire retinue enters the space. I pace in front of the hall with the prisoners on their knees before me. Elsie's gaze doesn't leave mine. Can she trust me? My heart starts racing. The Elnord grows louder. I'm not sure I can trust myself. I'm going to put up a fight, though. I don't want Glandius to seize the Eastlands. Protecting my people is my top priority. Everything after that will be a bonus victory. What are the charges? Elsie asks. Treason, the use of fey magic, and rune magic against the king. I focus on Val just then. She glowers. You performed rune magic. What was it? The rune of protection? And another to ward against brightwords? Elsie's eyes burn me. Answer to your crimes, murkast, I say to Val. And I do it again, your lowliness, she spits. Then do so. Show us how weak you are. I bark a laugh. She tries to get to her feet and tugs at the bonds around her wrists to demonstrate that she'd need her hands. I take a short knife and sever them. I want to know how rune magic works. My guards close in, angling their knives close, their lips parted and at the ready to cast verbal spells. Show me the rune of protection, Val, I growl. Elsie continues to stare and then cuts a glance at her sister. I roughly pull Elsie to her feet and push her toward Val. Demonstrate with this willing participant. Perhaps we'll test the strength of your ward to see if it really works, I say. My guards chuckle at the idea of causing her pain. Val performs the rune. What other runes are there? I ask. There are numerous, such as rune of silence, temptation, peace, safety, luck, dissolution, and accord. She glances over her shoulder at Callan. What about a rune of triumph? She shakes her head. That has to be earned. Rune of victory? Luck should cover that. I nod and have her perform it on Lee. One more. Is there a rune of stillness? Depends on the intention, she says slowly. Cast it here, cast it now, I mutter. Then more loudly, we will test your murkast magic. Val casts a rune of stillness upon the space. I sense something shift and lock into place. If it's anything like elven metal and responds to intention, this may just work. I call forth Svante, but he doesn't move. His eyes are wide, unblinking. Just as cunning as me, I say and eye the door. Here's your chance. The prisoners slowly get to their feet, as though questioning whether this is a trap. It might be best not to test how long those runes will hold, I say. Val is nearest the door. Long enough. The others follow her into the night. They all take flight with Callan in his wolf-shifter form. Tyrion begins running after them. Elsie glances back. I'm standing in a pool of light outside the barracks, wondering if I made the right choice. The flutter of her crystalline wings slows and she lowers to the ground. She strides over and takes me as roughly by the arm as I held her when we were inside the barracks. Come on, you're one of us now. I only follow because that sounded like an order. As we walk behind the others, the thunder noise calms ever so slightly as if to show me what it would be like if I stop resisting. I wonder what life would be like out here in the open and free from the crown, the duty and the curse in my blood. After a few moments of peaceful quiet, Elsie says, "You helped us." To that I reply, "You saw on the shore of the Sea of Dreams." A little sound of assent comes from her throat. I've seen a lot, Asher. Of the past, present, and future. Remember, it's up to you what course you take. Of the past, I couldn't bear to witness Sig, who was so good and so pure, suffer under the curse. Of the present, it's been slowly destroying me ever since. Even now. I think you rebelled. I glance up at my head. Not enough. Then what of the future, she asks. This time I'm quiet but growl a little to say the crown had better watch out. We meet the others in a sparsely wooded area that opens up to the seacoast. They're relaying what happened on the shores of the Sea of Dreams. Nathina. I knew it, Val says. Her eyes widen when she spots Elsie and me. For a second, it looks like she wants to say thank you but then thinks better of it. I'm not sure I have it in me to prove myself. I truly don't know if I can, but I just bought them time. My warriors could try to track down Glandias, but this motley squad of Fae and their kings have something my men don't: gritty determination and a personal vendetta to take the grim mage down. My attention slowly drifts over Elsie, then lands on Kiki, who's talking. Why did Nathina want to marry off Aina and Ella so badly? Mom defied her plans and ended up with a vampire. From what I know of Nathina, together with what I read in the diary, she had a reason other than being an old-fashioned foozle grasping at tradition. They're all quiet for a moment. I pass Elsie the diary. She nods and the corner of her lip lifts in a tentative smile. Thank you, she says softly. Her eyes brighten as though she remembered something. I don't think it was so much that Nathina was trying to marry our mother and Drod, but to stop the alternative. To keep our mother from marrying someone else. Could be, Lee says vaguely. There's only one way to find out. As I said, we have to go to the Library of Memories, Kiki says. Okay, fine. It's real, Val says, as though finally conceding an argument. But where is it? Elsie looks to me. Here in the Eastlands. The elves guard it. And you won't get close to it, I say. Why? I lace my arms in front of my chest. The Thunder Tournament grooms the best warriors, and they're the ones with the sacred duty to guard the memories. Why the secrecy and protection? Lee asks. Because there are things people don't want to remember, I answer. If they did, it could influence them in terrible ways. How do we get there? Val asks Elsie. Again, she turns to me. You have to journey through woods enchanted with bright words, brew a potion, fight beasts. It's much like the tournament but harder and deadlier. I shift uncomfortably because I too have memories stored there that I'd rather not revisit. Elsie crushed the tournament, Lee says. We got this. Then there are the elves guarding it. If you pass all of the obstacles in order to even get in, you need a special key. As I speak, something glints around Val's neck. A key? What, like this one? Wearing a smirk, she pinches the end of it in her hand. Sven's quiet key? I ask, astounded. Chapter 15. Elsana. My surprised expression at the sight of Sven's quiet key matches Asher's. It's a thing of legend in the Eastlands. They play childhood games and songs to find the key. Young elves and fae alike go on quests in search of it. The elders in the villages tell tales surrounding its mystery. Where did you get that? I ask Val. Nathina had it. I didn't realize what it was for a long time, but when I did. Callan cuts in. Let's just put it this way, Val is not to be messed with, and nothing and no one, not even the gnarliest old crone, will stand in her way. He smiles like he's proud of her. She fails to hide her smirk. But I'll admit, I never knew what it was for until recently. Then you knew the library is real, Kiki counters. Callan lifts a finger as if to make a point. She's tough, hardcore, and definitely stubborn. Good to know, Kiki says, but I sense laughter in her voice. Asher brushes his hand down his face. What almost surprises me more than all of this is him helping us. Questions are on my tongue, but from the sounds of things with the Grim Mage, we don't have time to get into it. I don't want to say or do anything that might change his mind. I cannot deny the hope inside. But it worries me because, as I know all too well, hope is tenuous. And when dashed, the lack of it can be crippling. This glimpse of who Asher really is, or who he was before he became king, makes me excited and worried in equal measure. I try to still the stirrings in my heart, to quiet them. But like Val, it beats steadily, stubbornly, unwilling to give up on him, or, what scares me most, us. I never thought I'd say this, Asher, but go on, lead the way. He swallows hard, as though he walks a sword's edge of helping us or turning us in. Wait. Are you really on our side? Lee asks. I tread relatively lightly, but my sisters are fierce and with reason. I'm not here to take sides. I don't want to see a grim mage destroy my kingdom, Asher says. But you're happy to do that yourself? Lee's dark eyes flash with anger. Asher's eyes lift as if he's rolling them, and then I realize he's subtly glancing up at the crown. I won't claim to be anything other than what I am. His voice is thin. Those words threaten to cut deep like the sword we're balanced on, but I dismiss them. Lee snorts. Thank you for protecting Kiki and guiding her safely during the dream weaving. Soren pulls her close. You did a good thing for us. Not so sure about your warriors, but I understand that they wouldn't have let us or you go easily. Callan crosses his arms in front of his chest. That said, if you are to continue with us, we must have your word that you won't betray us. My word doesn't mean anything, Asher's expression strains, as though he struggles between two warring parties, two versions of himself. The two kings from afar exchange a look. But I will do my best, Asher replies. We need better than that, Tyrion grinds out. I'm not sure if the best of Asher remains, but hope clings tightly to me, urging me not to give up. I take a long look at him and release an exhale. It's as if it breathes life into him and his jaw flexes. I'll lead you to the library. First, we'll journey through the no-leaf forest to the mountains and then the nethers. After that, well, maybe I'll be able to do better. We move along the shore and then sharply inland, avoiding the elven and fae settlements. The sun hardly shines, hidden behind clouds and fog. These are boundary areas, well beyond the parts of the Eastlands where I've ever been. The murk prevents me from knowing precisely where we are. Asher walks a few paces ahead. I imagine the trust we're putting in him fills up the emptiness that drove him to harm the fae and to cast us beneath the boots of the elves. Maybe he needs this kind of reinforcement. To know that somewhere inside he's still worthy of goodness. We reach an outpost on the edge of Alvheim, and Asher instructs us to stop. After this, we're in the wilds. Val, is there a cloaking rune, something to hide us? The mist won't keep the curious from reporting of our presence. Val performs a rune of secrecy on each of us, and we continue past the town. The mist clings in little wisps around the shrubs, trees, and the corners of buildings and fences. We're hidden, but I can't help feel the town hides something too. Like the presence of the demons lingers behind cold fingers calling us to places far from the beating heart of this life. I find myself walking beside Asher, matching his stride. You would have been a great elven warrior. Too bad I'm beneath you, merely murkast, I say. He flinches as though the comment stings. I have the urge to apologize when really he should, to me and all of fae kind. Instead, I say, what you said about curious eyes, I do feel like we're being watched. If it weren't for the rune, we would be. That's part of being in an elven troop, the spectacle of it. We like to showcase our might, the splendor of our weapons and armor. Good thing I'm not an elf. This time I get a cocky side eye. Like he likes what he sees when he looks at me. Then he adds, I am too. A shiver runs through me, and it's not because of the cool day. We walk until the mist turns to shadow, and the no-leaf forest looms darkly ahead of us. I look forward to the relative shelter of the woods and rest. At its edge, birds perform a cacophonous symphony of unnerving rattles, trills, deep rasps, and nasal clucking. A smoke-gray bird streaks across the sky and disappears. The wind rustles the browning leaves, and the scent of damp, decomposing earth would be suffocating if I weren't so tired after the long day of walking. Asher steps across the threshold of briars and wood litter. I follow, and the forest swallows the remaining twilight, rendering the trees little more than silhouettes. Our footprints melt at our backs as we walk deeper into the woods. Mist hangs low like a blanket. I spot a rocky outcropping. Let's make camp there, I say. My words and thoughts turn dreamy as if they've already gone to sleep. The fight with the warriors seems like a distant memory. Asher drops onto a low rock and extends his legs and arms overhead, yawning. Even in this strange place, my pulse trips over him. The others nestle on the velvety moss between the rocks, silently drinking from flasks of water and eating something called Oreos. Lee, Tyrion, and I try to find dry sticks for a fire, and my sister uses a blast of her magic to get it started. At last, I warm my hands and relax. The others break off into pairs and speak in low, hushed tones, leaving Asher and me alone by the fire. The flames dance orange and red, reminding me of the phoenix's feathers and the vision. I didn't foresee this, I say, at last admitting my abilities. How could you have? His voice is rough from disuse. You don't choose what you see, do you? I suppose not. But I didn't fathom you helping us, yet here you are. He tilts his head, gazing into my eyes as though anchoring himself to this moment. Then he reaches out and wipes a smudge from my chin. Warmth ripples through me and I swallow hard. Don't let this forest fool you, Elsie, or me. Don't let me fool you into thinking there's much left of me other than, he points to the crown. Then why? Why are you here? There's a storm inside me and you're the lightning blazing across the sky, illuminating the darkness. I slowly turn my head from side to side, heeding his warning. You said not to let you fool me. You're here to protect the elves from Glandias. You're Fae. Surely, you understand the concept of two opposing principles at play. Light and shadow. But we seek to balance them. Asher lifts an eyebrow. Who said I don't? I huff. Can't you speak plainly? Tell me the truth. I wish I could. Maybe for me, it's not about balance, but elimination. Get rid of the shadow side. But you're one of the four false kings. Isn't it your mission to turn to the shadow and turn the Fae into shadows to build the army? It's not a mission or a desire, Elsie. It's a curse. That word is like a bolt through me. What if we don't have to kill him but end the curse? Will I get the Asher I knew back? I want to ask him, but he settles back and his eyes dip closed. This soft, dreamy place removes the barbs of Alvheim, disarms the urge to fight and defend. But it's hope that truly melts me. Good night, Asher, I whisper. I curl up. Even in the darkness with my eyes closed, I sense him beside me, thunderclaps and lightning strikes, energy at odds with the deeper peace of the forest. My dreams fold in and over themselves, repeating and then going backward, inside out and upside down. I wake not feeling at all rested, but like I've been struggling through a raging storm all night long. Asher is already awake, his gaze distant and watchful. I could wake up like this every morning. I stir and poke the dead fire, as dark as the soil surrounding it. Dappled light pokes its way through the canopy overhead. It's unusually quiet, as if the forest seals us inside. We must be awake before the birds. The others begin to rouse. We share some bread and drink from a crystal-clear stream as we stumble over briars and slippery rocks until we reach a path carved between tall, evenly spaced trees with peeling bark. Twigs don't crack underfoot. Leaves don't rustle. I feel watched and followed, but not even our footsteps make a sound. The silence is unnerving, consuming, and I feel the need to whisper or not speak at all. With the others following behind once more, I'm walking beside Asher. Had you ever been to the Sea of Dreams before? I ask after a few more minutes of what feels like meandering. No, and if it weren't for my status as a sentinel, I wouldn't be allowed. Why? You can only sail away from this life and toward the dancing bands of light in the sky, following the rainbow road over the edge of the world if you're worthy. And you're not? He glances at me. No, Elsie. The Sea of Dreams is a place for longings, hopes, and wishes. It's made of castles and finery, feasts and comfort. Fields of wildflowers bright in the sun. There's no pain or fear. Only freedom. And you get to be with those you love. I think of my mother there, helping Kiki, her summoning me in my vision space. If I'm lucky, I won't visit the Sea of Dreams for a long time, but my heart is heavy as if I've already said goodbye. Then I realize it's that word that hangs between us. Love. You have to love to be worthy of the Sea of Dreams, I whisper. That you do, he confirms. Asher's tone sounds as heavy as I feel. Our conversation spools and circles back into itself as I try to make sense of things. However, I still have the sense we're being watched, or like the forest itself follows us. Did you hear birds calling when we approached yesterday? I ask. Asher nods while he runs his fingers across the velvety moss of a tree trunk. Mist crawls toward us and the stiff gnarled branches should sway ominously above, but they're still. All is silent, including the 8 of us. We reach a waterfall, spilling silently over the escarpment. Clusters of lacy white flowers grow up between the mossy rocks. How is the water so silent? Kiki asks, stretching her hand to catch the drops and have a sip, but the movement of the liquid must be an illusion, because it doesn't flow over her skin, but remains static like she's thrusting her fingers through a silky veil. My sister's gaze lands on Soren. He lifts and lowers a shoulder. We watch entranced, waiting for something to change. When it doesn't, we continue through the grove of evergreens and along the ribbon-like path. We've been here before, Val says, when we pause by the slithering roots of a massive tree. At least it feels as though we have. She turns in a circle and all at once, her eyes flicker as though in understanding. The no-leaf forest has become a maze around us. We're going in circles. Maybe it's just really big, Callan says dreamily. Val shakes her head. We're going in reverse and then forward and reverse again. We all turn to Asher. How do we get out? Tyrion rubs his chin. We have to go back the way we came. But we've already covered so much ground. We must be close to the other side by now. His mouth opens and closes, as though he loses the thread of understanding. I gaze down the rough trail and close my eyes, trying to make sense of it. It's as though the trees and plants and moss breathe with us. I say, last night it was like I dreamt the forest's dream and it wants us to go back. No, not back. Forward. That's not right either. It's inverted. It sleeps while we're awake, moves backward as we go forward. How can we get it to move with us and let us go where we want to? Lee asks. I lift my eyes to Asher's. I think we have to learn how to move with it, or ask it to lead us instead of the opposite. Even as the king, I'm not privy to the no-leave secrets. But I think Elsie's idea is worth a try. His lips form brightwards, bringing the forest in alignment with our intention and ours with it. I join him, speaking the same words until our voices harmonize. That's the thing about elven magic, it's all about intention. What the truest desire is, and right now, it's not only to find a way out of this forest, but to also help Asher find a way back to himself. The others join us in the verbal spells until we hear the tinkle of birdsong. We move in its direction. The surroundings are eerily familiar and the sense of watchful eyes drags behind me, but after a distance, the canopy above reveals patches of dusky sky, and the dense air thins from the thick odor of earth and decay. When an opening appears ahead, the edge of the forest breaks sharply atop a knoll that spills into the ravine that contains a long road toward the mountains. Everyone cheers, hugging and clapping. I'm swept into it and have the urge to hold Asher, but keep my arms at my sides. As if Kiki can't help herself, she wraps Asher in a hug. My heart leaps. Not out of jealousy, but because I want to feel the weight of his arms around me. From over her shoulder, his eyes meet mine, and in them, I see that our desires align, or maybe it's just hope. Chapter 16. Asher. It's nearly dawn. Elsie's eyes twinkle in the golden light. In my eyes, I want her to see that I hear the thunder, the Elnord, drawing me to her, but I cannot give in. I will deny it until my dying breath. It's not because I don't want her. It's because I'm not worthy of her. I'm not good enough for her sweet gaze, her lips, her kindness, and especially not her trust. If only I could go back in time if things were different, but I wouldn't have it that way either. I did what I had to do to protect Sig, and I'd do it all over again if I had to. My loyalty runs deep, but I'm afraid I don't have enough for both of them, and my brother came first. I had to protect him from the kind of king he'd have become, and I have to protect Elsie from the king I have become. The sun shines overhead. The black spot on its rim is a reminder of the dark work I've done. A light breeze murmurs an invitation toward the mountains. I pick up a handful of dirt, inhale, and then cough. We're on the right path for sure, and if my tracking abilities are any indication, the warriors will be behind us before long. Although I've seen this scenery filtered through my lessons as a young elf, being out here in the open and away from the trappings of the castle is like a warm, bubbling pot of stew, the underside of furs and blankets, and Elsie's smile. It's beautiful and comforting in its wildness. Yet it's none of that. The crisp fallen leaves, the earthen scent of decay and renewal, and wet stones have a unique scent. It's familiar, different, a surprise, but also exactly what I expect. Lonely shrubs populate the mossy mud and earth. The branches are tender and fragile as we move farther from the forest. My chest aches as though the mountain hovering in front of me already crumbled, burying me beneath the rubble. I don't know what would be worse, that or giving into the craving from the crown on my head for darkness. After another day's journey, we reached the impossibly tall mountains. From the edge of the no-leave, I could see the range of its peaks, but now they hide in a bank of clouds. Except for the whipping wind high above, it's quiet, much like the forest before we brought it back to life, with the rustling of leaves, the snap of branches, and low sounds of creatures hidden from view. Soren sizes up the mountain, as if it's something to be defeated. When I was younger, Bjorn and Trotter would tell tales of the kings and battle arms going on quests, and returning with riches and stories of success. I never thought it would be this difficult, fraught with so much peril and uncertainty. I imagined the heroes riding off into the sunset and returning triumphant. I knew there were battles in between, but didn't think about sleeping on the cold ground, having little food and water, and how exhausting simply walking can be. He laces his arm across Kiki's shoulder. Or how it would inspire me to forge on. This is a far cry from the comforts of Brenzondel Castle, that's for sure, Callan says. The comforts that were real, Val says pointedly. A far cry from your castle, Callan? How about a far cry from Brooklyn, from the only realm we ever knew until recently, Tyrion says. If I tap my heels together, will anything happen? Lee asks. Kiki laughs. Tried it. Nope. Must be a Terra joke. Elsie's gaze traces the path that leads up the mountainside until it disappears. This is exactly what I imagined it would be like, she says softly. But also better. She eyes her sisters and then me. I told her not to have hope. It's dangerous. We drag ourselves up the loose layer of scree covering the slope. The peaks are as black as night against the sky frosted with gray clouds. I glance over my shoulder. The panorama isn't quite as vivid or impressive as it was yesterday. Above the wind whistling over the rocks, I hear a faint mewing. I pause, listening, and then shake my head. The altitude and wind play tricks on my senses. We round a corner as the trail winds upward. Ahead on the path, a gray wolf feasts on a bloody carcass. Elsie staggers back. The wolf raises its hackles. A low growl lifts the hairs on the back of my neck. A snarl rises on Callan's lips. He's still in his human form. Elsie remains as solid and still as the surrounding rock. If the wolf lunged, it would kill her instantly. I cast the thought from my mind. If we turn back, it's likely to follow, and will provide dinner for the pack. From behind a heap of rocks, I hear mewing again. At second glance, there's only one rock next to a cluster of newborn kitlings. The wolf must have attacked and killed the mother Feralian cat. He turns his yellow eyes on us, and then stalks over to the kits. Blood drips from his muzzle. Elsie's breath catches. We have to scare the wolf away. Fear pulses through me. I lower behind her, pick up a loose rock, but she stills my hand. Her sparkling eyes are low, and the bright words she murmurs are calm, even, and commanding. I can't quite discern them with the wind in my eyes and the blood and thunder rushing in my ears. The wolf's tail lowers but doesn't tuck as though it's caught between its meal and the command of Brightword's and Val's magic. I know the feeling. In a blink, the wolf and carcass are gone. But so are the kitlings. Lee stops mid-step. Did you see? I don't know what I saw. It was there and then it wasn't. Kiki scans the ground by where we saw the kitlings, but only smooth oval rocks remain. How did they disappear? It was an illusion, Elsie says. I nod, realizing this now. It was barring our way forward. But one of what's likely to be several obstacles. At that, I lead the way, prepared now for whatever comes. We're nearly halfway to the summit when I hear a ping, ping, crack. It gets louder, and all at once rocks slide down the mountain above us. Elsie had been telling her sisters about their Aunt Ella and Uncle Drod. She pauses mid-sentence, turns, her eyes bulge. She calls avalanche. The wind swallows her warning as she rushes ahead, thrusting me out of the way. The others were behind us, and hopefully went far enough back down to the trail to safety. Elsie and I tumble and slide. Her wings appear, but then a huge rock pounds down the mountain, knocking her and crushing them. She cries out in pain. I claw the ground, trying to wrap my arms around her to cushion the fall. I can't get a hold of her or anything solid as my feet pedal to gain purchase. Then it's only the open vista of endless space above and a graveyard of stone below. We're falling as rocks and boulders cascade down like a waterfall, glancing off knees and elbows, but there isn't a pool below to break our fall, only more rock to break us. I manage to grasp a loose root in one hand and Elsie's arm in the other, but she's slipping. I won't let anything happen to you, I promise. Her wing hangs crookedly from her back. It glints beautifully even in its brokenness. It should heal soon, but the fear in her eyes suggests we have no idea if that'll be soon enough. There's a ledge here to my left. If I can swing you to it, then hoist myself up, I think we'll be okay and can get back to the path. Asher, I'm slipping. Her voice is as light as air. I feel as heavy as stone. Do you have the skin? She shakes her head, and in that movement, her fingers slip. I dive after her. If nothing else, I'll reach the ground first and break her fall. I think of the phoenix and gerfalcon, and in a last-ditch attempt to save us, utter a string of bright words. As the scattering of rocks gets closer, in a flutter, Elsie's three Fae sisters appear. Their crystalline wings are like sunshine snow, like a promise against the gray sky above. The rocks, which were dense, dark, and damaging, belatedly turn into feathers at the sound of my elven spell. As Kiki takes hold of Elsie, she says, I've got you, sis. Val and Lee heave me to safety. In a blink, we're higher on the path than where we were when the avalanche started. Kiki catches her breath. Soren has Callan. By the look of relief on her face, she says this as much to us as to reassure herself. Everyone stands there for a moment, shaken. The others crowd around, embracing and talking about what happened. My arms and legs tremble from exertion and fear. That was intense. Elsie hugs her arms around her chest. Her face is damp. Your wing. I want to reach out and touch it, heal it. The thunder noise draws me closer. It's suddenly louder than the demands of the cursed crown atop my head. Without thinking, I enfold Elsie in my arms. Her chest rises and falls against mine. She's warm. Whole. Safe. Part of me wishes we could stay like this forever. The other part knows better. You guys were ahead, do you know what happened? Lee asks, breaking into the moment. Elsie glances up at me as if to ask if the embrace we shared and the sheer relief in it was real, then to her sister she says, the rocks just came tumbling. I scrub my hand down my face. I should have known better. Should have used bright words to stop it right away. To turn the rocks into feathers sooner. It happened so fast, Elsie says, making an excuse for me. I could have prevented it. I glance at her wing. I assume this was another obstacle. I should have realized it. You might just have a chance to redeem yourself. Lee points to a bluff ahead of us. It's covered in moss, bushes, and blooms, and an abundance of natural life, which seems unnatural at this elevation. There is also a large marbled stone in the middle. 3 small pools of water glint from the center. We approach cautiously. Elsie circles the boulder and gazes into one pool. In the water's reflection, her eyes flash dark as if she's suddenly somewhere far away. I grab hold of her in case this is some kind of curse, but in the pool, I see a woman reaching for her wailing newborn baby. The vision dissolves and my hand falls away. Elsie's face is damp. I saw my family. They returned or they never left. I swallow. Without hesitating, she angles in front of the pool again, but I shake my head. No. It's another illusion. I think this is some sort of test. She stares at me, unblinking, and I step in front of the second pool of water, hoping to confirm or deny my theory. In it, I sit upon a throne, my head wrapped in the gilded crown. Servants do my bidding as I gaze over my kingdom, feeling a surge of power and wealth, control, and riches. But then it all turns to ash, never to rise again. I jerk my head back. My hand brushes Elsie's. Her face is blank, her eyes flat. The others do the same, moving cautiously. What does it mean? Val asks. Elsie reaches for my hand. A bolt flashes through me and the thunder roars. Together, we gaze into the third pool. Nothing happens. I think these pools of water show us what once was and what could be, Elsie says. I think the third, not showing us anything, reminds us to reflect on what is, I finish. So, what's it for? Val asks. I turn in a slow circle, studying the promontory. I tilt my head, not sure if I'm seeing correctly in the descending night. I approach the face of the mountain. Val, are these runes? I ask. She studies them and then starts to trace her finger over one. Then she jumps back. Yes. Do elves have a thing for 3s? I nod. Sun, moon, stars. There were 3 elven kingdoms. We're the only remaining. 3 phases of schooling, Elsie adds. 3 tasks in the Thunder Tournament, Callan says. I nod in confirmation. You had 3 instances where you had to use Brightword so far, Tyrion says. 3 areas we have to travel through to get to the library, right? Lee asks. The no-leaf forest, this mountain, and what was the third? The Nethers, I answer. Lee's eyes widen. Sounds grim. Val lifts her eyebrows, casting a glance at the runes carved into the mountain. Oh, it will be. Chapter 17. Elsana. Explain again why this library of memories is so well guarded? Lee asks. It holds secrets, things people would rather not remember, I say. Think about it this way, say you have memories you want to escape. Embarrassing moments, mistakes you made, experiences or decisions you'd like to forget. They can be stored in the library, Asher explains with a mite of annoyance in his tone. So you actually forget them? Lee asks as if she likes the sound of that. Not exactly. They leave a trace, but you're removed from the feeling, the fear, the shame, the regret. His jaw twitches. And they get stored in this library? Lee asks. But again, why the protection? Imagine if people had access to your memories rather than them being safely hidden away in the vault of your mind? That knowledge could ruin even the strongest of people. He turns in a small circle as if the answer to a question is somewhere nearby. Speaking from experience? Lee cocks an eyebrow. Something like that. Asher grunts. The memory of falling isn't far away. He was so focused on saving me, he forgot his elven abilities. He forgot that he hates murkast. That he turned his back on me, on Faye, and on all that was good inside of him. But he couldn't have forgotten so much because the relief I felt in his embrace, the warmth and desire was just as full, just as generous as the very first time his arms found their way around me. I remember everything about that moment in the orchard. The way the dappled light under the tree painted him in patchwork. The way his eyes spoke words that he couldn't. He wanted me. Wanted us. His lips had one purpose. To kiss me. I press my hand to my lips now. I lost Asher once, got part of him back, and was afraid I'd lose him again, but who is he? A terrible king? A lost elven warrior? Mine? I sense his eyes on me and lift my gaze slowly, afraid I'll find an answer I don't want. But whatever the question we've both been asking, it's there on our lips. It's as close a kiss. I let out a breath, wanting nothing more than to take the past, connect it to the present, and have a future. But the crown shines on his head. There's something grim inside of him, and I'll do whatever it takes to smoke it out, to exile it, and to get the real Asher back, one task, one bright word, one act of trust at a time. I know, he says slowly as if the moment we're sharing melds with the mission at hand. If my sister Val is stubborn, I'm determined. I hope those two words I know mean he understands that I'm willing to fight for him. Each of these runes tells of a danger and a remedy. Val points to them. I thought runes were magical symbols, Callan asks. They are, Val confirms. But before that, they were a primitive form of communication. They told stories. Back then, the ability to do that was a form of magic in itself. Stories are definitely magical, Soren says. The book with the portal for sure. In general too. Think about it, you're reading and get so involved in the book you're carried away, drawn into the drama, lost in the world. Lost in the world, you can say that again, Lee says. Lost in the world, Soren repeats. Terra figure of speech, Callan says. Oh right. But still. You know what I mean. Kiki gives him a loving squeeze. Lost in the world, I whisper, then look up at Asher. I'll find you. The real you. A sad smile flitters across his face, as though he doubts that's possible. But look, you're here helping us, I say. There's strength in that. Hope. I was ready to shoot you with a silver-tipped arrow mere days ago. You mean you're not going to do that at the end of this? I can't tell if he's joking or not. Not if I don't have to. But if I have to, Lee says, butting in. Asher laughs nervously. I don't doubt you both would. Then he mutters, maybe you should. Everyone would be better off. What we need to do is get that crown off your head, Val says. Yeah, even if we have to chop it, Lee adds. My head. Asher pales. Lee shrugs. If it must be done. I don't know my sisters that well, and like with Asher, I'm not sure they're joking. It's not going to come to that. I mean to sound reassuring, but I don't think Asher is convinced. Val claps her hands. I get it. She gestures to each of the rune symbols. We have 3 beasts to fight. Each is deadly in its own way. The runes are encouraging those who dare enter the cave to come prepared. I have knives, a sword, and a few other tricks up my sleeves, Kiki says. Good, but we also need preparation against wounds from these particular beasts. Val studies the symbols. Asher's eyebrows lift at the same time I say, the lethal trio. He nods. There's an elven legend about 3 lethal beasts that are nearly indestructible. It's certain those who encounter the lethal trio will be wounded, so it's important to have the remedies at the ready. Okay, what are they? Asher and I speak the potions at the same time, as if we're in our mastery lesson and competing for top of the class. Grey water, swampscotch, and Exceltos tincture. Okay, so how do we make the grey butterscotch tincture whatever? Kiki asks. Everything should be here, on this promontory. Between Asher and me, we tell everyone what to look for. Using the marbled stone in the center as a table, we use what materials we have on hand to make the gray water, putting it in what Lee called a disposable water bottle, and the swamp scotch. It goes in Asher's water skin. Excelto's tincture proves more difficult because liquid activates it, and it should only be started when ready to use. Kiki has what she referred to as a plastic gum container. We make do, to say the least, and I stuff it in my pocket. While foraging, Soren found the entrance to a cave, and we all hesitantly make our way over to it. We made those remedies because you said it's certain those who encounter them will be wounded. When facing danger, isn't it better to think about if and not when? Tyrion asks as if reading everyone's thoughts. In the case of the beasts that dwell in the nethers, it's definitely a case of when, not if, Asher says. Not encouraging, he mutters. How's your wing? Asher asks me. Better, I reply, grateful for my Fae ability to heal relatively easily, but it doesn't feel completely normal. Maybe because some old grim magic inflicted the wound. Though I haven't tested it out yet. We're both quiet for a moment as the others get themselves hyped up to go into the cave. I saw a glimpse of your past, Elsie says. And I saw a glimpse of your future, I reply. Not over there. I gesture behind us. But before. As the others gather the courage to enter the dark cave, I summon the courage to face whatever it is between Asher and me. It doesn't have to be that way, I say. I see how much you want things to be different, but there's no hope for me, Elsie. The sooner you realize that, the better off you'll be. And if I don't realize it? The way he recoils suggests he hears the challenge in my words and sees it on my lips. He doesn't answer. We move into the cave and begin to descend. We have a few torches that illuminate the walls, inscribed with more runes. The air cools and soon takes on a silvery flavor. This was the original elven metal mine, Asher says. It's guarded by a goblin. Just one? Soren asks. One is enough. Is it part of the lethal trio? Val asks. Perhaps, Asher says. Not even the king knows the extent of the protections placed over the library. What's the goblin guarding? Kiki asks. Draker and Drager. Twin dragon beasts, Val says, reading the runes. She turns to Asher for an explanation. The lethal trio? He nods. Seems like it. Reminds me of our cousins, Nasrin and Sadira. Twin dragons. I tell my sisters about them briefly as we continue to walk. I'm just a wolf shifter, but if this was an elven mine, why are there Fae runes? Callan's voice echoes. At one point, the ancient symbols and magic belonged to all magical beings, I say. According to elven lore, the Fae took the symbols and imbued them with magic, turning on the elves and using it against them, Asher says. Straight out of Trentham's Mastery textbook, I reply. So you don't think it's true? Asher says. I think the Fae and elves used to be united, along with many other magical beings. I believe it can be that way again, regardless of what happened in the past. Maybe we'll get answers in the Library of Memories, Val says wryly. The incline is steep as we move deeper still. The silvery taste gets stronger along with something else. Anyone else feel iron? My skin crawls and prickles. My sister mutter groans of affirmation. Asher, if you really want to take up a debate, if the Fae were accused of using runes to protect and guard themselves, it could also be said that they had reason after the elves discovered the rare ore in the earth. They weren't using it to hurt the Fae. His tone is defensive. Not at first. What if both Fae and elves became suspicious of each other, and the whole thing kind of devolved into a paranoid mess? Lee asks. Yeah, I taste the iron, Tyrion says, swallowing thickly. It's okay, babe, Lee whispers. You're a vampire and need blood, right? So how have you been feeding? Asher asks. Tyrion goes on to describe dehydrated blood pellets, courtesy of our Uncle Ivan. I'm morbidly fascinated. Asher says, the iron is from the dragon's blood is rich in it. Slay these things and you'll be feasting for ages. We stop abruptly. Ahead is a large glassy pool inside a cavernous room. Stalactites hang from the ceiling. Is that blood? Kiki asks. No, if the runes are accurate, the dragons are in it. Under the water? Soren asks. It appears water-like, but it's a liquid form of elven metal, Asher explains. And the goblin? A chilling cackle echoes through the cave. We all pull our weapons and assume our respective battle stances as a shadow creeps up the wall. In the flickering light of the torches, its wrinkly head is enormous. Spikes line its hunched back, and sharp claws point from a pair of giant hands, splayed as if ready to pierce each of us. Asher angles himself in front of me as if our argument about elves and fae never happened, and we prepare to fight and face our wounds. Chapter 18. Asher. The shadow moves closer. I wonder if dwelling in the cave for so many years caused the goblin to grow. To my knowledge, they're relatively small, about half the size of a fae or elf. Despite Tyrion's explanation about the concentrated blood pellets, I see the hunger in his dark eyes. He's ready to slay the goblin and feast on the dragons I mentioned. Everyone's charged up and tense with the energy to fight, Soren especially so. I've heard tales of the Northland battle rage. The three fae stand next to their men. I can't help but want to protect Elsie even though I know she can take care of herself. She slides next to me as if realizing my intention. I'll defend her to the death, and that's the best I can hope for. Let the dragons take me this cursed crown and the others can go on to the library of memories. I blink into the shadows a few times, expecting the goblin to appear. There's nothing. It was another trick. I keep rightwards on my tongue and my sword lifted. Elsie's gaze is angled down. The goblin is much smaller than its shadow suggested. She tilts her head as though looking at an adorable little kitling. Don't be fooled, I mutter. They're tricksters. What brings your number to my lair? No tricks or rhymes, Goblingard, I say. I'm the king of the Eastlands. All is well, well is all, but not for long. You get one request at my behest, now a riddle will be your test. One request? We didn't make a request, Lee says. Actually, Asher said no tricks or rhymes, Tyrion says smartly. So, we have to answer a riddle? Tyrion looks mildly excited. The goblin curls its fingers. Answer this and pass, I acquiesce. The creature's voice is slippery, tricky for sure. I nod for him to go on. He taps the tips of his fingers together. It has a name but cannot be defined. It can be felt but not be seen. It lives inside but dies without. Of it, one of you has a doubt. We each take a moment to think, and then turn to each other, our ideas and speculations rising and falling. The Elnord tells me the answer. I'm the one who doubts. What happens if we get the riddle wrong? Val asks the goblin. I release the dragons. Isn't that what we want? Callan asks. So we can fight them and defeat them? What if we get the riddle right? Val surveys the goblin as though she's aware this is one of his tricks. I release the dragons. The goblin leers. I knew it. Val snaps her fingers. But you'll also let us pass? So either way we meet Draker and Dreger? That hardly seems fair, Callan says. I give not a care about what is fair. The goblin narrows his eyes in challenge to answer the riddle. Elsie looks at me. I refuse to say it. The others continue to debate. What does it matter? Release them. We'll fight. We will win. We'll continue to the library. I force the words out. As you wish, the goblin says. We assume fighting stances, weapons raised, eyes keen. Where I expect the ground to shake and the glass over the pond to shatter, nothing happens. I turn to the goblin, but he's gone. All at once, a sense of dread fills me, but it's mixed with something else, a grim excitement in the face of so much power, power that could be mine. The glassy surface of the lake turns into liquid metal as two crests emerge before breaking through the surface. The head of a black dragon, Draker, and the head of a red dragon, Dreger. The black one has spikes up its back with small wings. The other has nubby armor around the mantle. Its tail is like a club. Their eyes are fiery slits. The light is reflected in Kiki's eyes, Val's, Lee's, and finally Elsie's. They're determined to get through this, to the library, and break the curse. The dragons fully emerge, revealing the entirety of their enormous, deadly forms. They froth at the mouth, eager to fight, to feed. The guys step back. The girls lean in. There is no polite face-off as opponents measure each other up. Nope. It's fight on. Dreger swings its tail. Val jumps over it. Tyrion isn't fast enough, and it knocks into him. He merely sways. Draker charges at Kiki. Soren jumps in front of her and is knocked backward. He rolls over but gets to his feet. Fire roars from the mouth of one of the dragons, not sure which. It blasts full force at Lee. Callan shifts into a wolf, and the sight of it makes my bones feel like they've liquefied. Dreger advances on Elsie. She swings the sword she forged in the tournament. Graceful like a dancer, she shuffles back and then right, left, then back again. When the beast swings its tail again, she ducks. They continue to move in a sort of choreography until Elsie throws her sword, and in one swift move pulls an arrow from the quiver, knocks the arrow, and lets it loose. The elven metal-tipped arrow sails through the air, almost in slow motion as I watch, and then speeds up as it lands in the dragon's eye. A second arrow makes contact, blinding the beast. It thrashes and its tail lobs Lee hard, sending her into the air like the arrow. She plummets and is skewered by a spike in the ridge of the dragon's back. One of them slams the indomitable vampire, pinning him against the stone wall. Elsie rushes over, pulling her sister free. Lee cries in pain. The dragon blasts fire everywhere, scalding Kiki. Soren rushes over and its wings flap. He seems torn between shifting and fighting the thing and helping his beloved. With sword swinging, Val and Callan attack. The other dragon's wings flap, creating a mighty wind in the cavern. It flies upward and then rears back before launching itself at Val and Callan. It lashes at them with its claws. Val manages to dodge, but Callan gets a gash on his face near his scar. They don't let up, attacking again and again as we fight back. We're put to the test, that's for sure. But it isn't only about strength and might, as elves are led to believe. It's also cunning. I remain rooted to the spot. The din around me fades. The thunder rumbles in my ears. It's then that I realize two things about the goblin and the lake. I press my way through the wreckage of fallen stones. We don't have to defeat the dragons. That would be near impossible. We have to defeat the goblin. I've never had the kind of fear associated with dread until I reach Elsie. My throat is so thick I can hardly swallow. But it's not the beasts. It's the possibility of losing her. For half a breath I think I might kiss her, but then breeze past, intent on finding the goblin. He watches from a nook and stiffens at my approach. It hardly seems fair to fight a creature half my size, but he's twice as clever, which makes us an even match, not that he cares about what's reasonable. Come to play, elf? Something about his arrogant expression, the meaning behind it, or his words amidst the din causes a rumble from deep inside. A bolt of energy surges within. But that's not what will defeat the goblin. I push through whatever grim magic he employs to amplify the darkness in me. I'm dizzy, but over my shoulder make out Elsie and the others fighting the dragon. What will it take? I ask. If you have to ask, a loser you make. I'm not here to win. Then what do you stand to gain, King? The goblin asks. Murky, muddy thoughts try to drown out the thunder noise in my head. I want to empty my mind of it all, like pouring out a bucket of dirty water. They give way to what feels like a tight fist encircling my mind, feeding me stories of power and domination, cruelty and malice. It's a grip that's nearly as challenging as the battle between the dragons and my friends behind me. The curse is like a finger, pounding into my chest and punctuating every word. You. Alone. Rain. But that's not what I want. I want to pour out the water, slam a door, close my mind and my heart to these lies. From the cavern, someone cries out. I'm torn between rushing to help and being held here, static, helpless to the power that consumes me. But I must defeat the goblin. Don't you pleasure in their pain? King, listen not to their screams to prove you are supreme. The goblin cackles. Ignore them and succumb. At his mad rhyming, I'm reminded of the answer to his riddle. He's not a dragon that breathes fire and can maim, but goblins are monsters in their own way. They feed off of and contribute to weakness that they detect. They're cunning, yes, but only because they take pleasure in pain. Two words pop into my head. Free. Will. Despite the present situation, I can choose what happens next. He's blurry but wearing a self-satisfied smile. Pain blinds me and anger fuels me. I could crush him in my hands. I clench one fist and tighten my hold on the sword. But that's the curse talking. That's what the crown wants. That's not what winning demands. Neither it nor the goblin will give up easily. The small creature slashes at my chest, tearing my shirt with 4 sharp talons. I jump back as blood seeps through the fabric and drips onto the floor. The pain is so indescribable, I can't believe it's real. The scratches are so deep I can almost feel the pulse of my heart as if it's raw, out from its hidden chamber under my ribs. I won't call defeat despite the precious metal and stone on my forehead. It's something I can hardly fight. I will falter, but I will also try. I can't make the answer to his riddle form in my mouth, but the answer to it in the form of bright words comes. A spell I've never used rises from an unexplored place within. To anyone listening, it sounds like beautiful musical nonsense, but the goblin's creased face goes slack and he turns to ash. From behind, the others fight, kick, and hit. The dragons buck and bite. I press my hand against my chest, my heart, to stop the bleeding. It's a fight they can't win, and they're wounded. We need to treat them with the potions. We need to get out of here. Once more I push against the curse of the crown, willing me towards senseless violence and a hunger for power in favor of we. Us. A team. Friends. Triumph not for personal glory but for the group, freedom for all. Something the crown, the curse, and the count do not understand. I rush to the others, helping them to their feet, and warding off the dragons. To the lake, I holler. Elsie is bleeding and sweat pierces her brow. Are you sure? I'm not. It's just a hunch. But I have to trust myself on this. Elsie smiles and then winces at a cut on her lip. Okay, she says, and without another word, she dives into the lake. The others follow, and I go last. Chapter 19. Elsana. As I drop into the lake, the liquid is solid yet not. It's like gliding through silk, yet has the texture, taste, and scent of elven metal. It's too thick to open my eyes. The density of it presses against my chest and lungs in a suffocating kind of way. I chose to trust Asher and hope this was the way past the dragons, even though we didn't slay them. Maybe we weren't meant to. My entire body aches and stings from blows and cuts. The others aren't much better. Asher was absent for much of it, but I saw him with the goblin. They're never to be trusted, but I have to trust Asher. If I'm wrong, so be it. I'll accept the consequences. The look he gave me said he knew the answer to the riddle. I wanted to give him a chance to say it because that's what he needs, that's what his heart requires. As these thoughts turn over in my mind, it feels like they're also being drawn from me, spilling from my mind into the viscous liquid. I want to take a deep breath, to protest, to break free, but a peaceful sensation washes over me, as if my mind emptied of the racing, churning chaos that usually fills it, cleansing me. The liquid of the lake releases me. I drop onto the solid rock below. Breath fills my lungs more deeply than it has in a long time. I cast an orb of fey magic to illuminate another cavernous space. The others drop down from above with groans. The ceiling is the same consistency as the lake. We must have dropped through it. I help my sisters to their feet. What is this place? Kiki asks. Tyrion carries Lee in his arms. She was wounded bad. The potions. Where are they? Val rasps. I pull them from my jacket. Wounds from dragons require the grey water and swamp scotch. I pass them around. Asher appears from above. He stands for a moment, then wavers before dropping to his knees and pitching forward, landing face down. The poisons from the dragon's slashes and gashes move into my system. I'm slow and shaky, but I rush to Asher. If it weren't for him, we'd still be above, doing battle and losing. Turning him over, 4 deep cuts slice his chest, exposing the flesh beneath. I pat my pockets, searching for Excelto's tincture, the only thing to combat a wound inflicted by a goblin. Assuming he's the only one who was harmed by the thing, I apply it generously to his wounds. Nothing happens. Fae have the gift to heal relative quickly, while elves, even in their prolonged life status, don't necessarily have the accelerated ability. When he doesn't move, I worry we didn't prepare the tincture properly. Come on, Asher, I whisper, lifting his head into my lap and stroking his soft blonde hair. I expected a lot of things in this life, cleaning up after Naisrin and Sadira, learning about the forest and its many secrets with my aunt, and given my visions, I knew I'd someday meet my sisters. Or rather sisters, at least I'd always hoped so. But I never thought I'd ally with Asher. Never did imagine I'd want him to wake up, to live. Not after everything he did to my people. Then again, maybe my hope in him didn't ever leave. His eyes flutter and then open. I gaze down into the gray pools, almost the color of elven metal. They're cool, yet the look he gives me fills me with a warmth I've never before known. Maybe despite all the terrible things that have happened in the Eastlands and beyond, it was all building up to this moment which will point us toward a future free from curses. I shift my hand to his forehead, hopeful I can remove the crown, especially given the cleansing properties of the lake. But as my hand hovers over it, a sense of foreboding comes over me. The metal shocks me like a stinging eel. Asher's hand lifts and takes mine. The warmth from his eyes spreads to my fingers. No. His voice is rough. No. You don't want me to take off the crown? Dismay and disappointment winds through me. No, I have to be the one to do it. But he doesn't. Instead, he holds my hand as the others work on healing. I search his eyes, trying to understand. Then everything goes dark, including them. The last thing I remember is tipping back and hitting my head. Strong arms wrap around me. The steady rhythm of a heartbeat fills my ears, fills me. My heart matches its pace. The scent of cinnamon and elven metal fills my nose with a spicy crispness that only belongs to one person. Asher clutches me tight. I hear my words from earlier echoing from his mouth, only my name replaces his. Come on, Elsie. I blink open my eyes. Our positions are reversed. He's holding me. Relief loosens the tension from his jaw and around his eyes. You're awake. Next time, administer to your wounds before tending to mine. That's an order from your king. Next time? I ask weakly. I thought you'd protest my command or my claim to be your king, but yes, next time, because we both know this fight is long from over. The weight of that truth presses against me, yet I somehow feel light in his arms. I don't want to leave this comfort. He's right. We still have a long road ahead. I press to sitting. The others are nearby and in various stages of healing. Soren cradles Kiki, Val and Callan sit side by side with his arm around her and her head on his shoulder, and Lee is curled in a ball with her head on Tyrion's lap. Where are we? I ask. The Nethers. For ages, the elves lived on the surface of the ground, but then discovered there was an entire world below. That's when my ancestors discovered elven metal. And the Fae, not necessarily knowing they had wings since they must be summoned, took to the world of the sky, I add. Why is it called elven metal? Couldn't anyone, like that ruddy goblin, mine it? Soren asks. Yes, anyone can mine it. However, we learned that its magical properties primarily only respond to elves. I made this sword, Fire Eater. Tyrion points to the weapon laying at Lee's side. I noticed she didn't unsheath it during the battle. I was human at the time. Asher tips his head from side to side. We never tested out the theory on humans, so I suppose it's possible, but likely only in the forging. Elven metal has many useful properties. Asher goes on to list them, while my sisters and I break off into conversation about battling the dragons. Being with them is the greatest gift, yet I'm met with a sense of overwhelm at the shock of everything that's happened in the last days, years even. The pain of loss, my broken family, my missing aunt, and the fact that Asher is likely responsible, and whatever is being rekindled between us. How can my heart respond to a monster like him? He's caused untold destruction, is cruel and horrendous. We had something together, and he turned his back on us in favor of the throne and power. The stone in the crown glints in the low light like a flash of warning, but beyond what he's done in the past, I have to believe that he can redeem himself. That he can do better. Asher, Soren, Tyrion, and Callan trade stories of their battle scars. Lee snorts. That is such a guy thing to do. We all laugh. Kiki sighs. I have to admit that Asher proved himself back there, helping us out. I think he wants to do the right thing, I say. What I think is that we need to get out of here and find the Library of Memories, Val says. Never thought you'd be the one to rally us to that particular place. Kiki smirks. I sense there was some argument about its existence. I just want the truth. Sven's quiet key glints on Val's neck. The Queen of Brenzondel Castle demands we forge ahead. Mostly recovered, we leave the cavern to a narrow tunnel, which appears to be the only exit. We continue our descent, and the air cools more until I'm shivering. Asher extends his hand back and clasps mine. The warmth of it tells me a different sort of truth. One that I'll hang on to for as long as I can. The passage begins to widen. Asher stops abruptly. He whispers, I sense that we're almost there. There will be elves guarding the entrance. Have they been warned that their king betrayed his warriors? Not likely, but I want to handle this carefully. Please follow my lead. I don't want it to come to blows or harm to come to my kind. We all nod and he proceeds. The stone tunnel opens to a large chamber etched in the elven way to look like the flowers and plants from the surface that commonly grow in their spaces. In place of flower petals are gems, silver stems, and silver leaves instead of greenery. A wide golden gate stands at one end with 2 guards on either side. A third marches back and forth in front of it. Soren rolls his shoulders and assumes his kingly countenance. The guard stops his pacing and bows. I come with visitors from afar, seeking several memories. Your Highness, we've never actually had anyone retrieve a memory. It's important. Of course. The guard steps aside and gestures to the gate. The key is required. Val produces Sven's quiet key. The two guards flanking the gate insert keys while whispering bright words. What looked like solid gold slowly dissolves. The third guard says, "Your Highness, where are your warriors?" "They're above, waiting for our return." "It appears as if you faced the dragons and goblin guard?" The guard's voice lifts several octaves. "Of course," Asher starts to say and then cuts himself off. He marches forward through the gate. "We won't be long." The rest of us follow him into a room lined from floor to ceiling with small drawers made of elven metal but with little glass windows. Elven names and the true names of Fae are printed on the glass. Altogether it has a haunting feeling, as if cold dark thoughts whisper over my skin, begging to be seen, acknowledged, claimed. I get the sense giving up memories to spare oneself the pain of facing them, or whatever it is that drives someone to want to get rid of them, is grim business, but surprisingly common given the vast number of boxes. Asher turns and is so close I can see the fine stubble growing along his jawline. The guard asked about the goblin and dragons. He suspects. I should have known I'd have special access to the library and not have to go the typical route, Asher says. Kiki and Val exchange a raised eyebrow look. And you're just realizing that now? Lee asks. Come on, I say before everyone starts arguing about Asher's status as someone we can trust. We need to find Nathina's memory. This sort of reminds me of the old-fashioned card catalog at New York City Public Library, Lee says. Went there on a field trip when I was a kid. Too bad the names aren't alphabetized. Tyrion scratches his head. We split up, searching. Val and Callan use a rolling ladder for the higher rows. I run my finger along a column of names and reach one we're not looking for. Asher. His warm figure steps behind me and his fingers land on top of mine. The warmth surges and I have the desire to lean back, letting him support me, but as he whispers bright words and pulls out the drawer, I get the sense he's the one who will need the support. The memory comes to me much like a vision but has a different quality. It's like I'm in the liquid metal lake again, but instead of being emptied, I'm filled with someone else's thoughts. Asher and his brother Sig stand in the throne room of Skelling Hall. Velvet drapes in a deep shade of bronze frame a window letting in the lavender of twilight. Asher looks like the boy I knew, the one I fell in love with. Sig resembles the king, and he wears the crown now on Asher's head. It doesn't have to be this way, Memory Asher says. Father passed the throne to me. It's my duty. Siggy's tone is strained like he's saying what's expected. We both know that the crown is a burden. It destroyed Father, Asher replies. Why should you wear it and not me? Is it power that you want? Have you always quested to be king? No, Sig. That's the curse speaking through you. Don't let it turn you. You're too good. Too pure. Too much in love. And you're not? Memory Asher dips his gaze to the marble floor. You spoke of duty. As your brother and your lead warrior, it's mine to protect you from the curse of that thing. Siggy's eyes flash and the crown darkens in the low light as though it's pleased by the dissent between the brothers. Asher points. It wants to divide us. Divide everyone so we're fooled into thinking we're alone. You heard the Elnord. You must heed it and follow your heart match. You have to. Don't deny it. Asher's shoulders droop. I must. For you. For our kingdom. What if no one wears it? What if we destroy it? Send it to the Nethers, Memory Sig suggests. In the beginning, Father tried. It will seek someone to control. Better it be me than you. Me than someone else. I wouldn't wish Father's suffering under its weight on anyone. Sig cracks his neck and unsheathes his sword. You'll have to fight me for it. No bright words. But you're the master of elven magic. Exactly. It makes for an unfair fight. Sig steps closer. I thought you'd say that. The two brothers parry, dodge, and lunge. Asher is far more skilled and makes the first slice. I glimpse the cunning in his eyes and recall the rules of elven metal. Then, in uncharacteristic clumsiness, Asher drops his weapon. Seized by the cursed crown, Sig takes it up and then they go back and forth, the sword trading hands a couple of times. Sig lands the slice that gave Asher the scar. That enrages him. The fight intensifies until Asher finally deals the death blow. Sig drops to the floor with a hard thud. Asher collapses over him, his body racked with sobs. Then with shaking hands he removes the crown and places it on his head. Energy ripples through Asher. He shudders as the curse takes hold of its new host. Elves come in and minister to the former king and cower in fear of the new one. However, I don't sense Sig departed for the Sea of Dreams, having now been there. I think Callan was right. Sig had the sword, marked with his blood, but when Asher won it back, the sword offered protection against harming Sig, even if a blow was dealt. Drawn from the memory, I turned to Asher for further explanation. He heard the Elnord. Found his heart match. Like you, she was Fae. His voice is a whisper of someone else's secret. So you faked his death so he could be with her and free of the curse. He nods. Sent them to Terra. In the memory, he said you also found your Elsie. He was my brother. You know elves are loyal. I couldn't let him bear it. I had to free him. I thought because I was the stronger brother I could resist it, but I feel myself slipping away day by day. Sadness marks his voice. My fingers tremble as I lift them to touch the scar by his eye. It's like he wants to lean into my touch but resists. Asher, you're here with us. You sacrificed yourself for Sig, so maybe there's that hope again. I have to share it with him. Maybe there are parts of you that remain that the curse cannot touch. Asher's gray eyes meet mine. Although he doesn't say it, he believes this too. Someone gasps. Found it. I found Nathina's memory, Kiki says from nearby. Asher's gaze doesn't leave mine as though only we matter right now, but then he stiffens as though he sensed something. Kiki, take it. Hurry. We don't have time. They're going to be upon us any moment, Asher orders. The warriors? I ask. Asher nods and makes toward the exit. The guards could have alerted them or they tracked us. Maybe both. Quick. Out the way we came. Only Lee doesn't follow. She stands frozen in front of another wall lined with boxes of memories. I hurry over. Lee, come on. I grasp her arm, then my gaze lands on the wall. The name printed on the box is Ainala. Wasn't that our mother's name? I whisper. My voice seems to snap her out of her trance. She grabs the box and we rush after the others. Chapter 20. Asher. We hurry down the tunnel and footsteps pound from both directions. Among themselves, the warriors shout warnings about a mage and demons. Their voices echo in the cave. Tyrion lifts an eyebrow. Did we just miss Glandia's, or is she on her way? Let's not stick around to find out, Lee says. Even though I now realize the Fae and their companions are on this quest for the right reasons, I was serious when I said that I don't want anything to happen to the elves. I don't want to fight them. Even though we have legions of trooping warriors, we're relatively peaceful. Or at least we were. Val hastily marks the cave wall with the rune of passage. Where will that take us? I ask. I marked the wall on the precipice, so maybe there. Maybe not, since we're so far away. Typically, runes of passage transport someone from one side of something to another, and not through an entire mountain. That's what portals are for. Anyway, I imagine there are warriors up there too, and all along the mountain trail. But we can't just stay here. Without giving us a chance to debate options, she traces the symbol with her finger and then presses her hand against it. In moments, we're all in a different tunnel, but this one is silent except for the dripping of water. Elsie casts little orbs of fey light. At least we're not surrounded on all sides, Lee says. What are we going to do? Callan asks. Wait. I have the compass, Kiki says, pulling a shining gold disc from her pocket. Where should we go? Where can we hide out long enough to retrieve the memory and make a plan? My cottage, Elsie says. What about the terrible two? Callan asks. We'll deal with them. They can't be that bad, Soren says. Considering they accused Elsie of murder and turned her into the king, I'd say yeah, they're nasty. Not to be trusted, Lee chimes. Elsie lets out a breath. Good point. We'll go to my friend Hattie's house. Isn't she an elf? Why would she trust you? I ask. Elsie lifts her chin. Yes, she's an elf and my best friend, proving that elves and fae can get along. I never said they couldn't, I reply. Several pairs of sharp eyes cut into me. The sooner we get that thing off your head the better, Elsie says. At that, Kiki consults the compass and leads us to the surface without incident, except for Val and Callan bickering about which flavor Oreo cookie to introduce to Hesperia. We emerge on the backside of the mountain. It'll be days before we get back to the village, Elsie says. Unless we fly. I gaze at the cloudy sky. There are 8 of us. Only 5 of us have that ability, Soren says. Unless you're suggesting we fly you. Spoken like a leader, someone who comes up with solutions, I say, saluting Soren. He lifts a wary eyebrow. Spoken like someone who wants to hitch a ride. Does anyone else have a better idea? There are shrugs all around. In short order, the Fae fashion a magical net for Callan, Tyrion, and me. I can't believe I'm doing this, Callan says. I should shift. It would take you days to get back on foot or paw, even if you ran full speed, Val says. Tyrion kicks back and cradles his head in his bent arms. I don't know. It seems like a sweet deal to me. Lee glares. Tyrion sits up. Val uses a rune of secrecy to conceal us. Otherwise, there's no way we'd pass through Alvheim unnoticed. The 4 Fae take each of the 4 corners and then send another tether of magic to Soren to lift it from the middle in his talons. You guys are heavy. Kiki grunts. Elsie's injured wing is crooked and flutters slower than the other one. She hangs her head. Guys, I don't know if I can do this. I cast a brightward spell to lighten the load and up we go. From above, Val says, I say we dump them in the sea. Lee cackles. You hear that? You all better behave yourselves. Tyrion laughs nervously. Callan growls. I close my eyes against the sharpening of the crown around my head, ordering me to cast them down, to send them to the gasstrokes, to destroy everything in sight. You okay, Asher? Tyrion asks. Yeah, I reply, but I'm not sure that I am. Before long, we reach a modest cottage in one of the elven settlements. A faint whirl of smoke rises from the chimney. Vines blooming with fuchsia flowers grow up the side of the house. Elsie knocks on the door and 2 arms emerge, wrapping her in a tight hug. You're alive. You're okay, says an elf with braided light blonde hair. She looks around at all of us standing in her garden. Her gaze lands on me with what feels like a slap. Are you okay? She asks Elsie. I'll tell you everything if we can hide out here for a while. The elf tugs Elsie across the threshold and we follow. She introduces Hattie to all of us. As the friends exchange stories, I learn that the warriors have searched every home in Alvheim and my lead warrior, Svante, put a bounty on everyone's head, including mine. The one that wears the crown. The one that Hattie eyes with distrust. After we have something to eat, Val produces the box containing Nathina's memory. It's time we get some answers. Elsie says, we don't have to know all the answers. We just have to know the truth. How? Kiki asks. How do we use this thing? I explain how to extract the memories and tell them the bright words. You sure about this? Hattie asks Elsie. Elsie nods, then takes my hand. You need to know too. These aren't my secrets to know. They belong to your great-grandmother and are of no consequence to me, I answer, not wanting to interfere more than I already have. Elsie addresses everyone. Lee found memories belonging to our mother too. Lee pulls out a box. Elsie's green-eyed gaze lands on me. Asher, I believe these memories relate directly to you. Her eyes lift to the stone in my crown. Then she takes my hand, and we drop into Ainala's memory. We land in the center of a village in another territory, the Northlands by the look of it. The nearby buildings are etched with winding and knotted symbols of ravens, the sun, moon, and stars. Female fae dressed in light armor surround a couple with weapons close at hand. They have spears dangling with dark feathers. Their crystalline wings glint in the moonlight. Flames blaze in copper braziers. I recognize them as shield fae. The memory flashes forward. Ainala wears a gown. There's a soft gentleness to her that reminds me of Elsie. The man she gazes at with affection has a familiar brow. Warmth fills his eyes. The shield fae says, make your intentions clear to the spirits of the kings and battle arms. To the wise and clever ravens. To your ancestors and all those gathered. We wish to marry, Ainala says. Her thoughts fill with her love for Nick, her husband-to-be and presumably Elsie's father. The man replies, we request their blessing. The lead warrior paces in front of them. We're the shield fae, the guardians of the Morgorthian mountains, the kings, battle arms, and ravens. By taking these vows of eternal devotion, you are bound to all mentioned with the truth of your intention, and to each other forever, and always. Ainala and Nick nod and together say, we agree to make this vow. The warrior says, then it will be done. Their hands are bound for the handfasting ceremony. Not quite satisfied that memory will help us other than being touching for the sisters to see, where I expect to land back in Hattie's house, another memory appears, and then another. We travel to the frozen north where Ainala and Nick meet her grandmother's disapproval. The older woman must be Nathina. She barks her displeasure. Her nostrils flare. He said, Queen. Does that mean forever? Ainala and her new husband kiss. Nathina's eyes narrow and fix on Elsie's father, Nick. Then his eyes cloud for a moment as Nathina mutters. The memory disappears, and we're in one more inside a dim bedroom. Ainala clasps a necklace around each of her 4 daughters' necks, then kisses their cheeks. She lifts her hands and settles a warm blanket of magic over the babies. Then over the one with ice-blue eyes, instead of releasing magic like most fae, she draws it from her and makes a kind of seal between them. There's a commotion from somewhere in the house. Fear rips through Ainala, practically paralyzing her, but with a glimpse at her babies and her love for them strong, she forces herself into action. Ella, Elsie's aunt, takes one of the gurgling bundles. A tall man who resembles her husband, Nick, but without the warmth in his eyes, takes another. They both disappear, and so does Ainala with the last 2 babies, as a crazed vampire storms into the room. We return to Hattie's. Everyone is pale and their eyes wide as though trying to process what we witnessed. No one says a word. Elsie places her hand on the other box marked with Nathina's name. Once more, we're in the soup of memory. Only, this one is thick and murky, marked with shadowed edges, as though it came from a mind filled with more than it should contain. It's the same scene in the snowy north from Ainala's memory, but from someone else's perspective. Hatred pours from her and toward the man, Ainala's husband. To the memory holder, he's little more than a scab. The speaker says, he said, Queen. Does that mean forever? We're in Nathina's memory. Ainala and her new husband kiss. Rage flushes through Nathina. She mutters words, familiar words, drawing on a tradition that isn't her own as a frost fae. I glimpse many grim dealings that clutter her mind. Her thoughts race with the desires of the Skirkin, division and purity among individual magical races. She draws on resentment toward Count Bortimel and all that happened to the fae at his hands. As she casts her intentions, my body chills as though it recognizes something in this memory. The curse becomes clear as she speaks it. She sentences Nick to an existence no longer satisfied with blood. Only shadows. The desire is all too familiar. Chapter 21. Elsana. My mind tries to wrap itself around the memories I witnessed. It's one thing to have a vision and see events unfold, but it's another to experience the perceptions and emotions while in someone else's shoes. By the swiftly shifting expressions on everyone's faces as they process what we saw, I think we all agree. Hattie stokes the fire and Lee and Tyrion sit closest, watching the flames. As a vampire, I'm surprised he doesn't avoid it. Kiki paces by a window and Soren reaches for her to sit, settle. Val perches on the arm of a chair as though she's ready to take flight. Callan watches her carefully, ready to react, protect, or do whatever he has to do. Asher stands by the door as if he's about to flee. Hattie, not having seen the memories but understanding their gravity nonetheless, squeezes my shoulder and excuses herself to the kitchen. We're all quiet when she returns with sweet cakes and cider. Still hungry, half of us dig in. The other half eat tentatively, nervously. We have to parse this out, Tyrion says at last. To put it most simply, your father was a vampire. Your great-grandmother despised him and the notion. She cursed him. And now, here we are. There are definitely missing pieces, but yes, I think that sums it up, I say. Then our mother divided us up, Val says, as though the hurt is still fresh. To protect us, Kiki says. Why? From who? Val asks, as though she doesn't want to face the truth. From our father. From the curse, I say in a voice so small I'm not sure anyone hears me. Our parents loved each other despite their differences, Lee says, looking thoughtfully at Tyrion. And I have to believe they loved each other, despite Nathina's interference. Whatever happened, it wasn't what they planned or wanted, Val adds. I agree. You saw the way they looked at each other during the hand-fasting ceremony, Kiki says. Soren kisses her temple. We'll be next. Then he adds, minus the curse part. I'm certain our mother would give us her blessing. Nathina, on the other hand, Kiki says. Where is she anyway? Lee asks. Last we saw her was in the Westlands, Val replies. I shake my head. No, remember, I had the vision. Glandia's visited her. Still, she could be anywhere. Callan gazes toward the window. She's not someone I'd want to meet in a dark lair. Soren grunts. The expression is dark alley, Kiki corrects him. Maybe in Terra. Here we have lairs. Kiki giggles. I couldn't laugh right now even if someone tickled me. When we were in our mother's memory, she noticed something wash over our father, Nick. That is if I understood her thoughts correctly. I noticed too. And it matched Nathina's memory when she actually cast the curse. She seemed concerned that Nick bit Ainala. Queen forever. Sadness laces Lee's voice. But back to our mother's original memory, I'm certain that he hadn't. Val leans in as we try to figure this out. So Nathina's fear was unfounded. In fact, her curse is what caused whatever prompted our mother to fear our father and flee. So she hid us. I say. Everyone nods slowly. And at least for me, she suppressed my powers because we were going to Terra. Kiki paces again. Nathina's curse was that Nick would no longer be satisfied with blood. Only shadows. Driven and doomed to the shadows. Tyrion cringes. He was cursed to no longer be able to bite anyone and feed or turn them into a vampire because Nathina was afraid he'd already bitten our mother, Lee adds. What happens to a vampire with an insatiable appetite? Tyrion's eyes widen and he swallows hard. Sounds like insatiable immortality. No longer satisfied by blood, he'd be always thirsty, empty, wanting. Lee speaks slowly, carefully. Does that mean Nathina's plan backfired? Kiki asks. Shadows, I repeat, then press my hand over my mouth. Does that mean he's seeking Fae shadows? I'm not entirely sure I said this out loud. She called Nick a scab. She was thinking about the skirkin and the annihilation of the Fae caused by Count Bortimel, Val says, referencing Nathina's thoughts. She turns to Callan. Since then he's been stealing shadows to try to satisfy his insatiable appetite. I know who our father is, Lee blurts. Glad. Rhymes with dad. I think I've known for a while. Her voice falls. Val adds, when we were leaving Nathina's, I'd said that a demon killed our mother, the one who delivered the note to Kiki. Then she corrected me saying, no, our father did. Because of my visions, I knew this as a possibility for our father's identity. It can't be. Kiki is almost as pale as her hair. Soren rubs her back. She turns the compass over in her hands and traces the initials etched into it, Anav. A for Ainala and Nav, Vespertine told us those initials. Nikolai Alexander Vladikov. Nick. I can't believe I didn't make the connection before. Rather than thrilled at the discovery, at the truth, dismay chokes her words. From the corner from the shadows, Asher says, I think she's right. I recognize the bright words that Nathina used. I recognize the curse. Those were bright words? Kiki stuffs another bite of sweet cake into her mouth. Then, realizing she's eaten nearly half them, she holds up the plate. We all pass. Around a bite, she says, sorry, stress eating. Soren gathers her into his arms. Asher nods. Bright words for sure. The last rays of the shadowed sun lower over Alvheim, casting Asher in checked light, reminding me of our time under the tree in the orchard when we were younger. What do you mean? I ask him. My father was originally cursed. At a certain point, elves choose when they depart for the Sea of Dreams. The vampire who cursed him must not have realized this. I didn't realize elven nature could override curses. Kiki and Soren exchange a look. I recall what they'd said about the original false kings being part demon. That means Asher's father too. Likely, he didn't go to the Sea of Dreams. But I have no doubt Asher will, if we can remove the crown and return him to his true self. Mage curses can be layered, maybe it works like that, Callan says. From what I remember, the vampire who attempted to bite him ordered my father to rule over the Eastlands, which he was already doing as king. Also, he was to contribute to a shadow army of Fae rended from their light. That matches up with the message Kiki got from the demon, I say. She recites it from memory. Demons shadow thieve while the Fae court grieve. 4 sisters to find. 1 compass to bind. 4 crowns to take. 1 curse to break. Before 12 moons turn, else the realm will burn. I recap to make sure I understand, and so Asher does too. We have to find the stones, put them in the compass, and it will lead us to break the curse. Kiki, Val, and Lee nod in unison. We have the compass, Kiki says. And 3 of the stones. Val eyes Asher's crown. How do we get the last one? Lee asks. When I figure that out, it's yours. Asher exits the house. I hurry after him as the others talk about how to break the curse. They wonder how Bortimel was killed. The last thing I hear is Tyrion say, it's like a puzzle they have to figure out. Asher, wait, I call. He's nearly out of the gate and onto the lane. I have to do this myself. I shake my head. No, that's the point. That's what the crown and the curse wants you to believe. He hangs his head like he knows that, but can hardly fight what's literally in the front of his mind. We're in this together. Please come back inside. We're close to figuring things out. You're part of this. We need your help. A shaky smile lifts on his lips and he starts toward me. I draw a breath. His arms close around me tightly, squeezing out the air but giving me something else, something I didn't know that I needed in order to live. It's his warmth, his touch, his heart. Okay, he whispers. I'll help you. But I need you to help me. I'm going to falter, Elsie. It's not going to be easy. In truth, 1 minute a voice in my ear tells me to send you all to the gasstrokes. The next, I want peace among our people. I press my palm to his cheeks and meet those unfathomable gray eyes. I know. We go back inside. Lee lifts her eyebrows in surprise. I don't think we can understand that level of evil, Tyrion says. I'm a monster and I don't get it. That's because the vampire didn't take all of you. Your heart was left. The truth of who you are, Lee says. I turn to Asher, hopeful he took in that comment. Kiki paces. I'm worried Val is going to fall off the arm of the chair where she's sitting. Not entirely sure of the conversation I missed, I say, you're trying to understand Count Vlad? I know this. Evil isn't something of its own. It's the absence of goodness and is acted upon. Just like shadow can't exist without the light. Val drops into the seat like this hit home. Lee nods. Back in Terra, I'd been struggling myself. The unseelie in me wants to cause trouble. I have to actively choose the light. It's easy for me to slip to the other side. She goes to tell us how she was rended from her shadow and how she reunited with it. But Ivan, our uncle, he's a vampire too and he chooses to do good and help people. Exactly, Tyrion says, as though grateful to be understood. I wonder what Eva knew of our past. Before we left Terra, it was like he wanted to say more but couldn't, Lee wonders aloud. Maybe he was sworn to secrecy, Kiki says. Or he wanted to protect you. Restlessness churns in me, and by the way Lee's leg jitters, Val perches on the chair and Kiki paces, we're all ready for action. We have to figure out a way to get that crown and stone off Asher's head, I say. And find our father, the cursed vampire. Kiki palms the compass. Don't forget Glandias. We should also be prepared for war, Val says. Tyrion shoots from sitting. Remember what that armored warrior princess who married your parents said? We all shake our heads or shrug. Asher sits in the corner as though deep in thought. It was about their pledger or vow. She said she was a guardian of some sort, a mountain and king? Soren says, guardians of the Morgorthian mountains, the kings, battle arms, and ravens. Tyrion snaps his fingers. Yes, and by taking the vow they were bound to them and to each other. So? Lee says. Soren's eyes widen. I understand what you're getting at, Tyrion. By taking the vow, nothing either of them could do would harm those to whom they were bound, in this case, Nick. The Shield Fae and the others mentioned they couldn't harm each other. Which is why Nick targeted us? Lee asks. Great, now I'm going to have daddy issues. Then what did Nathina mean by saying that our father killed our mother? Val asks. Maybe it was because she had a broken heart, I suggest. Or perhaps it had something to do with the protection she offered. A life for a life. Maybe she was a dreamweaver too and saw our father's designs. Perhaps she offered what she could to us but in exchange for her life. Could be, Callan says. I don't think Nick can harm you directly, but his army sure can, because it was created by the false kings. Okay, we need to take action. Asher and I are going to try to figure out how to destroy this crown and get the stone. Kiki and Soren, can you go to the Shield Fae and ask for their help? Soren pulls out a horn engraved with symbols. Sure can. We'll also get the others from the Northlands. Val and I will go to the Westlands, try to find Nathina and get any support we can. I expect the Wild Fae will be keen to help us. Callan gets to his feet. Val joins him. We should try to find Glandias, Lee says. Tyrion nods. I'd love to remove her from the realms. Let's rally the troops and meet back here in 2 days, I say. Can I help? Hattie asks. You've done so much, but you can spread the word among the elves and fae. Warn them about a wicked mage and demons that are rending fae shadows. We're going to have to fight back. Hattie salutes me. I'm on it. Everyone says goodbye and disperses, leaving Asher and me in the garden. He watches the sun fade with its shadowed spot for a while before he speaks. If we don't stop this, the sun will fall completely behind the shadow, shrouding the realm in perpetual darkness. How do you know? I ask. We send the Fae to the mines to work. More go to the Southlands, where there's a fissure in the ground. Looks like a wound. He runs his hand along a scar already healed on my arm from the dragons. The rest gather in shadow. Lee said in Terra it's called Koskon, cosmic conflict. Not likely, just a cursed vampire attempting to ruin the realms. What about this crown? How'd your father come to have it? What I gathered from my father was that Count Vlad tried and failed to turn the 4 false kings into vampires. But he succeeded in transferring his curse. He thumps his chest. It's in me, Elsie, and I don't know what to do about it. I have an idea, I whisper. Chapter 22. Asher. Hattie comes out of her house before Elsie manages to tell me her idea. I've come at the problem of removing the crown from every direction and can't imagine how I could get this thing off my head. It's adhered, gripping my skin like it grew there and is part of me. She passes us a paper parcel wrapped in twine. Extra sweet cakes. Thanks for the cider, I say. And for helping us. Her eyebrows lift. Never thought I'd say this, but I'm glad you didn't kill him, Elsie. The king in me is affronted by her brazen comment, but I realize now that my status didn't afford the invincibility and entitlement bred into me. I think our king here also had some humble cake. Elsie winks. Hattie chuckles. Lee said that the Terra expression is humble pie and she agrees. Same thing? Elsie asks. Lee and Tyrion would argue you on that one. She was also saying she wants to open a bakery, asked for the sweet cake recipe. I told her it was a well-kept Fae secret. But I'm not Fae, so it's not mine to give. Considering that she's family, I suppose it's okay for me to share Aunt Ella's recipe. Hattie and Elsie hug. The she-elf gives me a slight curtsy then smiles at Elsie like they share a secret. I suppose they share more than one. We move away from the garden and down the lane as if there's no imminent danger, a mage on the loose, demons, rending face shadows, and a war on the doorsteps of the shuttered homes. I've rarely been in the territories of Alvheim without my troops. I almost feel naked, vulnerable. You're quiet, Elsie says. I clear my throat. Seeing you and Hattie, and you and your sisters discuss family makes me, I almost can't admit it. Miss your own? She asks. I nod. My brother mostly. We weren't particularly close, but I looked up to him. He would have made a brilliant king. I wish things had been different. How so? Elsie's tone is gentle and inviting. In whispers and murmurings in the castle, I gathered that our father succumbed to the temptations of the crown shortly after I was born. Elven parents aren't particularly committed to the task, so it was no surprise when our mother left when I was still a baby. Nurses raised us until we became too unruly. Elsie hitches a smile. Who became unruly? You seem like you were the rascal. Sig was always so serious. At least the few times I encountered him at royal events. She's so perceptive. Should I admit that about myself? I ask with a cocky grin that quickly falls as Skelling Hall comes into view in the distance. I never knew different, but our father was a tyrant. As bad as you can imagine. I mostly stayed out of his way, not difficult given my second son status and my rebellious nature, but we went at it a few times. Now I bear the burden. I brush my hand along the rim of the crown. At least Sig didn't have to. We wander a while until we're a measure from Skelling Hall. Its many windows glow invitingly from within. For the first time, I feel like an outsider, like I don't belong. I know what I have to do, but not how. Or maybe I do know how, but the crown inhibits me from seeing it. You wear the crown for noble reasons. It's honorable what you did. Knowing my sisters now, I'd do anything for them. She laughs lightly. Of all people, I never thought that I'd understand you. We're an unlikely pair, I say. She pauses on the lane and glances up at me. Are we? My brother would be ashamed of what I've become. No, Asher, he'd be proud. You're facing this thing. She flicks the crown and then flinches. Never mind that. It eats away at me, consuming me bite by bite. We're going to break the curse, Asher. You believe that? I know it. Did you see it? I ask. She doesn't answer. When we do, you're going to rescind the shunning of the Fae, the murkast. You're going to bring the Fae up from the mines. Free the Fae in the Southlands. You're going to make this right. She paints a sunny picture. It sends a little thrill through me that stopped short like a prisoner before a guard. You have to be the one to choose to remove the crown. Elsie's tone borders on pleading. I pause this time and brush the backside of my fingers along Elsie's jaw. I have chosen, but I'm not sure I'm strong enough. Her eyes are deep green gems flecked with bronze in the low moonlight. Her long lashes brush her cheeks as she blinks slowly. My gaze drifts down to her lips. They tremble slightly but are full, kissable. Beautiful. Her chin lifts and a surge rolls through me, the thunder louder than ever. My hand drops to her back, the other drawing her closer. All at once, she's ripped from my hands. Instant anger charges me into action. I draw my sword in one hand and a knife in the other. Heavy footfalls approach, and Svante steps onto the path. There, I thought you were under her spell, when in reality you're a traitor, Asher. I stare him down. You don't know the reality, Svante. Another elven warrior under my command holds Elsie with a blade to her throat. He whispers bright words to suppress her magic. From the dark, several demons appear. One has yellow peeling skin. Slime drips from its mouth. The other has scales that flake off as it moves. Its red eyes are hungry for Elsie's shadow. My stomach churns at the sight. Svante simpers. We've come to call you to account for your crimes against Alvheim. I'm the king and you will do no such thing. My voice rings with authority, but it doesn't come from a place of wanting to rule the Eastlands, rather the desire to do what's right. You wear that crown on your head, yet you go against the elven ways. You've sided with the murkast, helped them, and turned your back on your people. As if being reminded of its place, the crown squeezes my head, drawing my attention to Elsie. It commands that I let them take her and toss her to the gasstrokes. That's what Svante and the rest of my men would tell me to do. That's what my father would have done under the influence of the cursed crown. The demon steps slowly, silently toward Elsie, hungering for her shadow. I remember that my father forbid demons in the Eastlands, instead sending the Fae away to have their shadows rended. The outcome was the same, but it kept the land clean, his conscience clear that he wasn't impacting the elves. But a king is a leader for all the people, not just his kind. As ever, I'm conflicted between the crown's desires and my own. If I return to the status quo, let the warriors take Elsie, I'll return to the throne and be forgiven my wrongdoings. If I fight back, there's no going back. The push and pull threatens to rip me from action. Svante lifts his sword. I placed a bounty on your head. Funny, now it's mine, and the crown will be too. He swipes with his weapon. Rage fills my thoughts, my vision. The curse craves violence and forces me to fight back. My sword rises to meet Svante's, stopping him. It glints in the light of the moon. Take her. Take the crown. But you will not take me. His eyebrows lift in surprise. Elsie stifles a gasp that shoots right through my heart, amplifying the thunder noise. The words shock me too. They weren't the ones in my heart. I summon the truth. If I can hold Svante off long enough, maybe she can get free. Let's get down to business. I hold my guard, blocking my chest and body, then take a stab at Svante with the knife in my other hand. We're in the middle of the footpath, kicking up dust. Svante blocks his chest and his upper body but leaves his legs vulnerable. I pivot and strike. Our footwork is much like the many hours we spent training together, sharpening our skills. But one thing he failed to learn is cunning. That's why I was the king and he was my muscle. He lunges, but my leg base is solid. I don't falter as I lead him closer to where the other warrior holds Elsie. When Svante lunges next, I lean to the side, blocking Elsie as momentum forces him to plunge toward the other warrior. Elsie manages to elbow the warrior, breaking loose, but the demons are upon her. At first she kicks elbows and knees to get them off her. Then the night brightens to a luminous gold bronze as her magic blasts them back. Svante rushes me. You're a traitor to Skelling Hall, you murkast lover. His fist hits me in the flank. Like a fuse charging to its source, I drive towards Svante with all my might, sending him to the ground. My knuckles repeatedly glance off his cheek. You have no idea what the elves are up against, Svante. I'm trying to make things right. You're not making it easy, I say through gritted teeth, wiping away sweat and blood. Svante kicks up, swings again. I stumble, still battling with the crown on my head. For a moment, I wonder whether it's worth it to fight back. He launches himself at me yet again. I reel back into the other warrior who takes me from behind, caging my arms. I kick out, sending Svante back and bust loose. The three of us continue to kick and hit, punch and pound. Part of me wants to let them, have them knock sense into me. But as Elsie contends with the demons, I have to help her. Her and the other Fae, and the elves too. Svante takes advantage of my moment of distraction, pummeling then pinning me down. Never mind Svante's fists, I watch, practically helpless, as one demon moves in, sweeping Elsie's legs to the ground. Another kicks her in the ribs. My lead warrior brought the demons. That means I have to make a decision now, despite the consequences. I summon the anger of the crown and my resentment at having to wear it, what it's done to me. I let them go to war while I jab and kick, getting loose from Svante. I take up my sword and in 2 swift slices end the demons. They're crunchy underfoot before they disappear. I march towards Svante. The other warrior runs off. You brought these demons here, which means you aligned with the grim mage who invaded our lands. Glandia's. You're helping her with the demons. That is the real betrayal to this kingdom. You doubted me. Turn to her. You are relieved of your duties, Svante. He pauses, mouth hanging open. Then I am on him, whip fast. I drive him back with my sword. Glandias knows the truth of the murkast, making her worthy of the crown. She believes it's our duty to send them to. I point at my head. You know nothing of this crown. It's polluted me, led me falsely. And you. Our people. I am going to fix things and you're not going to stand in my way. Svante sneers. You'll never be anything other than what you are. And what is that? I ask. Weak. Weak-willed, weak-minded. You're wrong. If it weren't for the strength within me and my loyalty to the elven people, I'd do with this sword what I did to the demons. Instead, you're my prisoner and you're going to tell me where to find Glandias. Svante chuckles. I was there when your father placed the crown on his head. I pledged my loyalty to him because he saw how filthy the Fae are. They are the lowest form of existence. It wasn't a curse or indoctrination that caused me to know this. It's simply the truth. I also pledged that if I'm ever to find myself working under a king who believes differently, I will leave his service. That is where my loyalty lies. He stuffs something in his mouth, purple-capped petals. He drops from my arms and onto the ground. Chapter 23. Elsana. Asher hangs his head at the sight of his fallen warrior. I place my hand on his arm. I'm sorry. I thought I knew Svante and could trust him. But I was the one who broke the trust. You've been operating under the auspices of the cursed crown. He said himself that he aligned with Glandias. He brought these demons upon us. He placed a bounty on your head. The fact that he's gone doesn't change any of that, I say, well aware that Asher is struggling with his loyalty to the elves. It's so inborn in them that seeing through it to the truth is difficult. He was my father's lead warrior, even before this. Asher points at the crown on his head. I heard. But you're not responsible for his choice to eat the petals. However, I am responsible for my people. His voice is heavy. Yes, but right now your people are misled, and everyone in the Eastlands is divided. We have the chance to change things. An argument flickers in Asher's eyes as he gazes at Svante. As it is, you're still the king. What are we going to do? I ask. The corner of his mouth lifts. You're willing to call me your king, even with this thing on my head? Even after everything I've done to hurt the Fae? It isn't only the elves who are loyal. The Eastlands are my home. Perhaps Sig was meant to be the ruler here. You did a noble thing to keep him from the cursed crown, to spare him the misery you've endured. It's going to take a certain kind of strength to reckon with everything you've done against the Fae in the years since. But I believe you can do it. And you'll be stronger for it, more capable of leading us. I grip his arm. I believe in you, Asher. He lets out a long breath. I could leave him here and we could run. Then he shakes his head. But I must do what is right and honorable. Then we'll see about getting this thing off my head. Asher crouches down and picks Svante up. The elves have many customs and rituals, including how they handle their dead, even though many live especially long. We cross behind Skelling Hall, go down a hill and onto a broad moor that leads to the sea. The moon is a sliver, lending us the cover of the darkness. Who knows how many other demons there are prowling, and whether other warriors and elves have turned on Asher. After all, there is a bounty on his head. We reach the shore's edge. It's the elven practice to send their dead to the Sea of Dreams. Asher speaks the bright words over Svante's body and then sends him sailing. Afterward, he's quiet as the stars blink to life in the sky. They glitter off the gently lapping water. Eventually, he steps back and gingerly places an arm around my shoulder. Still quiet, he watches the horizon. I wonder what he sees. What the future holds. Even with my special ability, my second sight, not even I can fathom what it'll bring for us. At last he sighs, signaling the end of his vigil. We turn from the water and walk back up the footpath. I clear my throat. For a moment back there, I thought you were gone. Back under the control of the crown. I was, Elsie. I told you not to trust me. I can't help it. I see the good in you. I capture his hand in mine and squeeze. He doesn't let go. You're too hopeful. There's no such thing as too much hope. Naivety? Yes. Stupidity? Sure. But I know of at least one outcome in this fight. It involves the defeat of the grim powers and freedom for all people, especially the Fae. Is that your second sight speaking? Yes and no. With my second sight, I've seen the worst of it. I take a deep breath as the vision fills my awareness. Scourged earth occupied by legions of shadow Fae. A vampire king mad for power and unable to stop himself because nothing will ever satisfy it. The north, south, east, and westlands in ruin. Castles crumbled. Elves, Fae, and other magicals alike gone. I pause, lifting my gaze to his gray eyes. He blinks slowly as though visualizing the tragedy. Asher, I may be a skilled fighter, but I don't care about glory or might. Maybe the elves don't see the Fae as equals because we're not driven by those things. But that's not to say either is better or worse. Just different. That's okay. You sound like you. Like the elf that I met at lessons. It was always me. I just had pointier ears. I tap his and grin. The life I value is filled with sunny days, music, laughter, warm baths, witnessing the wonders of the woods with my aunt, eating blueberry bites and sweet cakes with Hattie. Yes, it might be simple, but it's good and wholesome and real. It makes me happy. I imagine most people have their version of that. He shifts from foot to foot. But imagine it gone. My vision didn't contain the good stuff. I've seen the sun completely disappearing behind shadow. An undefeatable army rising and ending the realm as we know it, even infiltrating Terra. It's the grimmest version of what could be. But because I'm Fae and exist in light and shadow, I know for sure there is another possibility. The flip side of that. The two cannot exist without the other. It's a law of nature. But it's up to us to decide what path we're going to take. What we're going to fight for. What we're willing to die for. So you might say you're loyal to the light? Completely. You can be too. We start walking again, and that sentiment joins us, trails us, and winds its way around us like a magic all its own. We take the long way around Skelling Hall, keeping to the shadows. I imagine Asher is struggling with what to do. We reach the main street of the town and then cross to quiet lanes where we can creep by unnoticed. We pass a building that appears to have been torn apart by demons. I happen to know it's an eatery that doesn't turn away Fae. Left to themselves, many common elves like Hattie aren't as hateful toward Fae. It's those seeking to appeal to the king or when in large groups that they trouble what they call the murkast. The windows are smashed and the door hangs from its hinges. I used to sometimes get brown bread from here and share it with my aunt as share it with as a special treat. I smack my lips. They served you? Asher asks with an air of disbelief. Yes, King. They defied your orders and didn't discriminate. They knew their brown bread was great. But the demons must have sniffed out the Fae and ruined this sweet little business. Asher stares at the destruction for a long moment, then continues to walk toward the orchards in silent contemplation until we get to the pond. The tree recently bloomed and the branches drape down, forming a hidden space much as it did for us so long ago. The mage found her way in. We'll find our way out. Get to a portal. We'll find my brother in Terra. Maybe he can break the curse since I took it in his place. I'm not sure that'll work. He didn't make the curse. I think whoever made it originally can break it, or... I grip the snowflake pendant around my neck. Or my sisters and me. Asher's chin dips to his chest. I'm sorry. For what? For this burden. You were torn from your family, sent to live with your aunt and uncle, lived under the reign of a terrible king. I lift my pointer finger and tap the air. Correction, I lived with the terrible too. You, I can handle. I smirk. And just listen to yourself. The crown doesn't have as much control as it did. More and more of the true you is returning, taking back your power. I think it's because of the Elnord. Asher twines his fingers around mine and leads me toward the tree. We slip under the branches to where it opens to a cathedral of cascading leaves and branches, sparkling with starlight. The first time I heard the thunder noise was right here. He bites his lip. It filled my head, blanked out all thought, motives, and desires except for one. The truth of my heart. Do you hear it now? I ask. Louder than ever. He wears a shaky smile, as though it's hard to admit. He fights against the crown's wishes, in favor of his true desire. His eyes shine with the truth. Before Svante ambushed us, I said I had an idea for how to get rid of it. I point to the crown, then lift and lower my shoulder. It's a long shot. If you think about it, we're a long shot. Yet here we are, back under this tree. He drapes my hair over my shoulders. What was your idea? After we witnessed Nathina's memory, you said she used bright words to make the curse. Are there words that can undo it? A counter curse? Could you say them backward or upside down? He laughs. I'm not kidding. There has to be a way. You said yourself how strong you are. His gray gaze holds mine, then he closes his eyes and steps back. I imagine he's summoning the energy, the power it'll take to fight the curse with his verbal magic. He startles and opens his eyes. Elsie, whatever happens, if it becomes necessary, fight back. Don't let me hurt you. Rather, don't let the power of this crown hurt you. No matter what I say, no matter what I do. His expression is grave. I nod. I'm going to try. He takes another step backward, places his hands on the crown, and holds my gaze. I provide him this anchor in whatever storm he's about to face. His lips begin to move as he speaks the verbal spells. The close small space swells with his power, his will. I sense his intentions. Freedom. Love. Light. The power surges and swells, buffeting between us as though the grim forces would like to draw me in. But I hold firm in my stance, in his gaze, and with my magic at the ready. As he said, he'd never hurt me, but until he breaks the curse, it stands between us. I'll fight it with everything I have. The power condenses like a tangle of dark thread that bind Asher. It pulses with aggression, hate. Asher repeats the bright words. The stone in the crown flashes. The throb of grim energy seems to suction in on itself and then vanishes. He yanks the crown from his head. His chest rises and falls with the effort. He casts the crown aside, breathing heavily. We rush into each other's arms. Asher picks me up, spins me around, and when he stops, I slide down his chest until we're eye level. You did it, I say. He squeezes me tighter. Relief washes through him. The long-carried tension dissipates. We did it. He pulls back. I wouldn't have been able to do it without you. Elsie, you're my heart match. You accepted me even with my flaws. He shakes his head as though he can hardly believe it's true. You accepted me even though you were taught Fae were bad. He presses his palm to his bare forehead. I feel so free. I feel so, his eyes capture mine. So in love. In another age, in another form, our hearts were matched, we were separated and have been seeking each other ever since. Usually, it only happens among elves, but there have been many mysteries once supernatural beings started mating outside of their original kind. The thunder noise came to me. I dismissed it so I could help my brother. It returned on the eve of the tournament, and my heart spoke up. It told me the truth. I'll always listen to it from now on. My heart chose you, Elsie. I choose you. Asher gives me a look I'll never forget because it's imprinted in my memory from the last time we stood under this tree. One I'll never let go. I fist his shirt so nothing tears me from this moment. Fluttery feelings fill me even as Asher sets me back on the ground. He hooks my gaze and then mine travels down to his lips, full, lush, kissable. As if on cue, they turn up into a subtle smile. They're lips that belong to a king who just spoke the bright words to break a curse. The lips of a brave man who told me that I'm his heart match. His large hand cups my cheek, our eyes meet, and then his mouth closes upon mine. The secret space under the trees seems to spin around us, and we enter our own orbit. We're careening, entwining, knitting ourselves together as he wraps me close, kissing me with everything he's got. I lace my arms around him, holding tight. My heart beats faster and my cheeks turn pink as his cheek brushes mine with its stubble. My loose hair falls between us like a curtain. His breath is warm on my neck as he kisses behind my ear. I put my arms around him, hold tight to this moment, and my heart beats even faster. The kiss fills me with a strange and unexpected kind of magic, especially given the current circumstances. I think Asher feels its truth and its purity too. He draws back and takes a deep breath as he cups my jaw. Elsie, you are the lightning to my thunder. I wish for you to be my queen, my everything, he whispers before he kisses my forehead. My true name, the one you can call me, is Elsana, I whisper, entrusting myself to him. Chapter 24. Asher. At last, the thunder inside of me changes in volume and cadence. It softens like a welcome rain after a long dry spell. It rumbles gently, soothingly. A purr that says I've come through the storm. Elsana, I whisper, speaking Elsie's true name. I can't claim to have been taught much about the way of the Fae, but thank you. This is a gift. We only give our true names to those we trust, those we love. My smile broadens. I gaze at her, losing myself in her green eyes, the slope of her nose, and the faint scar beneath her lip. Her lips. I want to kiss them again. My own tremble with need. I search her face, seeking evidence that this is really happening. I love you, Asher. I have since before we first found ourselves under this tree. Then I hated you. But the love never left. See? Fae light and shadow coexist. But now love is stronger. Stronger than ever. The graceful, purposeful curves of Elsie's lips as she speaks cause my feelings for her to grow. You are beautiful, Elsana. I'm proud to be by a frost fae's side. I love you, I whisper. She lifts her lips to kiss along my jaw, my neck, to my ear, and once again our mouths meet. We yearn for each other, for connection, the affirmation that we're not alone, and there's more to this life beyond the kingdom, our trials, and whatever is to come. It's enough to erase all of my thoughts. I draw her closer, eager to get lost at this moment because it's the one I've longed for, and it's the only one we have. My fingers tangle in her hair and hers drift over the space where the crown sat, as if she's proving to herself that it's no longer on my head. Our kiss deepens once more, then I pull back, hardly believing that we're kissing under this canopy of branches and stars. I kiss her one more time on the lips as a promise that no matter what struggles are to come, we have and will hold on to this one simple truth: we love each other. We slouch down against the tree trunk. The crown sits in the grass nearby. With her back to me, Elsie crouches in front of it, picks it up, examines it. Removing it was agony. It fought me, not wanting to let go. It seems to throb, the stone flashing, begging for me to take it back. Even though I managed to get it off, I still feel its pull. As if pieces of the curse lodged into me like splinters. I have to cling to Elsie's stubborn hope that with time I'll be free of it completely. Despite what just transpired, we have to figure out our next steps. My voice is low when I speak. After fighting with Svante, sending him to the Sea of Dreams, and struggling with whether to return to Skelling Hall or doing something else, but I don't know what that something else might be. I've been king for so long, I'm not sure who else to be. With or without a crown, you are the leader of the people of Alvheim. Her words give me renewed energy. I didn't know my mother. You saw as much of her as I have when we witnessed her memories, but I think she would have been impressed by your strength and tenacity. Your loyalty to your people and ferocity. I squeeze Elsie closer to me. I'm certain she'd be proud of you. Ainala seemed like a bit of a rebel, but someone who stayed true to her heart, her husband, and then her babies. If she were still here, I imagine she'd tell you stories of the Frost Fae of the Northlands, their fishing abilities, storytelling, and courage. The courage that's part of who you are. We'll figure out what to do. We'll do it, and then we'll go live that simple life you described. I've always been rather fond of blueberry bites. But they're Fae food. She laughs. They're delicious and my version of sweet cakes. Though Hattie's were rather delightful. What's your version of what I said I value? I can't deny my penchant for glory. I think it's as much a part of the elven makeup as courage is for the Fae. And hope, stubbornness. I tap her nose and then kiss it. But I like long warm meals where conversation stretches and stimulates and leaves us feeling as full as the food, I say. There are the blueberry bites, hearty stews, and potato crisps. The thought of it shared between us and friends, Elsie's sisters and the others, warms me and relieves the vacancy I felt for so long in the face of the crown. Anything else? I could go for warm feet and fingers, sunshine and summer nights, swimming in the sea. I like that. See? Simple pleasures. And you're right there. I tilt my head to look at her. You always have been. Our lips meet in another brief kiss. Before it goes much further, the leaves above rustle. A strange curving sensation swoops in, like the wind threads itself around us. Elsie shivers and wraps her arms around me. Warmth presses up against the strange wind that feels like the clash of fire and ice, the sun and moon, thunder and lightning, opposing elements going against each other. I glance around in the low light, unsure what happened. Elsie stiffens and her eyes haze over. She must be having a vision. The sentinel within summons me, but she snaps back. She whispers, "The winds of war are coming." Then she gets to her feet. "Asher, I want you to know that my hand is here to hold, even though I have a feeling that at some point we may have to let go." I shake my head, confused. She's the hopeful one, the light, the optimist. No, we've come this far. I'm not letting you go. Not for glory or grim magic. Her expression falters. Whatever you saw in that vision, remember it's only one possibility. It's not absolute. I step closer. But my love for you is, and I won't let go. Never again. No matter what comes. As if on cue, the wind gusts again and a gray cloud appears in our secret place under the tree. From it emerges a bald figure with green scars on her face. Her dark eyes glint and then land on the crown. We both bound to our feet with weapons drawn. The demons found you, Elsie, the final Fae for my collection. But the crown called me and it will be mine. Glandia stoops down and picks it up before planting it on her head. The wind kicks up again. I recall what it felt like when the curse seized me. Glandia's seems to shrink under its power. If we let her, she'll destroy us all. Elsie and I exchange a glance, and we lunge at the grim mage. But her magic must have been at the ready and strengthened by the crown on her head, because she whips her hands and we're sucked into the cloud she appeared in. My stomach dips and flips as we travel in this strange magic. I land hard on a stone floor, jarred. I catch my breath and crawl over to Elsie, who's flat on her back. "Are you okay?" I ask. Torchlight highlights her features and she nods. Despite what just happened, I want to capture her beauty at this moment. The door behind us creaks. The torchlight gutters. I see double as the room spins. Bright words rise to my lips. Magic shoots me against the rock wall of the cell. I recognize where we are. I'm confined in the dungeon of my own castle. All goes dark. When I wake, the tang of something metallic coats my throat. Bright words refuse to come to my lips. My voice is bound. My pulse quickens. I blink my eyes several times, trying to force my surroundings to come into focus. Elsie stands in front of me, dripping a potion onto my lips. Excelto's tincture, she whispers. Fixes just about anything that ails an elf, including loss of their magic. Glandia's busted you up good when you tried to use your spell. I had some leftover from our encounter with the dragons. She shrugs. It's almost impossible to get some of those ingredients. I'd have been an idiot not to smuggle it. Plus, my aunt, if I ever see her again, would be thrilled to have it. Thank you, I say softly, able to speak again. Don't mention it. You know where we are, right? How's it feel to be on the other side of these cell bars, she jokes. I shift to sitting. Not funny. Not laughing. Where's Glandia's? I'm not sure. She wants the compass. I thought the others had it, Kiki? Glandia said something about adding the last fae to her collection, meaning she may have captured them. Dread knots itself in my stomach just as surely as it furrows Elsie's brow. Maybe she does have them. Maybe they don't have the compass. I don't know, but we need to find a way out of here. From above, the moon pierces the slim window. I have an idea. I get to my feet and whisper bright words I've only ever heard spoken by my mother. I explain to Elsie about the companimal bond. My father had the gerfalcon, which started to appear to my brother after he went to the Sea of Dreams, and the phoenix to me. But until I served as a sentinel for Kiki, I didn't know my mother had set sail. I never really knew her, but somehow feel connected every time I see the phoenix. We wait, gazing up at the stars that have guided the elves for ages. In a blink, a shadow crosses in front of the moon. I extend my hand. There, I think she's coming. The bird lands outside the slim window and makes a sound, almost like she's using bright words. She speaks my name. It's a summons. I don't hesitate to reply, and am drawn into a space where there is no record of time, no end or beginning. It's the passage for magicals who can dreamweave or have second sight, or sentinels like me. I feel a mighty wind surging like I'm caught in a snow squall. Then it suddenly calms as I drop onto the cold plain on the shores of the Sea of Dreams. The snowflakes drift down in clean lines instead of the whirling clouds that enveloped me mere moments ago. Or are they stars? I no longer hear my name. The bird vanished. The ground is still, as solid and safe as ice can be. However, there's no sign of Elsie's mother, Ainala, or my mother. In that moment of stillness, I stagger as though the ground heaved a great sob. Or is it relief? My boots slip from under me, sending me to my knees. My throat is dry, but I close my eyes and find memories. I can taste the sweet dried berries my mother used to give me. The shape of her smile. The sound of her voice. I blink open my eyes and get to my feet. She's still not here, but the ribbons of light in the distant sky paint it rose, aureole, olive, and indigo. I dream in these colors. But then the sky drops. Or maybe it's me. Water from beyond the shore spurts upward, sending glistening crystals into the air, raining down on the broken ice. My mouth hangs open in awe, in shock. I'm frozen. There's nowhere to go quickly enough to be safe from its approach. Is this the end? Did the phoenix summon me to the Sea of Dreams? When I start to run, it's too late. The racing, breaking, opening ice reaches me, splintering and cracking. I tumble as the world turns upside down and liquid. Frigid water claws my boots, my knees, my chest, and rips into me, waking me up, promising sleep, and pushing me to fight as I grapple for anything. There's nothing. My fingers run smooth lines through the snow and ice, failing to gain purchase as the water roils around me. The deception of the ice as solid ground reveals the liquid death beneath. I splash as the shifting landscape heaves me up and down, my blood thickening and my thoughts rapidly turning dazed and dreamlike. My mind knots and I give in as it freezes. I picture myself treading water, scrambling to the jagged edge of time, pulling myself back into my life, back to my father, my mother, and my brother. The red bird fills my vision, its feathers are downy and warm. Its eyes are clear with every thought I've ever had. My mother's voice tells me that I am now free, washed of the impurities of the curse. She tells me to go back, to fight the battle my father couldn't. My heart thumps once, twice, 3 times. Again, I hear my name, a whisper, nearly a memory. Asher, Asher, wake up. I blink open my eyes. Elsie gazes at me with concern. What happened? I press to sitting, and in my hand I hold 2 crowns. Chapter 25. Elsana. When the phoenix appeared, Asher said some bright words that I didn't understand, and then fell back. He looked like he was in a trance, what I imagine I look like when I have a vision. His eyes were open, but he didn't see me. The phoenix left him with 2 matching crowns nestled together. He rubs his eyes and then rakes his hand through his hair. That was intense. What happened? I was on the shore of the Sea of Dreams. The ice cracked, practically took me under. It did, in a way. Washed me clean, freed me from the curse. He speaks with awe, as though he barely believes it himself. How do you feel? I ask, still concerned, especially after traveling in Glandius's cloud and the grim magic that clawed and tried to worm its way into my mind. He bends his knees and rests his forearms on them. Better. Much better. Clearer. He meets my eyes. Everything I said to you before was true. Now even more so. Can something be truer than true? I ask. Asher smiles in response, not only on his lips but with his eyes too. I believe him. He picks up 2 crowns, one slightly larger than the other. The smaller one is nestled inside the first. Unlike the solid metal of the cursed crown with the stone, this one is braided elven metal. Its fine fibers weave together like the vines that adorn the exterior walls of Skelling Hall and the flourishes that adorn the inside. He gets to his feet and then reaches for my hand, lifting me toward him. The elves believe these crowns to be lost. I've only heard legends about them. He traces his fingers over the detail on the metal. Long ago, the Fey court of Bronze and Blade ruled alongside the king in Skelling Hall. And when I say alongside, I mean as one. I've never learned that. That was probably on purpose. Few Fey remain who remember. Likely, there's a record in the library of memories. The elves who remain from that age let it fade away because now they're in the favorable position of power. The history books were wiped clean. How do you know this then? Asher smirks. I've spent a considerable amount of time in the throne room. Rarely do people look up. If they do, all they see are the golden embellishments and sparkling gems. What they don't see is the story in the bright words language written around the periphery. He says the words now. The reason you and even Nathina can speak the language so readily is because it's part of your history, in the form of runes. The elves and Fae, even the shifters, were once one. Not one being or even type of being, but united. It's been ages, but perhaps now the time has come to go back. He pauses a beat. Or rather, move forward where there is an order of magicals. That's not to say there won't be kings, queens, and courts, but instead of lording over and ruling, they'll serve and lead. My breath catches as I pick up on the distinction. Asher, that's the meaning of the prophecy. That's what we're meant to do, my sisters and me. He smiles. Then you'll be pleased to wear this. He pulls the smaller crown out from inside the ring of the larger one. Some might be critical of the way these two fit together, but that's just it. They're one. And we will be too. He clasps the smaller ring of woven elven metal and passes me the larger one. It's as light as a feather in my hands, but there's gravity to it as well. Meaning, purpose, intention. Then you'll wear this crown as my queen? Asher asks. Hope flares in his eyes. That's the only promise I need to see. I nod. He sets the circlet lightly on my head. And you will be my king? I ask. I will, he says. I place the crown upon his head. Asher's palms drop to my shoulders, drawing me close as I lift onto my toes. We kiss. Together, I say using the bright word. He repeats it. A whirl of magic flows between us, binding us, bonding us. Fitting that we're doing this down here instead of in the throne room, Asher says when we part. Why's that? Because it makes a space that was rife with doom and gloom bright. It's also the first thing I'm going to eliminate when this is over. No more cells, gas strokes, and punishments. What about criminals? They'll be put to work. Where? In the mines. Now, how to get out of here? I say. More importantly, where is Glandia's? She took the crown. So maybe she's in the actual throne room. I shake my head when a blast of light blinds me. I angle my arm in front of my face as the rock wall crumbles. The bars over the window fall with a clank. I was just commenting on how I'm going to eliminate the cells. Someone beat me to it, Asher says. That someone is Aunt Ella. I rush into her arms. I squeeze my eyes shut, forcing away tears. I thought you were sent to the mines or had your shadow rended. She draws back. No, I went to find someone. The one person I can always trust to cause trouble. Hopefully that means she can fix it too, Aunt Ella mutters. I tilt my head with confusion. As the dust clears, a rugged old crone of a woman stands beside my beautiful aunt. Beneath her snow-white hair and in between the creases of her grouchy face, I recognize her. Thorns grow on her light green face, the color of the sea on a stormy day. She's wicked and she's my great-grandmother. Saw that phoenix? Figured it was after something good, Nathina says, pointing one gnarled hand at Asher. I'd hardly say the king is good. And Ella scowls. I shake my head. In that case, I'm glad I didn't listen to you and kill him, I say, and quickly explain he's been relieved of the crown. I'm glad you didn't listen to me, that's for sure. I asked you to save us from him, which is what you did. However, while away, I learned this is a lot bigger than the difficulty we've faced in the Eastlands. I tell her about the false kings and the mission. I recognize that bird, Nathina interrupts. We pick our way over the fallen stones and step into freedom. The phoenix. It was my mother's companimal and has never left me, Asher says. It belonged to the elf who taught me the Brightword's language. Nathina sneers at him. We hurry from Skelling Hall. Nathina is surprisingly quick on her feet. We saw your memory. You cursed our father. My tone is accusatory. And I do it again. Wove into Aina's dreams, saw the unmentionable. Traitor to the Fae. Scab lover. You wove into my dreams too. Good thing I recognized your presence. Aunt Ella glowers at her grandmother. After going down numerous winding lanes and doubling back, retracing steps, and then down other streets, we end up in front of a familiar cottage. Hattie's house is dark, but a curl of smoke winds into the sky. We hurry inside to find the fire warm and sweet cakes set out along with Kiki, Soren, Val, Callan, Lee, and Tyrion. Aunt Ella nods. Yes, I always knew about your elven friend, and about your escapades in the castle. Truth be told, I was relieved when Elsie decided she was too good for you. This time she glowers at Asher. I want to tell her and everyone else all that's happened, but first, I'm lost in how much like our mother she looks after I witnessed the memories. My heart fills and I give her another hug. We greet the others and chat for a few minutes. Asher and I stuff ourselves with as many sweet cakes as we can. Even though I was murkast with my knowledge of the foraging in the woods, I rarely went hungry. This whole save the realm thing has really worked up an appetite. When I finish my cider, I catch them up on everything that's happened with the crown and explain the one on my head. The glower Aunt Ella previously directed at Asher softens. I request your forgiveness, Ella's sister of Ainala. I'm sorry for all the wrong and hurt I caused, Asher says. Blame the cursed crown, Nathina says. Blame you, Ella fires back. Nathina mutters something under her breath. Asher utters counter-bright words. He lifts a severe eyebrow. Haven't you done enough? Nathina simpers. What brought you here? I ask. To clear some things up. The last time I saw my dear great-grandmother was when you were a baby. She tried to take that necklace, Ella points to the snowflake around my neck. Same, Lee says, also glowering at Nathina. You gave her quite the fright. She even started wearing mismatched stockings thinking that would ward off Fae, Tyrion says. Nathina grunts a laugh. It's not funny. I thought the terrible two were bad, but Nathina is the worst. Aunt Ella exhales impatiently. Apparently, the necklaces are elven metal, imbued with protective qualities and strengths as well. I also think they have the capacity to help the four of you find each other. She turns to Nathina. Something Nathina wanted to avoid because then it would reveal her wrongdoing, the fact that she cursed your father, dooming us all. But it was foretold before that. I've heard the prophecy, seen the vision. That's simplifying it too much, Aunt Ella says. A prophecy is an outline for what might happen, but not who it involves, when, how, and so on. When Nathina uttered those bright words cursing your father, she set the prophecy in motion. This time I glower. We should get going. Make our next move. By the way, where is Hattie? She's out there spearheading a rebellion. Aunt Ella grins. In all this excitement and danger, I forgot something important. Something devastating. I'm sorry about Uncle Drod. So sorry. Aunt Ella dips her head as though she'd forced herself to forget it for the time being. I stroke her shoulder. It was? She nods. Nasren and Sadira tried to pin it on you. They're unseelie fae and terrible, I blurt. She laughs lightly because we both know it's the truth. Then she hugs me. This is why I'm glad our stories were bound for the first 18 years of your life. What do you mean? Kiki asks. When your mother divided you up, she bound us in secrecy. We could never tell anyone why we had you in our care. I think it helped you with humility, something my daughters could stand to learn. That explains why Uncle Ivan was so cagey, Lee says. And why you danced around my questions, Val says to Nathina. Were you successful? I ask everyone. The sleeping kings of the Northlands and many more will come to our aid, Soren says. Likewise, the wild Fae warriors and special Fae fighters of the Westlands are preparing. Callan nods. We have the Brooklyn Vampire Club making their big debut in Borea, Tyrion adds. There are others too, Val says. We'll be formidable. A bit ragtag, but I like my fights dirty. It's obvious she got the best of Nathina's qualities, having been raised by her. That leaves us to return to Skelling Hall and rally the elves. Sadness hides behind Asher's eyes at the loss and betrayal of his lead warrior. Glandias took the throne, Hattie says, blustering in on a gust of wind. I shiver but am warmed by her hug. Glad you're okay, she whispers. Then louder she adds, we were always warned about mages. Nasty if you ask me. I'm relieved to see my friend and filled with dread at the same time. But Asher, free of the crown, looks lighter, like he was freed from an immense load. Kiki paces as usual. We also have to find Count Vlad. You mean Dad, Lee says. That's bad, I add. Callan and Soren chuckle at the rhyming. Nothing about this is funny, Kiki says. I shrug. Sometimes it helps to see the humor in things, even tragedy. Kiki doesn't look convinced. I've gathered she's slow to warm to the idea of vampires. If Glandius sees the throne in Skelling Hall, not only are Fae at risk, but elves too. And shifters, vampires. The realm. The entire world. But Asher is the king, even though Glandius has the crown. That's awesome, Tyrion says. No. It's bad. Very, very bad, Val says. It's also great. Tyrion wears a knowing smile. It means the curse is broken insofar as Asher is involved. But the curse doesn't just go away, I say. Yes and no. Tyrion tilts his head from side to side. Babe, you're the brainy one of the bunch and you're going to need to explain. Lee waggles her eyebrows. It's just a theory, but remember the provision, he asks. Half of us say yes and the other half resound with no. Timoleon explained the grim magic, Callan says. He called it Gaith. Tyrion nods. Exactly. Leith gifted Glandius with an obligation to carry out his purpose. His curse. Even in death, he'll fulfill the promise of the commander of the false kings, Count Vlad. So? Val asks. So, Callan starts, eyeing Tyrion as though wanting to be sure he follows the vampire's thinking. So because Glandius carries that and now wears the crown, she's doubly bound to the curse. Meaning, if we knock Vlad out of this realm, we can get rid of her too. But she has the stone. We need it to find Vlad, Kiki says. You mean Dad, Val corrects this time. So we have to seize the crown. Lee taps her foot like she's eager to jump into action. We can get it back, Soren says. The thing about that particular stone is it can control elves, Asher says as if he has first-hand knowledge of this. I suppose he does. I dip my hand into my pocket. Does that mean I can too? I smirk as I reveal the stone I took from the crown after Asher discarded it under the tree. I glamoured a new one to replace it, but I suppose it may not hold for long. Asher's eyes widen. Everyone erupts into chatter, congratulating me. You're not the only one who is cunning, I say to Asher, but I promise I won't use it against you. Lee and Tyrion approach, wearing matching expressions of mischief. My sister says, you know how I mentioned I spent some time in shadow? We have an idea. We huddle together as they explain their strategy for facing the shadow army. Once again, hope is a possibility in our hands as we rally for war. But I hang on to the chance it won't come to that. We discuss a plan of attack. As we all set out, the early dawn light threads the clouds as though the sky isn't sure what will come first. Light or darkness? Chapter 26. Asher. Hattie arranged to have Fae and elves alike meet in the mines, the place least likely for anyone to question my authority as king or mention our gathering. Nonetheless, we sneak in. Chances are Glandius's reach hasn't yet encompassed the exhausted guards and Fae working in the depths of the earth. The others perform various tasks and take up positions to usher in the troops they have assisting us from distant lands. The Fae and elves eye each other warily, but as Elsie explains what we're up against, they lean in as if this is the truth they've been avoiding yet seeking all this time. Even when it's hard, it's better to know what's real and what isn't, likely how Ella feels about me and how Elsie feels about Nathina. She concludes by saying, you must see the difficult spot we're in. Grim forces are coming. There's nothing we can do about that. There is no one to save you. Not king or court or magical power. Nothing except you all banding together. The hush in the room is absolute. I step forward. Elsie is right. You can save yourselves or you can save each other. Many of the people assembled bristle at the suggestion. I square my shoulders, summoning some of Elsie's courage and hope. I am sorry for the wrong I've done. We must be mighty, cunning, and loyal to obtain our freedom. Forget the past. We must work together if there is to be a future. The collective inhale gives us flight. Darting eyes turn determined. Questioning stares strengthen with resolve. The nervous twitching of arms and legs firms into straightened spines, bearing bravery. Because you've come to accept the reign of a false king, Elsie adds, gesturing toward me. As normal, I can't blame you for being uncertain. But if there is one thing I am sure of, it's that the grim mage, now seated upon the throne, will bring devastation to all. She doesn't discriminate. Her demons will steal shadows and bright words alike. I can't claim to know a lot about your lives, but the future under her rule or under Count Vlad's rule will mean living in squalor, in fear, defeated and broken or dead. I draw a steadying breath. I didn't desert you. I am here to fight alongside you. Claim your power. Claim your purpose. Or not. The choice is up to you. My voice thunders as I add, what are we going to do? We are going to face the grim powers or we'll die trying. I catch Elsie's hand in mine and lift them to the sky. About half the people in the room follow suit and cheer a rallying cry. A female elf gets to her feet. And why should we trust you, Asher, son of Griswold? She speaks my given name with disdain. And this murkast under your spell. Why should we even believe you? It's King Asher, Elsie corrects. You've trusted him all this time. Why change your minds now? She leans in, knocking on the table with each word. What we can offer is hope. Ice and fire are going to destroy the realm unless we do something. Do you want to turn into little more than ash or rise from the flames? A chair clatters to the floor. How many fae has he sent to the Gastrokes? Countless. I hardly believe a word he speaks, accuses a fae with short-cropped hair about our age. When have you ever cared? We should call you and your kind murkast. My father. My sister. My mother. Gone because of you. She weeps openly. Elsie shakes her head, and beneath the riot of anger darkening her green eyes, I think I see the edges of sadness, hidden from view like buried treasure. Another fae says, I was out fishing this morning, the sun rose early, brighter than ever. Then when I came in from the pier, I heard that there were raids at dawn. Demons rounding up fae. They show no mercy. An argument erupts between the bereft and scared. The fae and the elves. When I was too young to understand, I was not to blame for my mother's leaving. Worrying my mere existence had somehow caused it. My brother told me that guilt has sharp teeth and I was the mouth. At the time, I thought he was speaking in riddles or had too much cider, but now I understand he referred to the danger of harboring guilt over something I didn't cause. He said the guilt only hurts me. I can choose to let go of it or bite down. He'd rouse me with action, a walk down to the sea to watch the tide and skip stones, a game of punchball, or a trip to the wall to watch for the gerfalcon and the phoenix. He loved those birds. But the guilt I have now sickens me. Almost immobilizes me. I have to reckon with how I caused needless deaths and disappeared. I did cause this. Then I remembered that it was the cursed crown. As heated hatred and determination floods through the crowd, Elsie whistles to get everyone's attention and return us to a state of hope. In the silence, I clear my throat. It pains me that so many of you have lost the ones you love, your livelihoods and your freedom. I took the cursed crown from my father, King Griswold, to spare my brother the burden of it. I don't remember what life was like before, but that doesn't keep me from imagining what it could be like out from under its rule. But I'm not sure I would have chosen differently. Not because I want to hurt anyone, but because I had the strength and cunning to break the curse. To come to you. To help. To fight back. I ask for your forgiveness in time. I will prove myself worthy. And that's just it. The curse wants to divide us because then we're weak. Helpless. What if we band together? What if we fight as one? Elsie asks. I am heir to the throne and hear the Elnord. It led me to Elsie, dissolving the division between elf and fae, the curse and the true calling of my heart. I don't expect you to understand, but the thunder noise doesn't lie. I also hear it in the distance, rumbling with war. The storm will come. I will do my best to protect all of you, whether or not you decide to take up arms with me. But I ask that those of you who can answer with the rumble of your own power. We all have the thunder and lightning within us. Elves and Fae. If you don't believe me, go to the Skelling Hall throne room now. Read the bright words on the ceiling, telling the truth of our history. Glandias, the false queen, might entice you with lies. She may destroy. But we will persevere. We have strength. We have hope. We fight together. My hand lands on the hilt of my sword as I draw it, leading everyone from the mine. I whisper my intentions, my deepest, most heartfelt desires. I don't look back to see how many join us. I only hope that it's enough. We find the others on the moor close to where it meets the water by the land bridge at the change of tides, where elves send our dead to the Sea of Dreams. The Fae and elves crush the dirt and fear beneath their boots. The wind stirs the air something sinister. We meet Kiki and Soren, who tell us about those who promise to come, including Britta, Vespertine, Bjorn, Skriv, and the bearmen from the north, mighty bear shifters. Val and Callan promise the arrival of the wild Fae and special Fae fighters from the Westlands, along with his mother, Gerda, his father, a mage named Timoleon, Hannah, his aunt, and a few others. Lastly, Lee and Tyrion assure us legions of vamps, all surly and primed to fight, will soon join us. For our part, we have archers and battle geese. The elven warriors we were able to rally have seeker spears. They'll ground anyone who we don't want flying into our space. The Stone Kings in Skelling Hall will also wake up, I hope. The four sisters have their weapons, swords mostly, at the ready. All except Lee, whose weapon is sheathed. Instead, she holds an axe in one hand and a short blade in the other. A shadow crosses the sun like someone extinguished a candle. I sense everyone wants to draw back, but I step forward, lifting my sword as Glandius's invincible shadow army approaches. Demons shuffle in their midst. Soren blows a mighty horn carved with symbols. It's as loud as thunder, shaking the earth. Nothing happens. No one comes. Did it not work again? Kiki asks. You used the Holder horn once before, and they didn't come to the battle at Fjellhold. We had it well in hand, Kiki, he replies. They'll come only if we need them. That's just it, no one is coming to rescue us. We have to save ourselves. That means fighting. I shake my sword, rallying them. Isn't that what we've been doing? Val asks, as though already exhausted. Sis, we're not done, Lee answers, slinging her arm around Val. The sky lightens, promising hope, something that can never be broken even if we are. However, a grim figure wearing a cloak cuts through the new day. She's bald and her scars mar her face. Circling her head is a crown, the cursed crown. I blink my eyes a few times, afraid they're deceiving me. Glandias roughly shoves someone who looks remarkably like my brother onto the ground between us. Chapter 27. Elsana. Asher stands on the edge of the battlefield with his mouth hanging open in disbelief. Then his expression hardens, turns as dense as elven metal. I vaguely recognize the guy on all fours, wearing a short-sleeved shirt in a shade of green I've rarely seen in nature, must be from Terra. He staggers to his feet. His hair is tousled, and a pained expression taints his otherwise handsome features. Sig, Asher shouts. His brother, the former king, turns sharply in our direction. He races across the field before suddenly stopping as though ensnared in a trap. Glandias uses her mage magic to prevent him from going farther. I wish I could provide a happier setting for this family reunion, but the enemy, she points at us, has something I want. Asher looks at me with an apology in his expression. I know what's coming. I'd do the same for my sisters. Siggy's gaze lands on the new crown on Asher's head, then turns back to Glandias, who wears the cursed crown. His eyes widen as if he recognizes the change of power. Asher, son of Griswold, I have your brother. Your queen, she spits, has my compass. I shake my head. I don't have it. Kiki does, but I won't reveal that. Asher sees it, bring it to me and I will free your brother, Glandia's orders. Ash, whatever it is, don't do it. Things were bad enough here when I fled. I can tell it's worse now. She's the enemy, Sig says. That she is, Soren says, angling his sword. Glandias, I regret not defeating you in Fjellraven, but I'm pleased that the day has finally come. Glandias scoffs. The Raven King thinks he's a match for me? You know I contain Leith's power. I'm the supreme mage now. I will reign forever in this realm. Blah blah blah, Kiki says. We've heard all about your aspirations and your woes, Glandias. Everyone wants a piece of the pie, lady. I'm from New York City, and I've seen people far scarier than you, boasting about their grandeur from street corners on an ordinary Tuesday. Save it. Lee and Tyrion chuckle. Surrender now or prepare for defeat. Magic crackles from Kiki's fingertips. You and what army? Glandias gestures to the legion of shadow fae behind her. Callan looks at our line of defense, including the 8 of us and the courageous fae and elves of Alvheim along with the others. We don't need an army for such a pathetic excuse for a mage. My father, Timoleon, could end you like this. He snaps his fingers. Oh, I dare him. Glandias cackles. It's on. Callan knocks his fist into his palm. Glandias glares. Last chance. Hand over the compass and I'll let you join my army. Never, Lee fires back. If you're not going to cooperate, I suppose I'll have the elves do the dirty work. Glandias presses her first 2 fingers to the stone in the crown. She speaks a spell. We all crouch and coil, prepared to fight. Nothing happens. Again, she tries to use the stone in the crown against the elves. I laugh privately. I have the stone, and there's no way her little attempt at using the crown to control the elves is going to work. Glandias's eyes tighten, landing on each of us in turn. It's fake. Who has the real stone? I remain impassive, but using a little sleight of hand I learned when the Terrible Two stole my sweet cake stash, I drop the stone into Kiki's pocket. She must sense it because the corners of her lips curl a tad. Asher, get the stone, bring it to me or your brother dies, Glandias repeats. Sig lifts his gaze to meet Asher's, and almost imperceptibly he turns his head from side to side and mouths no. I recall the story of his longevity due to the elven metal when he and Asher were fighting. He may endure pain should Glandias attempt to harm him, but the threat is hollow. Glandias advances on Sig with her sword raised and ready to drop heavily. You have to the count of 3. Like a true king in defense of his people, even the ones who live in another realm, Asher charges forward, bellowing bright words for Glandias's sword to turn into a sprig of hay. The archers from Alvheim lift their bows and arrows. The rest of us ready our swords, and we dash into the fray of shadow fae. With one hand I wield my weapon, and with the other I send blasts of fae magic. It pains me to fight my own kind, even if they're in shadow. It's safe to say Glandias is everyone's target, but her magic is formidable and the army protects her. She sends bolts of stunning magic at Kiki and Soren, shooting them clear across the moor. In a flash, Soren shifts into raven form, catches Kiki midair and returns to the fray. Val and Callan attack her from both sides, and she skillfully fends them both off at the same time. He shifts into his wolf and lunges at her throat. For a moment I'm hopeful as I fight a shadow fae, but she throws him from her with another bolt of mage magic. He lands with a whimper, sending Val into a tizzy. Her magic is so solid and so blinding again, I'm convinced the end has come for Glandias. Nope. I try to take to the air to attack from above, but my wing is still wonky and I can't get the height I need. But I do spot Lee and Tyrion, putting their plan into action to reunite the shadow fae with their light. Meanwhile, I fight my way to the front to Asher. He does battle with 3 shadow fae at once, and I jump in to help. Beware of my queen, he bellows as he lunges at the enemy. We fight side by side, driving the shadow fae back. Where's Sig? I ask. With the tip of his sword, Asher points to a blur of green with a dagger in each hand. He's good at close combat and fights right alongside us. I'm so sorry, I say as I parry with a shadow fae wielding a weapon of elven metal. Don't be. This isn't your fault. Asher blocks a blast of shadow fae magic. No, I doubted you. I thought you'd take the stone, give it to Glandias, and save your brother. I would have done that for my sisters. I grunt as I drive my sword forward. But then I remembered the memory of yours that I witnessed. Ah yes. A fancy little bit of cunning if you ask me. I chuckle. You're such an elf. He pivots, slices the enemy with his sword, draws me into his chest, kisses me hard on the lips, and then returns to fighting. And you're so fey. I can hardly wipe away my smile even as I'm attacked on all sides. Even as I lose my sword. I draw my first arrow, prepare my bow, and take aim. All at once, I'm thrust backward as someone grabs me around the chest and places a knife against my neck. You will give me the stone, murkast, Glandias hisses in my ear. I won't ever give you anything other than my hatred now, and my forgiveness later. How very wise of you, but remember, I'm the one with the blade pressed to your throat. The one with every form of magic at my fingertips, and in possession of an undefeatable army. It's the army that Vlad commissioned, I say. He too will fall under my command. His doing will be his undoing. I recall the prophecy and blink a few times as reality, my visions and the mission Kiki was giving split and knot together, and then meld. Glandias shouts for all of my sisters, friends, and Asher to hear, last chance. Hand over the stone or she dies. The pressure from the blade pierces the soft skin of my neck. One drop of blood falls onto my hand. This would be a really good time for the Shadow Army to reunite with their light, or Soren's summons to work. Then what I said to the elves and fae comes to mind. No one is going to save us. We have to save ourselves. I'm not afraid of death, I tell Glandias. You'll soon be afraid of me because I'm going to be its master, Glandias crows. That's what you want more than revenge? Val asks. More than power? Lee follows up. Death will do my bidding with the power of the Shadow Army. We will cover the 4 realms in darkness. My sisters surround us. The Shadow Army doesn't let up, pulling them away. As this is happening, the others are engaged in heavy battle. My mind floods with everything that's happened in the last days. I prepare to say goodbye, but know that my sisters and everyone here will keep fighting back until they have nothing left. Glandias jostles me and the snowflake necklaces catches on the blade's handle. I look at each of my sisters. Our eyes meet, Kiki's pale blue, Val's lavender and streaked with silver, and Lee's as dark as the night sky. Then I glance down at the matching snowflakes around each of their necks. It might be sisterly intuition or a stroke of good luck, but each of them channels their energy through the charms around their necks, blasting Glandias. I bust free, turn, and the 4 of us, united, shoot her with the full force of our fae magic. She disappears in a black cloud. I don't get the sense that she's gone, but at least I'm not dead and she doesn't have the stone. This buys us time, our best form of defense right now. Lee and Tyrion's idea to command the Shadow Army to fight to reclaim their light instead of fighting against us still isn't working. The fighting continues as the long shadows of the day descend. We take aim, slice, punch, block, dodge, and deflect. Even without Glandias commanding the Shadow Army, there are so many, and they're so invulnerable, it suddenly feels like a losing battle. We're all wounded, tired, and it's only just begun. Then Glandias reappears in a blaze of black, cloudy smoke that for a moment fully blocks what remains of the sun. Chapter 28. Asher. Glandias crushes us. I'm the king and am loath to admit that this is a losing battle, but among our fae and elves, we've taken countless hits. It pains me to see them slain or wounded. It's as if between when Glandias disappeared into the black cloud and now, she renewed her energy. Soren as his raven and Kiki are in the air, picking off shadow fae from above. But that doesn't stop seeker spears from sailing through the air like very sharp reverse raindrops. Black feathers and cries from Kiki come every few moments as they give it their all and are met with the near-invincible army. In wolf form, Callan hunts the enemy and Val is a riot of flashing, throbbing, and blazing fae flame. Still, the shadow fae don't succumb easily to their attacks. For Lee and Tyrion's part, she doesn't hesitate to get in there and get dirty, and as a vampire, he's nearly as invincible as the shadow fae, but at this point, we're just fending them off instead of making any headway. It seems Elsie took Glandius's attempt on her life with the knife personally. No surprise. She's the closest to the mage and therefore takes the brunt of her grim magic. Nevertheless, my queen is tireless as she repeatedly gets up and fights back. My brother battles among us, and I do my best to push the line of the shadow army away from our fae and elf fighters. As king of the Eastlands, I'm bound by duty to keep up morale and protect my people, but the ugly reality is we're not going to win. Not without help or a miracle. When not using bright words in defense, I mutter the spells to summon the spirits of the mighty warrior elves of history and carved of stone. 2 shadow fae pounce on me. One slices my arm while the other punches me in the face, knocking my head against the moor. I see spots and the earth beneath me suddenly shakes, reminding me of the drumming at the Thunder tournament. I fear this is it. The end of my time. Then I realize it's the sound of the marching of many boots. But they don't belong to the legion of shadow fae who move silently, yet another one of their advantages. As the sun lowers over the sea all at once, our numbers double, maybe even triple as the friends and fighters the others promised finally come to our aid. Bearmen led by who could only be the man Soren called his father and Bjorn charge forward. A queenly fae who must be Gerda along with her sister Hannah, and a guy with jowls who Kiki said was the bane of her existence jump into the fight. That must be Scriv. Next come the 2 massive troops from the Westlands, the Wild Fae and King Callan's special Fae fighters. They fight alongside the Fae and Elves from the Eastlands, my archers and those riding the battle geese. The statues from Skelling Hall march down the hill, metal and stone rising to defend against the enemy. Even though Elsie, her sisters and the others are all wounded and exhausted, our energy and purpose is renewed. We can do this. In their own ways, the Fae, Bearmen, and Elves are forces to be reckoned with. Callan fights between Val and his mother, with her sister on the other side. The Bearmen slash and growl protecting Kiki, Soren, and even Scriv as they fight still more shadow Fae. The troops from the Westlands are blurs of flashing and pulsing magic, spears, and skill that match my elven warriors. The statues from Skelling Hall crush shadow Fae under their feet, but the problem is this is only a temporary solution. The army is invincible. Stabs and blows, spells and magic only stop the army temporarily. They return to life, perhaps weakened but still thoughtlessly fighting against their kind. Elsie continues to contend with Glandias, and I beat my way forward. Her broken wing droops. Blood pours from countless wounds, and sweat pierces her brow. "You've made this so personal, Elsie," Glandias hisses. "Hand over the stone and I'll stop." "No, Glandias, I'm certain you'll never stop, and you made this personal the second you messed with my sisters." Elsie slashes Glandius's cloak with her sword, and funnels her magical energy into the mage's chest with her free hand. But like the Shadow Fae army, it doesn't stop her for long. She's back on her feet, pelting us with mage magic. Her blows are agonizing, pulling at every cord, muscle, and bit of strength I have. The expressions of pain mixed with gritty determination on everyone else's faces tells me they feel the same way. If we can stop Glandias, chop off the head as it were, and end their leader, maybe the Shadow Army will retreat, I tell Elsie. "Sounds like a plan," she replies with a grunt and a push of sparking magic that sends a Shadow Fae that was creeping up behind me across the moor. Elsie and I double-team Glandias as Kiki, Val, Lee, and the guys fight their way forward and come to our aid. Soon, we have her surrounded. The fey fire funnels of crackling energy at her, yet she still manages to fight back. Black wafting clouds form around Glandia's, and I fear she's going to disappear again. Although, maybe she can't use that magic at the same time as whatever else she's doing. She tries to break the hold the Fae have on her, and manages to throw Lee back. She's swallowed up by the shadow Fae at our backs. Glandia's targets Elsie, Val, and Kiki. I want the stone. I demand the compass. Give it to me now, Glandia's demands. Tendrils of snake-like grim magic emerge from beneath the folds of her cloak and wrap around Elsie, Val, and Kiki's necks. Soren, Callan, and I chop at them, but they're impermeable. Last chance before I squeeze. Glandia's leers. Time to say goodbye, Fae. Then cartwheeling through the air, Lee appears with a shining sword of elven metal, bearing flames on the hilt. Fire Eater, the sword Tyrion forged. As though Glandia's had forgotten there was a fourth Fae or simply in shock at the ferocity in Lee's expression, she hesitates. That's all Lee needs before landing the death blow, severing Glandia's head. The tendrils of magic disappear. The cloak seems to cave in on itself. Then the mage turns to ash, disappearing. This time for good. The demon that dwelled within her and every other grim part has finally been slain. A strange silence falls across the moor even as each of us catch our breath. Tyrion hurries over to Lee and wraps her in his arms. The bloody, slimy sword hangs at her side. In a small voice, Lee says, "That was the death blow." Does that mean? Tyrion nods. Does that mean the elven legends granted you eternal life, which you can now enjoy with your vampire? Elsie asks, hugging her sister. That is if we somehow survive this thing, because there are other ways any of us could cease to exist at any moment, even those touched by elven metal. I look around for my brother in his green Terra shirt. He stumbles over to me, apparently aware we defeated Glandia's. He briefly tells me of his capture, and then we embrace. When he pulls back, he says, "That crown looks much better on you than the cursed one." I nearly forgot I was wearing it. Thanks, but if we make it through this, you should consider taking back the throne. No, brother. You are the one who has proved himself worthy above all. 6 miles. And this must be your queen, he says. Elsie walks over and I pull her toward me. Somehow she saw through the curse and to the true me, I say, kissing the top of her head. She smirks. You're stronger than me, brother. I couldn't have done it, Sig says with a nod of respect. Should I be welcomed back to Alvheim, I'd be proud to call you king. So long as you bring your Fey heart match. Asher claps his brother's shoulder. 6 miles. Kiki and Soren, along with Val and Callan, hug briefly. However, the battle at our backs rages on. Even without their leader, the Shadow Army doesn't relent. This is far from over. We have to use the compass and find Vlad while we're still strong, Kiki says, pulling it from her pocket. Among those that joined us from afar, they're taking hits. She's right. We stand the best chance by finding Vlad now. End him, we end the curse. I swallow hard, aware that I'm talking about Kiki, Val, Lee, and Elsie's father. It must be done, Elsie says. Val produces the stone from my former crown and plunks it into the spot for the east. I gave it to her since I figured Glandia's would target me as the one who had it, Kiki explains. I think we need to do this together, Val says. The 4 of them stack their hands and hold the compass, gazing at its face as the needle spins and spins. I feel the tingling of a storm and the sound of thunder, Elnord, and not because I'm in Elsie's presence. This is louder, ominous. The sound of battle drums, dread and death. Elsie swallows hard. We all turn to the sky, as shadows completely block out what remains of the sun. A dark, grim figure hovers above and then lands in our midst. At his back are legions of shadow fae. Demons writhe, leap, and dart all around the gray mass of soldiers. The compass didn't guide us to Vlad. Rather, it brought him to us, Tyrion says. Dad, Lee corrects. Then louder she says, Father. We are your daughters. His expression is shadowed like everything else, and his eyes as red as blood. And you have come to destroy me. I'll show you no mercy and expect you to do the same. His voice is a gritty growl. Elsie staggers back as he commands his army to take action. Even with help, they outnumber us significantly. Soren, back in his human form, blows on the holder horn. Kiki shakes her head. They're not coming. The vampires will, Tyrion says, though his expression doesn't match the hope in his voice. We resume battle, this time contending with double the number of shadow fae and demons. I slash with my sword, trying to get to Elsie as 6 demons pounce on her. She fights back, then from what I can see through the fray she's struggling and then goes still. I watch helpless as the green in her eyes fades and her face pales. They're rending her shadow. No, I shout. All at once, a bright light fills my vision. Fae with golden armor swoop down. The battle arms and sleeping King Soren promised must have awoken. The sky goes dark again. I fear Vlad brought more soldiers, but a conspiracy of ravens blot out the sky. Wolf shifters charge, and 2 mages wearing cloaks much like Glandia's appear. Timoleon and Vespertine. I finally reach Elsie and destroy the demons who are rending her shadow. I gather her into my arms. I lower my head to hers. She's limp. The clouds in the sky seem to drop down onto me and I feel bleak, afraid that I've lost her. Chapter 29. Elsana. I blink open my eyes to find Asher's forehead against mine. That was close, I rasp. He jerks his head up, and a tremulous smile spreads on his lips. I'll say, thank you for helping me. But I have a vampire to slay. I shift to get out of his arms. We're well into the cover of night as the shield fae, battle arms, kings, ravens, and wolves infuse our fight with renewed momentum despite still being outnumbered. As we fend off still more demons, I'm reminded of what we learned when we witnessed Einala's memory. My mother and father took that vow with the shield fae. Yeah. Glad they finally showed up, Asher says. But that means nothing evil that Nick or Vlad or Dad, as Lee would say, created can harm shield fae, ravens, kings of mountains, battle arms, giving us a chance. Asher suddenly goes still. That also means he can't hurt you. You're bound to him in that vow. I shouldn't be surprised that you'd figure that, you cunning elf. I playfully elbow him. He winces. Ow. That's a wound. I apologize, and he kisses me on the lips before lowering his sword against an incoming demon. My father looks the same as he did in the memories we witnessed, except he wears a black cloak, and instead of love in his eyes they're red and filled with hate. But I don't think he means it for us. Rather, I sense that he despises himself. As I get a break from battle, I approach cautiously with my sword raised and magic at my fingertips. You are our father. Don't you recognize us? Our mother loved you. Don't you see that? Can you still feel it? He shakes his head slowly as though the words penetrate him, and he deflects them. Whatever I have done, including assembling the army and destruction, was caused by the curse, my hunger. I seek darkness. It's all I desire. Then why did you send that note to the demon? Kiki asks, coming up beside me. What? Val asks. I put it together. You knew our mother protected us until our 18th birthday. You sent the note instructing us to destroy you. How do you know? Lee asks. We are the only ones who can, Kiki answers. The vampire overlord eyes flicker. For a moment, I see a glimmer of the love he must have shared with our mother. It was in his eyes in the memory, but it's gone before he can catch hold of it. I never wanted this to happen. Vlad lifts his hands and, as if he cannot help himself, showers us with grim magic, propelling us all backward and into the swarm of shadow fae. I try to get to my feet, but am knocked to the ground repeatedly. The mass of shadow fae is so thick, I start to see stars as if gazing at the night sky. Everyone around me continues to fight, but once more, like when the demons attempted to rend my shadow, I feel as if I'm slipping, falling, disappearing into nothingness. I blink a few times and realize I'm seeing beyond what is seen, lost in a vision. It's as old as time, tracing back to the beginning of the magical realm. There was fire. There was ice. There was the sun. There was the moon. The fire star and the ice star. The sun longed to kiss the moon, but was afraid it would melt. The moon longed to embrace the sun, but it was afraid it would freeze. They admired each other from afar. They loved each other across the distance. The sun glowed with radiance. The moon wrote poems in the sky. They burned and wept for each other until one day they realized they could meet in the middle. They could create a circle, the center tempering their fire and ice. They cast their love, generating a strong rush of wind, the magic and breath of Borea. They formed ice, air, and water. Bit by bit and drop by drop, they carefully built a home. Too much fire, too much ice, too much water, and it would burn, freeze, or drown. They shaped the perfect balance, creating earth with soil, plants and trees, grass and fields. They made milk, animals, and people, magicals. In the heart of their home, their love created cities and castles, villages and fields for harvesting. They gifted their magical beings with energy connected to the stars. They created dreamers, fire tenders, time jumpers, and visionaries. The sun and moon adored what they'd made together, but the sun's love was hot and the moon's love was cold, and they realized too much of one would destroy their creation. They made a promise to maintain their harmony by sharing the time they spent watching over their cherished world. The sun would create the warmth of the day, and the moon would cool the night. They would honor this promise and protect each other with each passing season. I snap back to, returning to the rugged landscape of war. We have to restore balance, I say. My sisters are nearby, and as we fight side by side, shielding each other, I explain what I saw. How do we do it? Val asks. You said it yourself, Elsie. Lee kicks a demon into the distance. Evil isn't its own thing. There has to be both. Just as there has to be within the Fae. Elves too. All of us. Still, I don't think slashing with swords and blasting with magic is going to do the trick. How do we reunite Fae with their light? How do we end this? Val asks. How'd you reunite with your light, Lee? Kiki sends a plume of ice magic at advancing soldiers, driving them back. Tyrion and I have been trying to get the Shadow Fae too. I felt into the ether, drawing on what I recalled of my light, the way it felt, tasted, its essence. Then I pulled on what seemed like a silver strand until it brightened, and a nasty demon grabs her by the hair and jerks her backward. I drop my sword over its wrist and then destroy it. How can we help the Shadow Fae do the same? If we can reunite them with their light, that only leaves the demons and Vlad to contend with, Val says as she helps Lee to her feet. Dad, Lee corrects, catching her breath. Val chuckles. What Lee said about the silver thread reminds me of something Asher said about the elves finding metal ore. Maybe it wasn't just for creating shiny objects or sharp ones. He said we were once one. Perhaps the elven metal was a strand, a rope of sorts to connect our kind back to the light. A rope or a skin. Kiki pulls it from her pocket. I thought we were somehow supposed to lasso Vlad Dad with it, but maybe. The four of us grip each of the knots, and brightward spells intended to bring light and hope and goodness spring to my lips. I speak the ancient language, and the skin begins to glow. It warms under my palm, radiating light all along the strands. Each of our hands starts to glow as the magic from the skin connects to our own. We begin to glow next, and the shadows surrounding us cannot help but be bathed in the illuminating magic, even though dawn is still far off. The fighting slows, then ceases. Our warriors and friends lower their weapons and step back, watching the spectacle as the Shadow Fae shrink and scream as though resisting the light. However, the Shadow Fae drop their fists and weapons too. As the light pouring from my sisters and me gets brighter and bigger, the shadow army reaches out as though reminded of its warmth, its goodness, and familiarity. Wisps of it shine and glitter in the air. A golden glow like the most brilliant sunset or sunrise floods the entire moor. The fae flicker and fill, reuniting with their light, balanced with the ever-present shadow. Their color returns, their wings glisten, and they look around as though confused about where they are and why. At our backs, another shadow altogether grows. Vlad is enraged, and his mass fills the space above us, blotting out the remaining light. Lee, Val, and Kiki rush to those nearest and offer comforting words as they look on in fear and confusion. I desire a world of darkness. Without the sun, my power will rise, and you will fall with it, Vlad roars. Shards of shadow as sharp as glass fly at us, giving off plumes of smoke that chokes our breath. They fill the atmosphere with the grimmest dread I've ever experienced. A female fae ducks to avoid the incoming piece of grim magic, and the shard impales the fae behind her. As it makes contact, a scream catches in her throat, and more of the shards of shadow pour out of her like a plume of sharp smoke. I look to my sisters, and without hesitating, we fire our magic at Vlad. This only seems to fuel his anger and potency. More shards come our way. We're suddenly back in the darkness, surrounded by shadow once more. Asher's strong arms surround me as we huddle on the ground. What do we do? I ask. We have to fight back, but it's no use. We summoned him, and he must have found a way to destroy my sisters and me. Then he'll finally have the grim world of darkness he desired, without the threat of our retribution. I cough and feel as though I'm slipping away and into a deep sleep. The surrounding fighters, all collapsed as we are on the moor, take on a dreamlike quality. I blink a few times. As I fight against sleep, Asher holds me tight. The clouds from the sharp shadow shards smother us. Once more, I find myself caught in that strange vision space where I have a vague awareness of what's going on. Perhaps this is the route to the Sea of Dreams. We tried, I whisper. But the word tried doesn't feel right. It suggests we didn't give our all. My sisters did. Soren, Callan, Tyrion, and Asher did. Everyone who came to our aid put forth every bit of energy they had. Stubborn hope tries to rouse me from the sleep-like haze. I blink a few times as a slender figure and a stooped one approach from across the moor. Both seem impervious to the smoke and shadow. The slender figure takes flight. The wrinkled face of the stooped woman comes into focus. Her shock of white hair stands in contrast to the murky near darkness. Nathina stands opposite Vlad. His expression goes blank with surprise at the sight of her. She raises her gnarled hands and says, I regret what I did, cursing you that way, but I shall carry no guilt or shame for doing this. Thick columns of magic blaze from my great-grandmother's hands. For all the wrong we've both done, it's doubtful, but perhaps we'll meet Ainala in the Sea of Dreams. Goodbye, Nick. The air gets heavy. Time seems to stand still. It's like the ocean chokes on the tide and the wind steals the breath from the clouds. Vlad's eyes are fixed. His jaw determined. The shadows around him flicker, flash, and darken. He's a dark bruise against the backdrop of night. Both Vlad, Dad, and Nathina fold in on themselves and disappear in a poof. With them go all the demons with a loud popping noise. Part of me wants to tell them to wait, so I can suggest there might be another way. But this was foretold. The end of the threat against Borea and magicals, leaving us with the choice of whether we reunite or continue the cycle of power, leaving a hole for someone else like Vlad or Count Bortimal or Glandias to try to seize control. The shadowed smoke the shards brought dissipates. The sky sparks like a candle being relit. I shield my eyes as light streaks like shooting stars. The sun brightens. I blink, once more gazing into Asher's eyes. I brush his hair back and kiss his face repeatedly, thankful he's alive. I pull him to his feet at the same time, a familiar fae lands in front of us. Aunt Ella's arms wrap around me with relief. It worked, she says. He's gone. My sisters and the guys slowly make their way over, along with the others who came to our aid, friends, bears, and battle arms from the north, warriors from the west, and the vampires from Terra. Sig limps across the battlefield and slings an arm around his brother's shoulder. What happened? Aunt Ella pulls us all close. We lean on each other, relieved for the support and the end of the battle. Nathina broke the curse so you girls didn't have to destroy Vlad or Nick. Her life was bound to it, much like dreamweaving, a life for a life. You make it, you break it, Kiki whispers. As I look around at all of us, battered, bruised, and crying with joy, I'm deeply thankful to my awful great-grandmother for making the sacrifice, for my sisters, family, friends, and Asher. He kisses my temple as though he feels the same. Chapter 30. Elsana. It's like the dawn stands still and takes a deep breath. Everyone looks around dumbstruck. A soft wind blows, reminding us the fight is over. Now what? Tyrion says vaguely. There's no manual for what to do after a war is over, is there? Lee asks. Kiki chuckles. My heart beats irregularly at the sight of so many wounded and scared. I tuck myself under Asher's arm, afraid I might collapse otherwise. He pulls me close, nestling his face in my neck and taking one deep breath. Honey blossoms, he whispers. My favorite scent. The one that gave me renewed hope. I wish it was just us right now, but we have to take charge. I adjust the crown on my head. Asher calls for everyone's attention, but it's broken by the crunching of rock and the footfalls of the elven statues that came to our aid from Skelling Hall. They march back to their resting places. I notice the shield fae, battle arms, and sleeping kings are gone too. The mage Vespertine, who I only saw for a moment, isn't among the front line of fighters. He must have returned to the north. Soren grips the holderhorn in one hand, studying the symbols. They came after all, Kiki says. I saw King Torsold. Fought by his side. Soren wears a sad smile at the reference to his father. Then a bear lumbers over and nudges his arm. Bjorn, you were brilliant. Thank you. He lifts his gaze and thanks all the bearmen. Asher clears his throat. All of you were brave, strong, and worthy of all the glory the Eastlands, no, all of Borea has to offer. I thank you for fighting with us, for us. I'm sorry for those who fell, but they will be remembered and honored always. We take a moment of silence. Then from the massive crowd of Shadow Fae reunited with their light comes a rousing cheer. I'd like to offer you more than this, but please come with us to Skelling Hall, to the amphitheater where we will rejoice and feast and celebrate the end of the curse, of darkness and grim magic at work. The elven archers atop the battle geese parade up from the moor to the hillside, followed by the elven troops, leading the way. Callan and Val stand with Gerda and Timoleon, along with Hannah and Scriv. He argues with a red-haired fae, who I vaguely remember is named Britta. The wild fae warriors and special fae fighters from the Westlands gather around the many fae who were captured, rended from their shadows, and found themselves fighting a battle they didn't choose. The leaders explain what happened and where they are. Val and Tyrion chat with what she called the Brooklyn Vampire Club. A tall, handsome man who looks remarkably like our father gives me a nod. Must be Uncle Ivan. Gradually, everyone makes it to the amphitheater. Asher orders that the area reserved for the murkast be eliminated. I say, you all fought side by side defending each other and our freedom. We aren't better or worse than each other. We are one. My voice echoes. The flags ripple in the wind as servants and soldiers alike spill from Skelling Hall, with their arms overflowing with platters and bowls of food. Fae from the various territories appear bringing gifts of food and drink. I sit on the grass with Asher and my sisters, along with Soren, Callan, and Tyrion. Many of the others reunite with old friends and relations that they were separated from as demons rended shadows. Kiki gazes at the compass. I suppose other than the cardinal directions, I think it's shown us everything it was meant to. No more false kings, curses, or demons, Soren says. Remember the ink? He chuckles. It all seems like a bad dream, Tyrion says. More like a nightmare, Lee adds. We all nod, reflecting on the shards of smoky shadow. I can't believe Nathina, of all people, was the one who stepped in. Val shakes her head with disbelief. Sometimes people can surprise you, Callan says knowingly. They wrap their arms around each other in a side hug. We recap all that happened, starting with the memories that we witnessed that set everything in motion. Actually, it was the prophecy, I say. It's just that Nick and Nathina were the ones to fill it. It was like the prophecy summoned the evil, Asher says. That's one way to look at it. I glance at the sky. Or you might say it returned the light. Instead of the wicked war or the rift, we should call this the brightening, Val says. Callan nods. We didn't destroy evil but brought back the light. The Fae and other magicals are reunited like it was intended to be. I tell them about my vision on the battlefield. Everyone nods like the story of the sun and the moon is known deep down in their bones. Well, everyone except Tyrion, since he's from Terra and was originally human. But evil could come back, Lee says. When I was at reform school, I heard about the warriors and guardians. Everyone shrugs. Maybe it's a Terra thing. Lee shrugs. I nod, picking up on her meaning. Here we have courts. Eventually, everyone is going to leave the Eastlands and return to their homes, lives, and kingdoms. I think we should create an order of some sort to keep the shadows in check. I assume we're each going to return to our various lands, Soren says. For one thing, I cannot wait for some brown bread. I promised you, Kiki. We have brown bread here, I say, hurrying to get them each a slice. When I return, they're discussing the future. We'll return to Brenzondel Castle in the Westlands, but I'd like to have a cottage by the sea, Callan says. I suppose we do. Nathina's gone. We could start a Nidhogg rescue. She tells us all about Luna, her Nidhogg, and the house she grew up in. I'm going to start baking, Lee says. That is after we restore Nefril Castle, the court of iron and fire, and bring the Southlands back to life. I try to imagine what my future will bring. This brown bread is good, but not the same as the kind we have at home, Soren says around a mouthful. I promise, Kiki, it's going to blow your mind. She smirks and kisses him on the cheek, then gazes at the compass in her hand. I say we create the Court of Crown and Compass, made up of representatives from all of the lands. We should meet periodically to assess, make sure things are, well, right. We all nod. I like that idea. Let's do it, I say. Then to all of them, I add, thank you. We couldn't have done it without each other. I'm glad to have you all as my sisters and friends, our family. Asher and I get to our feet and address the crowds. We tell them about the triumph of the brightening, the formation of the Court of Crown and Compass, and that they're all welcome to remain in Alvheim for as long as necessary to recover. There's thunderous clapping, cheering, and celebration. We're pulled in different directions. Asher reunites with Sig. I spot my aunt and cousins. They shoot me looks of jealousy, but I shouldn't be surprised. I am wearing a beautiful elven crown, naming me their queen. Imbued by light after so much shadow, I cast them a smile and talk myself out of exacting revenge for how mean they were to me. My aunt smiles in gratitude for that or everything, I'm not sure. I love my unseelie sisters, and suppose I should give the terrible two another chance. Hattie is in the middle of a group of fae and elves, recapping everything that happened. I give her a little wave with the promise that she and I will soon sit in front of her fire, eat sweet cakes, and talk about everything that happened. I find myself at the top of the amphitheater, gazing at the sun-streaked sea in the distance. A wash of gratitude fills me with relief, with joy and hope. But fear niggles at me. I worry about the things I've foreseen. I tell myself to remember that second sight isn't definitive. It just reveals a possibility. I suppose it's exhaustion from fighting for so long that teases and torments my mind. A large warm hand wraps around my shoulder. I never imagined my heart match would be the first queen of Alvheim, Asher says. Thank you for not giving up hope. Thank you for being strong, I reply. Not just any elf could have resisted that curse. I didn't always. I have a lot to make up for. Asher glances back at the people. But you did the right thing in the end. I suppose so. But this also feels like a beginning. Sure does. He turns me to face him. Warmth builds between us as we embrace. He locks his hands behind my low back, and we press together. I meet Asher's gray eyes. He says, things will change, we're going to face trials and challenges, maybe even shadows again, but I want to always remember us. To come back to that truth no matter what, to the day under the tree when I first heard the Elnord, after I overcame the curse and promised myself to you, and to right now. In his arms, any sense of fear and doubt, over the uncertainty inherent in the visions that I've had through my second sight, vanishes. He kisses me softly on the neck, then behind the ear, moving along my jaw before finding my lips. It's enough to erase all my thoughts until he speaks again. While you were fighting, you were both courageous and beautiful. You're amazing. His lips lift in a smile, a faint dimple plays peekaboo. I return his grin with my own. We look deeply into each other's eyes. The answer to the goblin's riddle was love. I love you, Elsana. Always. What if I told you that? I pause, holding his gaze. I love you too. A red bird, the phoenix, and a black one, the gerfalcon, streak across the sky. You know the story of these birds, right? They always rise from the ashes. And so will we. No matter what. His gray eyes tell me what he wants. It's me, and I want him. Do you think it's strange that the two of us, who were friends then enemies, two people who shared forbidden love finally came together? I ask. No, I think it's perfect. He speaks with the authority of truth. Our lips meet. It's like I have sunshine in my blood. Miles of blue sky stretches across the canvas of my mind and beyond. I fall into the softness of Asher's lips, and everything else melts away. All I know is that his fingers brush along my jawline, our mouths press together, and he makes me so warm I feel like I might burst into flame. Good thing I'm Frost Fae, and proud of it too. Are you a fan of fantasy and magic? Page-turning mystery and danger? With a splash of romance? If you haven't already, join my newsletter to receive a copy of the prequel story to the Shifter Diaries series, along with free bonus segue scenes from the Court of Crown and Compass series that chronicle what happens between books.